suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night no be cheap. It's just again. Everybody be pay. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the betty, we be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, let me get her. The contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. We be Mugu, I be the master. When no you won't play why you then go say na you style. When countryman do you go, they know the shots. All I kill I die. Whatever you go find it, I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master. I hear you.
So he hears you. Hopefully, you hear me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Of that, just we're trying to keep the righteousness of the midday sessions. We'll see how long we can hold on to that, but certainly we try to push it just for as long as we can, and we cannot but come out now. Because Sheikh Gumi, and by the way, Sheikh Gumi is on the run. He has escaped Nigeria to Turkey, which is known as a space for Islamic fundamentalism. So he's on the run, but nevertheless, he continues to throw all these missiles and missiles into the Nigerian combustible religious mix. So Sheikh Gumi, the subject of discussion, he has now come out to say that a lot of the mass burials that we're seeing, especially in the Middle Belt, but all over the country of Christians, that the Christians are burying empty coffins in order to propagate a narrative of ethnic genocide. So that's what Sheikh Gumi is now put out into the space. So we'll be looking to address that particular conversational piece. But before we do anything, click on the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Come join me via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to share your opinions about the goings on, come join me via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links of the stream to all of your social media spaces and super chat towards the stream. Use the $ at the bottom of the stream to super chat towards it. So like, share, subscribe. come join us via the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream, and more importantly, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello, Black. First to say hello, George Blueshell, who says one man by Saturday. So he's saying by Saturday, of course, because we don't usually come out. We don't do too. We come out late in the evenings, usually at the weekends, but because of course for reasons of family. But in this instance, we're coming out now. So that's what George Blueshell is acknowledging right there, and that's Dorian saying hello, one man. So as you are coming in, say hello, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. Let's start it off with pleasantries. So let's start it off with pleasantries, but let's kick it off with this. So Sheikh Gumi, as I said, as ever controversial, he has come out into the conversational space to say that the mass burials that we're seeing of Christians are essentially empty coffins being buried for reasons of propaganda. So we pick it up from here as we acknowledge Dipe Fab of Dipe Fad saying hello to us right there. So hello to you, Dipe. So yeah, let's kick it off from here.
Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi has accused some Christian groups in Nigeria's Middle Belt sure that Piers Morgan air the whole show. I mean, Piers Morgan said it's called Uncensored for a reason, so I highly doubt that he would, clip it out. But meanwhile, controversial Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi has accused some Christian groups in Nigeria's Middle Belt of staging fake mass killings to fabricate a genocide narrative. In a statement shared on his verified Facebook page, Gumi claimed that a doctor informed him that certain groups are burying empty coffins and recording the process as if real victims were killed to push the narrative of a Christian genocide.
Yes, that is correct. That is how low Sheikh Gumi can go, and that is how low the narratives can go. But as we continue to alarm at the situations going on, as this particular narrative continues to sustain within the global consciousness, because the Nigerian Christian genocide is a hot topic debate within the global space. As that continues to be the space, as that continues to be the case, these activities of these fundamentalists, it shows no sign of abating. They have not slowed down. Even though the whole of the world is focused on their atrocities, they continue to ravage through the Christian belt in Nigeria.
Gumi wrote on Facebook, a doctor wrote me, do you know that some Middle Belt Christian groups are now staging fake mass killings? They are burying empty coffins and recording the process as if real victims were killed just to push the narrative of a Christian genocide. This is desperation at its peak, a disgrace, manipulating information just to provoke hatred and international sympathy. I mean, Gumi further described the genocide allegations as part of what he called a well-orchestrated plan to attack Sharia law and fuel Islamophobia. He urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to summon the U.S. ambassador and demand an official retraction of Trump's threat or consider severing diplomatic ties with the United States. However, Northern Can President John Hayab has...
You can see that particular mindset, and that's the mentality of that particular region of Nigeria. So their solution to the Americans highlighting what the whole of Nigeria already knew and acknowledged of our Christian genociding in Nigeria, their solution to it is to sever diplomatic ties with America and kick the American ambassador out of Nigeria. So that is how the Islamic North would handle this situation if they were in play. Is inviting Tinubu to invite the American ambassador to Nigeria to order Donald Trump to retract his commentaries. Otherwise, they will kick the Americans out of Nigeria. And that is their idea of a solution to the situation. The Islamic North
dismissed Gumi's claims, accusing the cleric of lying and manipulation. Rufai, I mean, I'd like for you to tie in both stories. First, the comment from Yusuf Tuga, and also, I mean, this is a serious allegation made by Sheikh Ahmad Gumi.
Please, with due respect, I must have to beg. It's not that hard to tell the truth. There's Christian genocide. People like Sheikh Gumi, from saying that Muslims are being killed, Christians are being killed, now they're trying to deny the corpses of people that died.
And I have actually seen videos, Rufai, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you on this one, about the coffins. I have seen open coffins of entire family members, babies, all Christian, being buried.
It has now shown that it's a propaganda people are trying to play. Yeah. But you see, in life, you will be judged by what you did. And we should be careful. Sheikh Gumi.
We are now at that point where we have to internationalize some of the actors within the Nigerian space, because the Nigerian authorities, these people are too powerful for them to handle. If the Nigerian authorities go after Sheikh Gumi, they will very, very quickly turn it into an ethno-religious thing, and they will use Islamic fundamentalism to overrun the country. So that is the power, that is the confidence that backs commentaries of people like Sheikh Gumi and elements like that. They know that the Nigerian governance, they're in mortal fear of ethno-Islamic fundamentalism, because if they go after Sheikh Gumi, it will trigger some sort of fundamentalist sort of mindset within the north. They will very, very quickly turn it into an Islamic northern assault, and then they will just cascade the Janjaweeds to overrun the country. And that is the fear that the government have always had regarding people like Sheikh Gumi, etc. But if we internationalize people like Gumi, and we can get The Hague to go after Gumi, then it becomes an international pariah. Even if he runs to Turkey, he's on the Interpol list. So people like Sheikh Gumi, people like El Rufai, and all of the known names that underpin Islamic fundamentalism in Nigeria, we should internationalize their concern, so that the international community now takes them on as wanted people. And then Sheikh Gumi can be arrested internationally and taken to Guantanamo Bay. El Rufai can be arrested internationally, taken to Guantanamo Bay. I don't think anybody will shed a tear if El Rufai is in Guantanamo Bay.
In his propagandish nature, is now saying that these killings never happened, by saying that some of the coffins, or by saying that somebody sent him a message that some of the coffins are not what? That you don't have people in them. He's not going to deny the fact that we're going to say it again, and they might not like it. I don't want to be popular. I want to stand in justice at all times. There's Christian genocide in Nigeria, and please, let's find a way to solve it. Let's not do this propaganda. Let's not pitch people against each other. And let's not deny the killings and the pains of Christians. We have to say things the way they are, so that the government will solve this problem. The first approach the government took showed that they wanted to go the line of changing the narrative, which was wrong. Nobody's saying anything to spite anybody. We are speaking the truth so that we can get action.
Yes, absolutely.
And Sheikh Gumi saying this is very bad and insightful.
Really insightful.
And I'm shocked that Sheikh Gumi is saying this. Nobody's talking back at him.
Really?
Government is not saying anything. We are just looking.
All right.
It's not fair.
This is unfair.
So this idea that government is not talking back at him, what exactly should the government do? Should the government acknowledge that there's a Christian genocide? Because the data don't actually tell us that there's sufficient enough within the known figures. Well, there's sufficient enough within known data to conclude that there might be Christian genocide in Nigeria. But if you want to draw that conclusion, then you are skewing it to a particular political narrative. So Christians are being targeted. There's no question about that. But the overarching situation in Nigeria is that there's a particular fundamentalist push in the country. And the numbers tell us that the targets are, yes, Christians, but not exclusively so. Everybody is being ravaged and savaged, and it's a potpourri. It's a mix of all sorts. What's going on in Nigeria at the moment? Uh, Christians are being targeted, so that's one. There's a land grab for resources, that's two. There's land grab for settlement, that's three. There's banditry for ransom, that's four. There's the excesses of the Fulani headsmen, that's five. So there's a whole raft of all mix of everything that converges into what then presents as an insurgency within the Nigerian space. So if you want to narrow it down to the singularity of Christians being targeted, then you are missing the point. And you are not really missing the point, you are politicizing it. So that's why the government cannot come out to say Christians are being genocided, because the narrative is more nuanced and more expansive than that.
Dr. Bati, really unfair. I mean, I'd like to emphasize the point again that Professor Wole Soyinka made. You weren't here when we took the story, where he talked about the fact that the people that are killing the Christians are Islamist extremists. They are not the regular Muslims, they are jihadists. And we have heard this over and over again. Unfortunately, I can't take your comment. I'd like to take this story so we can take our milestone as well. But, we'll continue to follow up on the story, and, we would expect some more sympathy from the federal government of Nigeria regarding this very, very sensitive issue. We'll take another story now. Ezra Olubi, the co-founder and chief technology officer of Nigerian fintech company Paystack, has come under intense scrutiny on X after his ex-partner, Max Obaye, made allegations of emotional manipulation against the tech executive, claiming he faked his sexual orientation during their relationship. The allegations quickly gained traction online, leading to the resurfacing of Olubi's old tweets from 2009 to 2013, the posts, which contained inappropriate content, including jokes about pedophilia and misogynistic remarks, drew widespread condemnation across social media, leading to the tech billionaire deactivating his X account.
I don't actually know the backdrop to this narrative, so I'm just waiting. I'm actually waiting for Ruben Abati's commentaries. But there are certain personalities within the Nigerian space that I have no concept of who this guy is or what. Look at that. The guy painting lipstick, and you are saying it's disguising his sexuality. What more does he have to tell you? His lips are painted. He's wearing his fingers are what do they call it? Nail painting or whatever it is. And you are saying you don't know. Is this guy? Okay, let's just hear Ruben Abati. I'm not really interested in two gay boys fighting each other.
Commentaries or conversations like this is really disheartening.
Well, as an ordinarily conservative person, it matters like this. Yes. When I read the Olubi files, they have Epstein files in the United States.
That's a Olubi files.
We have Olubi files in Nigeria. The kind of prurience, the kind of shocking, details of sexual perversion that I found in those tweets. I was shocked beyond words because the whole thing is about pedophilia. Yes. It's about sexual perversion. It's about, things that do not make sense. About the gentleman say you can cure HIV by sleeping with young girls, and not just young girls, those that are endowed. Things like having sexual experience with a cat. And then, some details about a polycule community in Nigeria. A polycule community is where you have a polyamorous relationship, a kind of sexual evil commune, where people just engage in all kinds of sexual behavior. There's a law in Nigeria called Same-Sex Prohibition Act of 2015. Which is an existing law. I'm not aware that law has been enforced far enough So all of this is just very embarrassing. It raises questions, one, about family. Where is the role of family in this case? Those children who belong to what they call Puliku, who are their parents? Who are the members of their family? Number two is that, look, when you go on the internet never forgets. So because all of this was pulled out from the past tweets by the particular fellow. The third point, of course, is that the Paystar company, in order to defend its own integrity, has now suspended the fellow. I think this must be investigated, not just by the company, but also by the authority.
Is the guy even Igbo? What's that name?
The point, of course, is that the Paystar company, in order...
Yes, I think the guy might well be Igbo from the name. This seems to be yes, Ezra Olubi. So that sounds like an Igbo name to me. And if you line it up with Peter Obi's son, who is of course of the Rainbow community, and Charles Oludo's son, who is of the Rainbow community, then you want to start to wonder what is going on in the Southeast. You know, is it some sort of money ritual, this same-sex something they're doing in the Southeast?
By the company, but also by the authorities, because we have laws. We have laws that frown against, perversion. To go back to the Sheikh Gumi story, I think Sheikh Gumi is insensitive. What he has said is irresponsible. It amounts to dancing on the grave of persons who lost their beloved relatives. And I think that he should be called to order. He's in Turkey, we're told. He should be called to order by the Nigerian government. When he steps back into this country, he should be invited for questioning and warned not to incite violence, because no country can survive religious war. Whatever the issue is.
Absolutely. No country can survive religious war. Should we take our good news report now? Highlight.
All right. So we stay with the Sheikh Gumi narrative, and we pick it up from this point. So this is actually coming from, I actually saw this on the platform of Uncle Benno, so he gets the credit for that. But this is the Middle Belt incandescent with rage, responding then to Sheikh Gumi's commentaries that they're burying empty coffins. So here is the Middle Belt's response to Sheikh Gumi's narrative.
That this grave, that 27 people are lying on this grave. And by God's grace, we are going to build this grave. It's yet to be built because people are still mourning. People are still in trauma. So we allow people to subside in their pain, so that we come one day, we'll rebuild this monument. And the name of the people that have been destroyed, killed, together with children, we all label it out as that of Dogo Nahawa. My fellow brothers, as I'm here, people were crying. Why should Sheikh Gumi open his mouth and say it was an empty corpse? All Nigerian lawyers, I'm begging you in the name of Jesus Christ, those that have the heart of Christ, the Son, we are going to sue Sheikh Gumi, and this place, they are going to guide it. I've told the security, the youth, all the youth, make sure you guide it, because Fulani terrorists are still coming back to come and remove the corpse, so that to prove to their sheikh that it was an empty corpse. So another one has been raised. All Birom youth should be on red alert. War is on ground already. Sheikh Gumi has said war. We are in pain, but he has more pain to us. 27 people are on the ground, and he's saying it's an empty cross. Director of SSS, the GOC, Chief of Staff. Let me tell you, if all of you are not terrorists, you all be present here. The youth, we are ever ready. We are going to dig the graves. What press camera should come to this place? We are ready to remove the corpse before the eyes of anybody. I will open the coffin one after the other. What press? Send your press to this place. American press, Canada, I'm begging you. What press? Al Jazeera, I'm begging you, come to this place. Fox News, come. Let us dig. Because Sheikh Gumi says it's an antichrist. We are not a religion of liars. Christianity doesn't lie. They know. But Islam is a religion of liars. So the children of Islam are a bunch of liars. They came out and said there's no genocide. And the so-called can, they joined them. Because their light is dead. They don't have any light again. They have lost their saltiness. That's why Islam is marching on Khan and give them a decision what they will do. Come and see what is happening. As I'm going around, the last grade that can take 27 people, and it took 27 people that are right here on the ground. This is the distance. As the grave is so large, because the people that can order this is the High Court, Court of Justice. The Chief Judge, they have to give order until I meet our lawyers. And I will challenge the federal government for not arresting Gumi. If it is a Christian that says that it's all corpses that have been buried in Zamfara Casino, I could have been in danger. The Council of Islamic could have sued me to the federal government to arrest me. They will make a press release.
So horror. Wallahi tallahi idan abu yana kama da yawm al-qiyamah. Allah ina gana gan shi when I was in captivity. I saw that. I saw horror. I still have nightmares, bad nightmares. Say an rike na har yau har gobe. Akan horrors din da na gani. Akan horrors din da na gani. That's why I left Nigeria. That's why I'm here. But wallahi tallahi, if you have not been through what we've been through, a lot of us that have been in captivity and been raped multiple times by terrorists, you would not know. You would not know the pain. You would not know the agony. Nobody stood. Nobody believed me. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped me. No one. No one. And that's what's happening right now to our children. That's what's happening right now to our children. They're being killed. Nobody's believing them. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's accepting any refugee from northern Nigeria. Nobody. I was raped. I was raped. I was raped by terrorists. I was raped. I was naked. I still have marks on my arm. I know what's going on. I know the pain. I know the pain.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah.
I mentioned earlier that the bandits, the terrorists, needs convincing, you know, and we all know the havoc they've created, you know, in the society in Nigeria. They've raped women, they've killed lives, they've destroyed properties. So do we really need, do the government really need to convince these terrorists at this point? Because we've seen the cases of repentant Boko Haram, we've seen the cases of dialogue. So is convincing what is needed from between the government and the terrorists right now?
Okay, sorry, please to cut you. You see, the former governor of Bauchi State, Yuguda, was able also to go with government delegation into the bush, and they met more than 5,000 bandits. They were all complaining. Those who have lost their parents, those who have lost their brethren, those from our hostility too. So when you say they have killed, yes, I know they have killed, and it's wrong to kill anybody innocent. This is absolutely an obnoxious thing to do. We don't support that. But you see, if you know their psychology, they are on a revenge mission. Everybody knows the herdsmen, especially the Fulani herdsmen. They don't just attack people. We have been living with them for centuries. They don't attack people without any cause. So what I think government needs to do is to really bring them up together in a unison and in a holistic form, so that there is peace. And they are ready for that, because if you call them for peace, they come. It's unlike the others, like IPOB. IPOB, the government has been trying to dialogue with them. They still refuse. They are still behind creating.
All right. So those rounds of clips come from the Uncle Beno platform. So credit to Uncle Beno from that. He put that montage together. So I mean, especially that woman, it was just harrowing, So I mean, the government is complicit in what is going on, and the government has to be complicit in what is going on, because the government has not spoken about it. This is a national emergency situation. These are narrative of band. And by the way, can people please like, subscribe, and share? Also like, subscribe, and share. So the government has to be complicit in what is going on, because silence is complicity, silence is endorsement, and the government. This is the number one thing that is affecting negatively that country over and above anything else. The insurgency, the banditry, the Christian genociding, the castle rustling, the attacking people's farms and seizing lands and all of that. That is the number one preeminent situation that is agitating that country. It is over and above corruption. It is over and above ethnicity. It is over and above everything else, because it's a matter of existential it's a matter of life and death. The situation that is presently holding that country hostage, and the government should declare a national emergency on that situation. The government should. So the government should declare a national emergency on that situation, and devote all of the powers of governance to address it frontally. So if that is not the case, then it's a narrative of complicity. So the government essentially complicit in the excesses of the Fulani bandits. So we take the conversation on, move it on to this space. Still very much the topic, but let's see what nuance is coming out of it's a VOP, they call themselves, this platform.
Here in the studio, Mr. Fallen. Can you make sense of what Gumi said? That look, Christian groups in the Middle Belt are burying empty coffins. Let me start with you here in the studio, Mr. Fallen. Can you make sense of what Gumi said? That look, Christian groups in the Middle Belt are burying empty coffins just to create a narrative of a genocide, that there is mass killing of Christians. The coffins that we see that are buried, do you by any chance, you have been a reporter, you have inside information, you get information anyhow, because you have been in this trade for a very long time. Have you ever heard, has it ever escaped from someone got into your ears that, look, this thing that Sheikh Gumi said could be real? Do you have an idea? Help us, please.
I think it marks of height of irresponsibility.
And by the way, if anybody wants to come in. I'll send the link into the comment section. Sheikh Gumi telling us now that there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria, that the Christians are just burying empty graves. So do you agree or disagree with the spokesperson of the bandits, Sheikh Gumi, So let me send the link into the comment section. If anybody wants to come and speak on that, then come in. Let me just yeah. Let me send the link into the comment section.
For Gumi to even imagine that, not to talk of doing it, and it's very, very uncharitable and a way of denigrating the soul and spirit of those who had been mowed down in that area. Maybe he has his own idea or perhaps his own thinking that is different from reality. Because as soon as this thing came up, I went back in time to check the videos. In most of these mass burials, there was no coffin. Nobody used coffins. Lifeless bodies, corpses, dressed with different colors of attires, some exposing the leg, some exposing the head. Young children between the ages of 2, 3, laid bare on the floor. And you are now coming to say, this is the height of it. I, for one, my position on this genocide thing, that I didn't put my finger to the fact that there's genocide, but this is the height of it. That man needs to be examined properly if his mental state is stable for him to have said this. And I am not mincing words over this, because I'm really, really pained that those people that died, even when they never saw death coming, we should respect their souls. They didn't plan to die. They didn't know that they would be in harm's way. Some people decided without provocation to slaughter a mass of people. What is mass grave? Mass grave is for two reasons. One, if you cannot identify those killed, maybe they were mangled to the point that you cannot recognize them. Then when the deaths are multiple, that you cannot be digging. Now imagine 213 people slaughtered in one day. How many graves are you going to dig? This is the reason why there was mass grave. The third one is maybe robbery suspects that have been kept in mortuary for so long, accident victims that cannot be recognized, that nobody came to take their bodies. Those are the reasons why you have mass graves. And now, somebody somewhere woke up from the wrong side of his bed just because he claims to be a cleric. Is that the way to protect your religion?
Okay. All right. Is that the way to protect your religion? Then you have painted a very gory picture, and a lot of. I'm not sure I can take this, because I try to.
I understand your emotions.
Yes, my emotions and all of that. Now, in all of this issue of genocide, have you noticed recently, that despite this,
there's upsurge.
There's an upsurge, in the killing of people within that zone, middle belt.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the point I'm making. That despite the fact that the international community's focus is on this particular topic, it has not even led to them pausing. They've actually ratcheted it up even more, daring you to do what it is that you feel you can do about it. So it's a frontal challenge, firstly, to the Nigerian state and by extension to the international community that, look, we are embarked on this jihad and we will slaughter them to the seas, and there is nothing you can do to stop us. So Donald Trump highlights this particular situation in Nigeria. It's the hot topic debate globally, and rather than the Nigerian government addressing it, or the banditry, the insurgents pausing for caution to allow for the focus to dissipate, to ebb back before they continue. Rather, they ratchet it up. I can bring you clips from Kwara, from the Middle Belt, from everywhere. They've increased the tempo of this thing. rather than reduce it in the eye of the storm with the focus of the world on that space. So this is a frontal challenge to the authority of both the state and the international community. And really, there is nothing that they will be able to do about it. Oh, that was in. I didn't want you on my WhatsApp. But let's just take 1 more minute.
And all of that. What could be the reason? Does it look like, or it does appear that the Trump threat is not trying to deter?
No, you see, it just shows you that these killers are intentional in their approach to these killings, and they are not ready to stop. I was watching a video the other time, and then somebody said, if we are to stop this attitude of killing people endlessly, that it has to come from certain quarters. And since it has not come, that means we have a free reign. The other day, we were here when we saw a video of bandits rejoicing and celebrating live on top of a mountain. Some were even putting on a uniform. You know, all these things. It also points to the fact that there are hidden collaborators, sponsors, financiers that are within the corridors of power. As we have
more like an agent.
It's not even so much within the corridors of power, but within the societal hierarchies. There are certain royal houses in the north that have been fingered in terms of this insurgency. But because they are so powerful, they do not even get the mention, never mind the government going up against them. People are looking in the direction of Sokoto to ask what the seat there is doing about the excesses of both their people and their religion, and you don't hear anything coming out of Sokoto. So, like we said, silence is complicity.
Agenda. It's like an agenda. Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Fanimo, for your submission. Let's take this conversation to Abuja, where we have Mr. Ali Usman, who is a public affairs analyst. Good morning once again, Mr. Ali Usman, and thank you for being part.
So you can almost tell what people will say just from their names and the regions they come from. So I'm not sure what this guy is going to say. This Aliu Musa or whatever he is, but just from his name, you know that he will try to back it up, try to tone it down, water it down, and redirect by means of misdirecting the conversation, because of course he's loyal to the excesses of the bandits. It's part of a wider agenda to Fulanize, and we've already spoken about Fulanization and Islamization in Nigeria, and the actualization of it is what is going on now.
Part of us today. You know, let's get your opinion on the statement made by Sheikh Gumi when he said that, you know, people are becoming intentional, rather, in his words, say that this is more like a way to further create a very bad narrative about Nigeria, so that the likes of bringing out manipulative information just to provoke hatred and international sympathy at this point. What do you have to say about the fact that he went further to point out that the alleged Christian genocide, in his words, actually is an attempt to malign Islam and also the enforcement of Sharia law in Nigeria? When on this table, he also pointed out the fact that not just Christians are killed, Muslims too are killed. And these are being killed by extremists. I'm talking about jihadists, whom Donald Trump has pointed out that he's going to come to Nigeria to kill the extremist jihadists operating on the soil of Nigeria and killing people. Help us actually with your opinion on this, please.
All right. First of all, I think the statement from the Sheikh is vague in the sense that there's no time.
Look at that commentary. I did tell you that I was going to try and water it and then misdirect it. So the statement by the Sheikh is no other description than irresponsible, but he's describing it as vague. That then leaves the window for veracity for it. So you already see he's already aligning himself to religion and ethnicity, and by extension, then compliciting with the excesses of the insurgents.
Line to the allegation that is being made. So we don't know if he's referring to a recent incident or perhaps something that he thinks has happened in the past. So to that extent, when the allegation is not clear, it will not, I don't think that there will be a proper response to it. So just so that if there is an error in whatever he has said, we don't go on that line to continue to weep maybe something that is not correct. If you go through one of the reports written by one of the dailies, it appears that Sheikh Gumi was quoting what somebody told him. But we don't have the place, the name of the person who told him, or which of the groups in Middle Belt that is being alleged to be carrying that out. So to that extent, I think the information provided is not, is vague. So I may not be able to properly contextualize the situation other than to speculate, and I wouldn't want to do that. But with respect to the other comments you made about him talking about stopping of Sharia or other things. See, there are certain things that we need to understand, especially about Sharia. Sharia is something that is being applied.
All right, so the guy goes on to justify Sheikh Gumi's commentaries, but let's get into the conversation now. We've got AY with us, we've got Chinedu Chuko with us, and then we've got Ola as well, of course, a co-host. Do we want to kick it? Oh, you've already unmuted, so you might as well go on. AY, good to have you. I mean,
Hey, good morning.
no, this Sheikh Gumi now, there's no international warrant for this guy. Guantanamo Bay is a permanent residence till death.
Good morning, one man. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
everyone. Good morning, everyone. Come. Um, one man, I've been hearing you speaking on this topic. It seems to me you don't even understand what is really going on in Nigeria. I'll be actually looking for a way to interact with you on this, right? So, first of all, Sheikh Gumi, I don't like the way he's speaking on this issue, especially defending the terrorists, especially pushing government to come and negotiate with the terrorists. I'm not in support of that. I don't think anybody should negotiate with anybody. There is nothing to negotiate because these are pure criminals. Because what I think he's looking for, because the comparison he's making, they don't even make sense. For example, I've heard him say, oh, the Niger Delta people, they negotiated with them, kini. These issues were different. So the problem of negotiating with the terrorists, you go negotiate with them, they are gonna demand, they feel empowered, they're gonna demand for money. So you give them money, what happened? When you give them money, when you give them money, what happened? They are gonna buy, you give them opportunity to buy more weapons to be fighting the military. So my solution is they should leave the bush, they should stop killing the innocent Nigeria. Otherwise, go to their forest, clear them up. There is no two way. That one is not even a discussion. So I don't know the reason why he keep defending these people. I don't think he should. I think the DSS should call him to order. I think they need to ask him questions, in all honesty. But however, the issue of genocide in Nigeria, Christian genocide, let me be very correct. I don't believe in Christian genocide in Nigeria. I believe there is mass killing of Nigerians. I don't know what anybody would call it. So this mass killing going on, especially in the north, does not actually focus on anybody. They are killing both Muslim, both Christian, both non-religious people. That is what people fail to understand. When you say, oh no, yeah, you might say there might be one or two incidents of say, oh, they target a particular people. Yeah, I'm not ruling that one out, either tribe, either religion, whatever it may be. But what we should focus on now, there is high level of insecurity going on, especially in the north, because when you go to IDP camp, if you go at a statistics, you have more Muslims have been displayed there in IDP camp. These are facts. You go to and a lot of them, you hear them talking about Christian genocide. You hear them, the person will focus on Plato, will focus on Benue because there are a lot of Christians in this state. Because of the person, most people are indigenous. You don't hear them talking about Zamfara. You don't hear them talking about what is going on in Castina. You don't hear them talking about what's going on in Nigeria.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Okay.
No. Actually, I want to hold you to that space you're in,
Okay.
because
Okay.
you say I don't get it. Maybe you don't get it somewhat.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of insurgency and banditry and criminality going on in Nigeria. A lot of people are losing their lives. The majority of people losing their lives are northern Muslims and then Southwesterners for different reasons. But in terms of so all of those people losing their lives, they are losing their lives for a variety of reasons: land grabbing, resource, etc., etc., communal clash, all of those. But the Christians losing their lives, they are losing their lives specifically because they are Christians. And that is what makes it a Christian genocide. So that's not to say, so they are being targeted for reasons of religion. So that's what makes
Okay.
it a Christian genocide.
So where is this going on? Where specifically? Can you be specific where the Christian genocide is going on?
Specifically in the middle belt, but to the vast weight of the north, anywhere there's a Christian community, they actually write them letters that we're coming to sack you on this, like that's your water or something. The Americans even notified there's Christian genocide.
Okay,
The
hold
evidence is too much.
on. That is exactly where the problem is. I have friends that from this state, from Benue, from Plateau. If you go deep, I see what is happening in Plateau, even till today, does not have anything to do with religion. That problem started with header and farmers clashes going on. Cattle rustling is a combination of a lot of things. This is the truth. Even in Plato, that is the genesis of the problem. So they were not related to, like, oh, Muslim go to this region is Christian, wipe them out, turn the place to Muslim. This is not actually true. The Fulani herdsmen mostly carrying out this act. If you know somebody that knows Fulani they don't even care about religion. Most of them, you will be shocked, they don't even practice Islam at all. So you will be shocked. It's just that when this incident happen in Christian community, you can easily target, oh, is a Muslim killing there? That is where I'm having problem. Okay, now ask yourself, when this same incident are happening in Zamfara, are you gonna say it's Christians that are killing Muslim in Zamfara? Because the reason why they are not targeting Zamfara in that light is because Zamfara is a Muslim-dominated state. That is the only reason you see the naysayer, they don't even measure such things in Zamfara. They even silent about it. Even when Buhari was in power, you see the mass killing that was going on in Castina. That is why I'm telling you, don't forget, they also drive these people from their land. If you know anybody that is familiar with this territory, I'm familiar with every part of Nigeria. If you know anybody familiar with this territory, he will tell you it's exactly the same modus operandi they are using in this state. They go to Zamfara, they drive the villagers. This thing has been happening for over 20 years. They drive the original owner of the land, the villagers, away from their village. They will park those are the people you mainly see. They are in IDP, they've been in IDP camp for years. So that is exactly what is happening. Okay, some people will argue, for example, oh, the Muslim they are killing is just a collateral damage. Then I asked one idiot that was saying down the damages. I said, when a terrorist go into the mosque and massacre hundreds of people and bomb a mosque, we are then looking for Christians inside the mosque. So we need to pay more attention to this issue. You look at the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, all this group, all this extremist and terrorist group, who is fostering them? Even Nigeria's civil war did not last more than 3 years. Now you have a just small set of people carrying a Boko Haram and be operating probably close to 20 years. Who is fostering them? I don't think any Nigeria even have money to buy equipment, to buy weapons, to sponsor these people at that level. So we have a lot of questions that are supposed to be asked. However, in summary, it is generally the failure of security, because I expect our security to have some level of intelligence, to really know what is going on, to really come out. If you have Nigeria involved in this posturing or this madness, bring the people to book, but don't pet it. You don't pet this issue. Okay, now I'm just scared the way this thing has escalated all over the country. You know, the kidnapping going on even in the south, the buying going on even in the south. It's not only in the north now. So there is a shift. They are moving across the Santa Forest too. So they need to wake up. The security needs to wake up. The president needs to wake up as commander-in-chief and make sure Nigerians are safe. That is my whole agitation about this. Like, they should make sure they protect Nigeria. They should stop defining is Igbo, is Hausa, is Yoruba, is Muslim, is Pagan, is this. That does not matter at this point. The work of the president, protect every Nigeria, make sure Nigeria is safe for Nigeria to live and do their daily businesses. Thank you.
Well, all right, thank you, AY. Stay with us. We go up from you, AY, to Chinedu. AY is my guy. It's been a long time. I love the guy, but I don't subscribe to a single thing that he's saying. This is part of the obfuscation. AY is a Muslim, by the way. So AY, I think everybody knows that. So this is part of this is part of the defend the religion narrative. This is Tekiya from AY trying to misdirect.
No. One man, if you know me, I speak to issue straight up. This is what I understand. Like,
brother, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you know, with me and you, we agree for certain things, but not
Yeah,
the like. On one ground, you accepted that, let's say, general sense of insecurity in the land, right? On the other ground, people say people are being killed on both sides, right? That one alone is already a kind of acceptance that something is going on. But if something is happening to, okay, let me come this way. If somebody invades my community and they are shouting Allah Kubaru, we're supposed to mean Allah is great. But in the name of Allah Kubaru, they are killing under the guise of Allah Kubaru.
They are slaughtering people. They are shouting Allah.
Okay, they're slaughtering people. I'm coming. So the people they are slaughtering, if it doesn't mean anything to the people shouting Allah Kubaru, the people they are slaughtering, they have every right to feel these are from this particular group, because that slogan is an identity of a particular group, number one. If I give you another example, people invade the community. Let me land this point. I'm coming. I'm laying the background.
Hold on. Land it, and then just be
okay. Let me land it by saying, if they call me the same way, oh, in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord, our Savior, we finish you today. It gives the impression that people are killing people. Why people there? These people must be Christians, whether they're forming it or not. Once they mention in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior, we finish it today. You burn your houses, you slaughtering people. It gives a very impression that Christians are the ones responsible for that. So let's not sugarcoat this thing. It's
Okay, let
obvious.
me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Thank you, Omori. Omori, you know, I like the way you are coming. You are somebody I respect objectively. Look at it, right? So, if, for example, you take a gun and shout Allahu Akbar and start murdering people, how do anybody identify you are not a Muslim, for example? So I'm not even denying there is mass killing of Nigerians in the north. Again, there could be cases of targeted killing of tribe, of religion. Yeah, I'm not denying that too. But majority of the problem going on in terms of, because when you say, oh, it's certain group that are killing people, to be honest, extremist group, no Muslim will recognize this terrorist extremist group as even Muslims. That is not the message of Islam. Message of Islam is message of peace. So when they are doing that, they are just criminal. The government should treat them as one. So that is where it become really tricky, because if you really understand North, what is going on, you have a honest friend from the North, he will break it down for you. Because why will you say you are fighting, you want to Islamize a particular people? Why are you killing the Muslim there? Why are you slaughtering Muslim in large number? Both even inside the mosque, people pray. Why are you slaughtering them? So do you want Muslim to also say it's not Muslim that are killing them? So that is why I said, because I love the way Nigeria is very peculiar, because you have like almost 50-50 the major religion. Because if a crisis come in, religious crisis is worse than tribal war. So nobody can accommodate that. That's just my fear. Thank you. Wama, you don't need to agree with me every time. I still love
No,
you.
in fact, I disagree with you most times, but I
It's
still love
okay.
you too.
It's
But
okay.
let's take the conversation to Chinedu, who also joins us. So Chinedu, so that's AY's very recent submission. But this thing by Sheikh Gumi, that the Christians are burying empty graves. So this is no, Ruben Abate already said this. This is no less than tantamount to dancing on the graves of those people slaughtered. You heard the outrage coming out of that response from the Middle Belt. So the Fulani North, the Muslim North, are inviting the Christian South into a religious war. So is it time that the Christian South picked up that gauntlet, or do they just stay in bed and continue to be slaughtered? Chinedu.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks, one man. So I don't think the answer is fire with fire. The Christian South, or let me not say the Christian South, but the more reasonable South, where we claim we're so educated. So why can't we come up with a solution? I think what Tinubu is facing is perhaps some kind of political arbitrage, where you have people like Sheikh Gumi saying whatever they're saying, and he feels like if he does something, maybe he won't get reelected in 2027. I'm not really sure. So I think there is a media problem, because if they put troops in these areas, they're making it seem like, oh, they're attacking Muslims. Oh, they hate Muslims. But I mean, how can you go into a mosque and burn people alive? How can you go into a village and pie everybody in the village and cut people's arms off? So, but they're tagging it like it's a religious war. So if Tinubu does something, is he going to lose the Northwest and the Northeast in the next election? So I don't think you can even have a democracy where one side is playing, hey, we're going to blow up the country if you don't fall into what we're doing. So there's a media problem. And if Tinubu is really a political strategist, kingpin like he claims he is, he should be able to put troops in these areas so there's security. And if we don't have enough soldiers, which I don't think that's the problem, then we need to bring in soldiers from ECOWAS so they can come in. Because if there's military checkpoints in Benue, in Plateau, in Zamfara, they won't be able to move around. Even if they're in the forest, you still need roads to move around. So that is, to me, this is just a security problem. I don't understand why there aren't military checkpoints all over Benue, all over Plateau, all over Samfara. I don't really get it. That's really what my
No,
problem
no,
facing.
but
That's
why do
my
you think?
problem.
So why do you think that's the case? And I agree with you that it's a security, and I agree also with your analysis that there's a political pressure to that security situation. But why do you think
L-
it's not being taken on
l-
frontally?
let
You
me
know,
also let me add something to Chinedu. Chinedu, this crisis actually started since 2012, I think. So it's not this start during this Tinubu. It started like since 2012. We've been having this mass killing crisis since that time. That's when it became very pronounced, like
yeah, but
Boko
but but
Haram.
Tinubu
Yeah,
is the president now, so he's the one that has to
yeah,
do something. Yeah, he's
agreed.
the one that has to do something about it. But Chinedu, I was saying in my earlier monologue that silence is complicity, and this thing continues to expand and escalate, and the government has not even made any national broadcast to acknowledge the situation, to acknowledge the pressure from the Americans, and to reassure Nigerians of solutions being put in place. So, I mean, if Tinubu cannot address this matter, then should he be sitting in that Aso Rock seat? Chinedu.
No, but I think he can address it. So first of all, there's a media issue. I'm not really sure what it is, but I don't think the North sees Boko Haram the same way we do. So tagging it as extremism, even though it is, for some reason that message doesn't hold true because there's this fear that if they do what they need to do up there, which is very elementary, then oh, we're not going to win re-election. So it cannot be tagged as attacking Islamic extremism. I don't know the media game that needs to be played, but I think he has really intelligent people. They need to somehow tag it so Boko Haram is not Islamic extremism, but even the whole bandit thing's not working. So I don't really know how it needs to work. But for some strange reason, they don't view Boko Haram as the same kind of issue as the South does. I really don't think so. So
Yeah,
there's
yeah, but
this, yeah.
there's something you said earlier, Chinedu, that you know that the North don't see it in quite the same way that the South sees it. Maybe because they are not as affected profoundly, but whatever. But they just as an to expand that sort of narrative space. If Tinubu does go after that space frontally, it can very, very quickly turn into, like you've already said, an assault both against the North and against the religion. And if they are able to trigger that mindset, then even the placid, temperate Muslim will feel obliged to defend religion and tribe. So how do you think Tinubu can navigate that very delicate balance? Because a total onslaught has to go up against that space. But then if you onslaught against that space, you might well trigger a wider problem that can overwhelm the country.
So the first thing is this: I think Benue and Plateau, those two states, they are not Muslim majority states. At best, they're 50-50. Most people think they're majority Christian. So I don't know why there aren't checkpoints all over those two states. That's my own perspective. I don't really know why. Why are there not checkpoints everywhere? Because if you put checkpoints everywhere, they won't. You need the roads to move around. Everyone knows that. They're not in the forest all day. And I don't think a military presence in those states is going to end up as a kind of Islamic extremism kind of issue. In states like Zamfara, Sokoto, all those other states where, oh, they're harassing our people, that's a media game. Tinubu is a political kingpin. He can't play the media game, you know? He can't play it. And there needs to be some Hausa penetration because they're penetrating a different message in Hausa. That's quite obvious. If you see some of the translations on Twitter, the media, the messaging in Hausa, it's a completely different world. So whatever, they don't see Boko Haram the same way we do, obviously.
Do you think that narrative space should be attacked? Obasanjo often talks about they say kinetic and non-kinetic approach, carrot and stick sort of a thing. So those because these people are being radicalized within their Islamic, I don't want to say hovels, within their Islamic spaces, there's certain sort of radicalized. There's a strand of Islam called Wahhabism, which seems to have seized hold of that particular mindset within the North. So do you think the government should go into the narrative space of that space to counter that narrative, take out the most fiery imams that are propagating the narratives that is propelling all this? So do you think the government should go into the narrative itself that is underpinning this jihadism that we're seeing in Nigeria?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, it sounds like we're fighting a war at this point. Yes, I wish there was another technique though. That sounds too much. That sounds like a lot of resources, what you're saying. But that would be a solution. I think there's other solutions, but that's one solution. The economic solution to me is the best solution. What is leading to like all that Amajiri stuff, right? I think that's the kind of solution I prefer, economic solution versus the narrative one. That sounds very resource heavy. That sounds like 30 years, 40 years, you know. But Sheikh Gumi, that guy, I think they should follow him. I don't, his perspectives, I don't like it. That's my own perspective.
All right, brilliant. That's Chinedu, of course. Stay with us, Chinedu. Take the conversation on to Ola. So Sheikh Gumi telling us that they are burying empty coffins. Ruben Abati described it as dancing on the graves of the dead.
Hello, everyone, wherever you are. See, I've said this thing and I will reiterate it this morning. I think Gumi wants religious war in that country. Whatever he's doing, people may think is mentally unstable. No, that guy is mentally stable, because if you see the way he tries to, present everything very eloquent, although in a very negative manner, you will know that this guy is very coherent. He knows exactly what he's doing. Then, this is why I keep saying the American way of putting coloration, say religious, putting it in the religious format is dangerous, because some people really want it. They want it so that they can go on full scale and execute whatever they want to execute. And at this moment, we really need our Islamic faithful brothers, just that are not violent. We know they are not violent though. So we don't need to alienate them in this fight against terrorism. We need to carry them along. You see, by the time you make it that way, well, on average, you understand, a Muslim brother that is okay, that is not a terror, that is not a terrorist. When you start making coloration, they are uncomfortable, because we've seen Hausa cleric speak against this. We've seen Fulani clerics speak against this. So we just have to look at those people and put them in consideration by the time we try to designate. So then, what can we do? We don't need to hide something. This thing has some kind of agenda. Like when the Boko Haram started in the southeast, in Borno, we know that people that are from there promoting Boko Haram, they are majorly Kanuri, given, and they operate within that Borno state. I don't think they are really extending so much into area like Benue, Taraba, and Plateau. Now, when you go to that Plateau and all those Christian states, Christian-dominated states like Plateau, Benue, and Taraba, you will see some kind of pattern. Who are those people carrying out these criminal acts there? They are mostly Fulani militia. They are Fulani militia. So the thing is, it's impossible for the governor of the state not to know. It is impossible for people of that state, including the Christians that are being pied there, not to know those people that are trying to clean them. Even the people that are security experts from those areas, they are tested to ethnic cleansing. So both Boko Haram and the Fulani militia, they have their purpose. Now, if you ask me personally, the one in Benue, Taraba and Plateau, I think they are trying to extend or carry law with what Madam Fodio did. So, and is it that religion that they are carrying? Is it that they are trying to really make people be disciplined to religion? No, it's just a weapon. The weapon is that, you know, when you want to, assuming you want to capture a southerner, for example, you can use Pentecostalism. That is why you see some people, they can donate their life for tithe and offering, even when the New Testament doctrine is not even asking them to do the same. Because religion, you use it to control people's mind, and you use it to put them in submission. That is what's happening. So those guys going there, even though they shout Allahu Akbar or whatever they try, it does not necessarily mean that is what they are looking for. So they are just looking for control. Put them right there, dominate, because it has always been an agenda. It has always been an agenda of the Fulani terrorists. Nigeria had issue with the Yoruba had issue with them. They were defeated in what they call Ogunjalumi. It has always been their nation. They will come to you, they will look at the religion, they will say, oh, this type of your Islam, the Islam you practice is fake. We are going to bring our own. And what type of their own are they bringing? The violent one. The violent one. So, to me, there's no better time that we need our Islamic faithful brothers to carry them along, and don't allow anybody to use this designation just to destabilize Nigeria, because at the end of the day, who is going to benefit? It's still going to be the Western nation. In Ogun Kiriji, there's what we call Kiriji War. When Ekiti and Oyo Ibadan warrior, when they were fighting, the British people, they allowed those people to decimate themselves very well. As a matter of fact, Ekiti warrior had access to cannon before the Ibadan warrior, so they were able to use that to create some devastating effects. They were there. You understand? They were watching, they were supplying. You understand? Let them be dealing with themselves. But later, the Ibadan warrior, they managed to get that. And who came as a mediator? British people. You understand? Ekiti that was not there for them to colonize before. That's how they managed to bring Ekiti on board. So what am I saying? It is that this fight is for entire Nigeria, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim. I don't want people to see all these Fulani terrorists as a Muslim. No, it's just a gimmick. It's just a weapon that they want to use to destabilize us. That is where we should be very, very careful. And this is the time, if you think Sharia is what is causing problem, now that you have at least 4 regions, geopolitical region, you understand, trying to solve a particular problem, this is time to look for both political and the military solution. How do I mean? Now, you need some certain number to carry out to amend the constitution. So this is the right number. If we need to strike out Sharia out of our constitution, this is the right time for us to go and put that Sharia out. If we need to create state police, this is the right time for us to create police rather than using religion. So to me, the like of Gumi, since the federal government is, I don't know why the federal government is just looking at that guy. So to me, I think that guy wants religious war, and we have to be very careful. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So on to Comrade Domorui. 5 minutes from you, Comrade Domorui. But as Ola said, this may well open the window for us to strike Sharia out of our constitution, create state police, etc. But this Sheikh Gumi as an entity, it needs now to be addressed. Comrade Domorui.
Yeah, thank you, Ahmad. Greetings to everybody on the panel and our esteemed audience. I'm working out. I might not be able to even speak up to 5 minutes. But I know who the people that are striving assiduously to defend this something that is not indefensible. I know where they're coming from. When you know, because of the sensitivity of religious issues, you know, I understand. Like when America said they come in, they say genocide against Nigerian Christian and all that. They're looking at the aftermath, the the multiplier effect and the consequences that may follow, it might snowball beyond Nigeria. It might want to create a sentiment from Muslim countries from outside, and I understand what they're trying to do. I think it's a deliberate attempt at image laundry, but it doesn't remove the fact that it's going on. Genocide is going on. If you can listen to other, look, interview people that are involved, people that are directly affected. I listened to one man. He was in Benue. He served under Otom. He was one of those that were raising alarm. Now he ran to America. He will give you, you can be more Catholic than the Pope. These are the people that are directly involved. These are people that are bearing the consequences of the attack. So nobody can come here and tell me it's not going on. It's there. It's like, okay, Mama, I give you an example. In a place of 20 kilometers per hour, somebody is running 50, the other one is running 80, and cops come around and pull you over to say you gotta get a ticket for this. You are pointing at the other one. Oh, that one is already. He doesn't exonerate you from getting your ticket. So if you say buying on both sides, and people that are directly getting the consequence of the action, it doesn't stop them to say we are being targeted. I mean, I don't understand why people come. I thought we've moved beyond this level of trying to sugarcoat or deodorize the real issue. If you have a dead rat in your room that is smelling so bad, you don't need to go get a deodorant to reduce or to make it look as if the dead rat is not there. Find a way to remove the dead rat or whatever that is smelling in your room. Clean it up, mop it up, so that you can have peace and you can breathe fine. So this idea of it's not Christian, it's not this. Okay, let's even assume you said there are casualties on both sides, Christians and Muslims. The Christians are coming out to say we are targeted. It doesn't remove the fact that Muslims are also being killed. It doesn't also stop the fact that there is a Christian genocide. I don't understand what people are trying to avoid. I know the religious issues are sensitive, like I stated before. It doesn't stop the fact that something is going on. That one said there was even a case. He said sometimes they will get eaten. They will tell security operatives that they said they're coming to Sunday. They will instead of security operatives. Such issues in the board. They will in some situation they give them cover. They give them cover. There was a case where an attack was launched in Yelewata. One of the people that carried out the attack was arrested. The bike he was riding belonged to security operatives. It's supposed to be a government bike to be able to deal with the security issues. Who gave it to you? Why he mentioned the army man, mentioned his name. They went there to arrest the army man. They opened fire. They wanted to kill the villagers, but they were not ready to succumb. At the end of the day, the case was taken to their headquarters. He said he gave him the bike to go take care of his brother that was not feeling fine in the hospital. The investigation could not prove he didn't have any brother in the hospital. So they give them cover. They have people in the military. They have people in the police. They have people everywhere. And they are well connected. So let's not come here on the platform and we're outside. We are living in a comfort zone in the Western world. We come here to defend something that is obvious. It's just that we don't have investigative journalists anymore. People are being, imagine you stop a vehicle on the road. You're telling them you're not this, go here. If you are this, go here. At the end of the day, you waste one side and let the other side to go. At the end of the day, you go sometimes you go to this, you force people to renounce their faith. If you don't renounce what you believe, it will buy you. And if you renounce and leave, if you refuse to renounce, that is your end. What are we doing here? Trying to justify? If we come here to say it's not Christian genocide, or if Christians said there's a genocide attack against them, if you feel Muslims are also, getting the same faith, which I cannot prove, it doesn't stop Muslims to say, okay, there is also a target against us. And generally, on the whole, it doesn't remove the fact that there's a genocide. Whether you want to call it religious genocide, Christian genocide, Muslim genocide, ethnic genocide, tribal genocide, whatever coloration or whatever justification you want to give to it. To me, it's an attempt on unnecessary attempt to justify evil. You know, to rational evil, to rational what is not, to make it look good, to make it look, you know, you give it a different name from what it is really is. They are coming out to speak. Most of them were able to escape from that, you know, situation. They are talking. Most of them went to White House to complain. They are talking. They have documented evidence. Somebody is coming to say the burying from. There are casualties on both sides. When that one is not holding water, you coming to say the burying empty casket. What could be more callous? What could be more nefarious? What could be more insensitive than that? Before those people were buried, you could see them. You could see them. They covered them on the ground with leaves, fresh leaves. You could see pregnant women be slaughtered with babies taken out of them. You could see young, old, and you know, you could see bodies, fresh bodies of victims. You're talking about casket. You're talking about casket. When in some situation they could not even afford casket for most of them, when they pour them in, they poured everybody into a hole without a casket. It's always talking about casket here. I don't even know why that Gumi is still talking. I don't know who he is. I don't know what they're trying to avoid. I don't know why he's so super that he's more powerful than the authorities of the. Do you know how long Gumi has been perpetrating this evil? At a point, it was even a big industry to him. On one hand, he will negotiate with government. He will get a ransom running into billions of, millions and billions of naira. He takes his cut. He gives their own cut to them. What are we trying to justify here? Man, we are human beings, bro. Whether we are Muslim, Christian, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, we were human before we became Christians. And if we were goats and donkeys, we will not be Muslim, we will not be Christians. Let's live our humanity. Where is our humanity, for Christ's sake? Why am I arrested there? Nobody should come here and justify.
Amari, before you go, I think there's nobody justifying any criminality of any matter here. You are the one.
There is genocide. That's not sugarcoating. There's genocide. I know people will not want because of the sensitivity of the issue. Let's fight the insecurity.
Hold on now. You've not suggested any solution. As far as I'm concerned, you run a speech, a very lengthy speech for that matter, but no solution. Let us not do this. What are the solutions you are putting on the table? So we know you've said this thing is in a loop over and over. Just give 1-2 solution you have to the problem.
Okay, bro. First, before the solution, we first of all identify that we have a problem. If we accept that we have a problem, if we identify our problem, the solution will not be far-fetched. But denying that, living in denial, we continue to, make everything worse.
All right, Bilan, I agree with you broadly, Comrade Omar Rui. And the solution may be just to salvage all these Fulani bandits, the Muslims. But we go on from you to comparable facts. Who it looks like he has been going to the gym from what we're gathering. Prestige, floor is yours.
Yeah. Let me go to a more excluded place, but I'm walking down there right now, so I will talk to you. But anyway, sorry for the noise. Yeah, everybody has spoken well and everything. So I think it's about time, we start calling a spade, because we have been sugarcoating this thing. What's going on in Nigeria? The situation right now in Nigeria is not palatable. Why am I saying this? The reason why, it doesn't matter, the policy, whatever you try to achieve, if you don't secure the life of your people, it's all garbage, nothing is going to come out of the policy. People's life at stake. And we can come here and sugarcoat it, whether it's genocide or not genocide. Yes, both Muslim and Christians are being killed. Even yesterday, a brigadier, was kidnapped, and some of the other soldiers, you saw it, some of the other soldiers had been killed. This happening in Bono, which was the epicenter where everything started. So, is there genocide going on? Yes, this is my own personal opinion. There's genocide going on, and whether it's Christian or Muslim, there's a targeted Christian Muslim, but that shouldn't just be the narrative. We have a problem in Nigeria. So the box up with Tinubu, he didn't inherit it or something like that, but he needs to grow a ball and start finding a way to resolve the issue. Neither you collaborate with the Americans. and let's target where this is actually happening. So let me ask people. I know we have some Muslims here. Why are you trying to pivot it, change the narrative? If Trump can come in or whatever it is, or what if he collaborate with them, although they don't trust our military. Going back to what happened during the Chibo time, we know how the military deceived them and whatever, they informed the jihadists, the Boko Haram that America is coming. So they need to be sure they target. Everybody keep on saying they're coming to take our resources. What nonsense resources is that? Everywhere America has been, it hasn't been as everybody portrayed to be. You may give an example of bad evidence like Libya, Iraq, but there has been many areas, America has been, I'm making what it is today. Japan is a typical example. I mean, I can go on and show you an example. They are not coming to fight. They are coming to target the jihadist Muslim. I don't know why we keep on saying the reason why this is, going to this level right now. There's a lot of benefactors, in the north. Gumi is one of them. I mean, even the Satan of Sokoto, you heard what he said, and he was invited last week or whatever. He's the head of ATL. Isa Pantami, that just is a small example. They don't want it. They are benefited for what's actually happening, whether they want to promote religious war. I mean, Gumi Otrasis recently had become, I mean, I don't even know what to say about it. Look at how he accused, burying anti-corps. Does that even make any sense? And that man has not invited or detained or whatever. I mean, these people have so much power. We can say the Fulanis, they're not an indigenous of Nigeria. We know how they migrated from Mandampodio, their mission and everything. So when they came to the north,
Prestige, let me ask you a question. If
Yes,
Sheikh Gumi was a southeasterner, would he be in custody now or not?
that's not even a question of one man. You know it. We're the scapegoat of Nigeria, but that's a different story. Of course, he would be not even right now. He would have been in
Or
custody.
even a Yoruba man. But the point I'm making is
He would
he is
be.
hiding under the cover of his ethnicity and religion
No, he will be
to
in
make all
custody
of
too.
this.
He will be in custody. He will be in custody. But is this power the Fulanis have over it? When I say the Fulani, I'm not trying to accuse all the whole Fulanis. Is that the radical ones, jihadists? So my Muslim brothers here, I think it's about time you stop, speaking on sentiment, on religion or whatever. What's wrong with the man coming, and exterminate all these people? Are you all trying to make it religious war? How is that supposed to be a religious war? If you are painting that narrative, that means you all are supporting what's actually going on in Nigeria. We can never be saved until these terrorists are completely destroyed or at least minimized. I mean, I'm at the team. I don't want to waste the whole time. I just want to be listening, just put up my 2 cents. I'm listening. But one man, it's always a pleasure for you to give me your time on this platform. But brothers, we have a problem. Okay, we need to find a way to resolve it. Thank you, one man.
Yes, thank you, Prestige. And on that, we can all agree we have a problem, and the
30
problem
seconds, one man.
okay. The problem is Fulani jihadist, Islamic whatnot. But 30 seconds, and then is on.
Yeah, I love the way Comparative Fat spoke today. That is what I'll be telling him himself. We have a problem, in fact, a serious problem. Let's all agree that the insecurity is much. Like Mori also spoke. For me, I don't know how you want to call it. You can call it a genocide. Me, I even see it more than there is any word that is more than genocide, but it's affecting Nigeria. That's the way I want us to see. I know some people will say, no, it's focused on, no, it's a massive problem. So the president should sit up and solve this problem for Nigeria because it's not funny anymore. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. We go on to his own, but we do have that problem, and we do identify what that problem is. It's Fulani Islamic jihadism, but what's your perspective on Sheikh Gumi telling us that they're burying empty graves? It's just unbelievable.
It's unbelievable, and the truth about the
Eyes
matter
up.
is all though. The truth about the matter is, it's shameful when you think about it that people can lose loved ones on this scale.
Apologies, is on. Please, Ola, let me drop for about 20 minutes. Help me hold the space. Carry on.
Yeah. People can lose loved ones on this scale. and being mourning and suffering, and there are people running to IDPs because they can't stay in their homes anymore because it's not safe. They're gonna live in terrible conditions in IDPs, and this man will come out openly and say that those graves are manufactured. It just goes to show the level of insensitivity and disgrace. Can you imagine when those I don't know if they were Hausa or Fulani men were killed in Edo State, right? When that happened, we saw the reaction of our group, of all kinds of groups in the north, of all sorts of emirs, all sorts of governors. They all had a voice. And that showed me one thing, that, oh, you people have a voice and you know how to open your mouth for certain issues. Meanwhile, the mass murders have been happening in Benue and Plateau. Those guys act like it doesn't even exist. Even in Katsina and Zamfara. Zamfara zone actually started during Buhari's time, if you recall. The Plateau and Benue zone, that one has gone back even longer than that, over 15, 20 years. They didn't say a word, not a word from any of them. Even the Sultan made a comment about those people that were buried in Edo State. And the people went there and went to prostrate in front of them. So it goes to show you. So imagine during that time, if Tony Kabaka had come out and said that it was manufactured, that there was nobody really got fired in Edo State, what would have happened? So we see a lot of things that are going on. I agree with comparable facts. We have a serious problem. We have a problem of radicalization. We have a problem of fundamental jihadists, not just outside the government, inside the government. The ones that speak well and are very diplomatic, those are the ones you should be very afraid of, and also have political power. We have Operation Safe Corridor, where we took Boko Haram and we put them into our military. So our military is compromised at the moment. So for everybody saying, oh, why aren't the Americans talking about coming to partner with us to solve this? Why would they? When they know that your military has been compromised with jihadists. If they come and join your military today, before they get to where Fulani militia is or Boko Haram is, they would have given them information that you people are coming. You think Americans want to send their soldiers here to come and die? Because your military is compromised? That's why they're not talking about partnering with us. You think they don't know about Operation? Wait. Let me finish, please. Yeah, you think they don't know about Operation Safe Corridor? You think they don't know? They have all the information. In fact, they know more than you and me combined. In fact, it won't surprise me if they have actually viewed some of this killing with their satellites. The American embassies in Nigeria are spy centers, in case you're forgetting. They have everything. So before Trump came out and said what he said, they had fully briefed him. Their non-profit organizations had gone to work in IDPs. They have eyewitness testimonies. They have videos. They have everything. Things that our media, who I believe, by the way, are complicit as well. Because all these mass murders have been happening. And not just in Plateau and Benue, even in Zamfara and Katsina. Give me one station in Nigeria that has gone there and has given us live coverage. Talk to the victims, giving us their names.
Isaac, can I say something? You just said, just a minute. You said about media compromise to a certain extent, but that's, you need to put this in context. I think they're afraid of, reprisal from the government. I mean, that's why they're not speaking.
Then that is cowardice. That is being a coward. Because at the end of the day, the job of the media, Very Dark Man did it. They came after him. Remember, after the Yellow Water thing, he went there and he took information. His Very Dark Man is not even part of a media station. If he can think to do that, why can all the other people from the big stations, whether it's AIT, whether it's channels, Arise, do you think they don't know that they should go and cover the fact that over 250, 300 of your citizens just got massacred? You shouldn't have a correspondent on ground. All they do is they sit down in their studios, they have conversation, they'll bring someone as a cleric, they'll bring someone as a pastor, they talk, and at the end of it, they say, oh, may their souls rest in perfect peace. What kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah, like social media.
Like social media. So at the end of the day, we are over here arguing about stuff because the media is supposed to go on ground to gather the facts. Like Mr. Amori said, investigative journalism. Gather the facts and then present the facts to your citizens. They have failed to do it. And if they are afraid of NBC, then they're cowards. And let's not sugarcoat this because they are part of the problem. Our government is part of the problem. That one is without question. There's no doubt. Tinubu went to Benue. The governor did a parade for him on the eve of his citizens getting massacred. Tinubu got there and he said, I will give you land, give me land, and I will give you peace. What does that mean?
He advised them to learn how to live in peace with their neighbors.
Tinubu said, give me land. I've watched that thing several times. Give me land and I will give you peace. What are you talking about? When was that? When he went to Benue and all the people lined up on the road to welcome him. He went into Benue. They were there. The tortive. No, I'm telling you when it was. When they killed people in Benue, the tortive was there. The tortive was telling him this is not farmer headers class. This is annihilation. This is extermination. This is ethnic cleansing. This is Christian genocide. And what did he say? Tinubu said, give me land and I will give you peace. He was telling them, give me land to give the people that just killed you.
He advised them to learn how to live in peace with their neighbors.
He said, learn how to live with your neighbors.
No, hold on.
Wait. Wait. Let's wait now. Ola, wait. Don't do this, please. So this thing, that will now have hope that this same government that just said that to people mourning is going to go in there and deal with these people. We're dreaming. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Not under this government. Not under this government. During Autumn's time, Autumn gathered a group of vigilantes. They were all wearing black. We saw the videos. They trained them. What did he ask for? He said, Buhari, give us AK-47s so we can match these people when they attack our villages. Buhari told him no. So you have to look at certain things and you understand that the government is turning a blind eye to citizens being massacred for whatever reason that may be. And people that are saying, oh, it's not Christian genocide because they're killing Muslims in Zamfara and Katsina. Okay, yes, they are killing Muslims in Zamfara and Katsina. But remember, security experts will tell you we have 4 or 5 different jihadi groups in Nigeria. You have JNI, you have Boko Haram, you have ISWAP, and you have Fulani militia. Each one of those has a different agenda. The Fulani militia, they're the ones that go to Plateau and Benue. After they drive the people from their homes, they burn their churches, they turn their churches into mosques, and then they settle there, they change the name of the town. Right? JNI and those other groups, ISWAP, those are the guys you see in the Northwest. So the agenda is different. So wait. Please, let me land. When you are talking, nobody jumped in now. Let me land. I will land and then you will come in. I'm still going to land. Let me land, please, and then you can come in. Let me land, please. Okay? So don't try to break down my flow. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt anyone when they were talking. So
you have 5 minutes.
End of the
somebody is
exactly. Let me enjoy my 5 minutes, please. So at the end of the day, there is a Christian genocide in the Middle Belt, in Plateau and Benue State. The victims, the people that are experiencing it, are telling you, and by saying it's not happening, we are insulting those people. We are insulting the lives that have been lost because that's exactly what is happening. What is happening in the Northwest is totally different. But yes, people are losing their lives there too. I rest my case.
See, the question I want to push to you is this. You understand? If Tinubu actually said, give me land and I will give you peace, it's an unfortunate statement. But can you please give us a verifiable link? Because I've heard that thing, but I've not been able to lay my hand on it. That's one thing. I'm aware of what Buhari said. Part of those things that led to Ruga that we all resisted. So if Tinubu said this,
I will find the link for you. And it was a public speech when he was addressing all the dignitaries in Benue State. Right? The Tortiv was there. That was when the Tortiv told him that this thing is not what you're saying it is. Was explaining it to him. The governor was there. The pastors were there. And Tinubu stood right there. That's the same, during that same speech, that's when he said to the Inspector General and those people, where are the arrests? And then they went to gather some people the next day. So he said it openly, clearly, give me land and I will give you peace. Our president said that.
Okay. I know.
I'll present it to you. I'm stating that because when you say that publicly, and Americans, I know Americans very well, when they see that, they look at us like, this is not a government that wants to stop this. So when they look at all the signs, they'll be like, wait, they took ex-terrorists and put them into their military? They'll be like, no, these guys clearly don't want this to stop. They've embraced jihadism. That's what they're going to think. And we're facing, look, the level of seriousness on this is people, comparable facts of saying the Sultan. The Sultan is complicit. His quietness. He's the head of Islam in all of Nigeria. He doesn't say a word about any of this. You understand? Is he afraid? Maybe, I don't know. Right? I saw Atiku take down a tweet after Deborah was killed because he was afraid. So there's a serious issue where, to the point where even someone as powerful as Atiku Abubakar is scared to tweet that a young lady was fired unjustifiably. If you listen to the narratives of Christians in Jigawa, Christians in Kaduna, Christians in even Sokoto, Christians in Kebbi, they'll tell you they are living terrible lives. They can't own buildings. They've turned some of their churches into mosques. This is fact, though. This is not me saying it. Go and listen to the narratives of these people. If they go into schools, they have nowhere to worship. They have to go and worship in classrooms. These are experiences of Christian minorities in a lot of this area. That's why they took offense a lot to the Muslim ticket. It was because of what they had been witnessing in the north. So when these things happen in Plateau and Benue, that's why these same people are the ones saying, oh, this is what it is, because they know their experiences. We don't live there with them. We don't see if you're living in Lagos or you're living in Oyo State or you're living in Port Harcourt, that's not your experience. So you're thinking, there's no way that's happening. This is what these people are facing on a daily basis.
So,
yeah.
Scared or a member of funding, a funding member of, because you're giving them benefit of doubt when you say scared. Are they scared or are they a member of?
Are you referring to the media or are you referring to who are you referring to?
Well, I mean, some of these political figures that we think are scared to talk about it. Are they scared of it or are they a member of it or an ally?
Well, I can't say they're a member because I haven't heard anything that's pointed to that particular fact. But what I can say is I witnessed Atiku Abubakar. Are you familiar when Deborah Samuels was fired?
Yes.
Yes. I witnessed Atiku Abubakar tweet that this was unjustifiable, it was not acceptable, and he deleted the tweet because of the backlash he received from some of these people in the north. Most people don't forget what happened after Deborah Samuels was fired. They arrested the people that did it. They took them to court. Some people in the north paid for some high-level lawyers to go to court to defend these people. And after they were arrested, the masses in the streets in Sokoto started burning places predominantly Christian-owned. Right? This isn't new, by the way. This has been happening. So, and after they did that, they released those guys. Till today, no one has been put in prison for that young girl's murder. No one. No one said anything. No one held anyone to account. The federal government did not get involved. Just silence. And it's gone away. That girl was murdered and nothing has happened. Right? When you see those sort of things compared with everything else, you start to really understand that we have a serious problem that is threatening that nation. This isn't about Christian or Muslim. When you have jihadists, Islam is a peaceful religion. I have Muslim friends from several countries. I have Muslim friends from Senegal, Mali, Somalia. This has nothing to do with this. Are certain people that have an ideology, and we've allowed that ideology to grow inside our space to the point where it has become part of our government and our security services. So we're now in a situation where things are happening and we're not able to fully defend ourselves. That is the truth. And we need to embrace this truth, because if we don't, we are never going to solve this problem. Ever going to solve this problem. Look at what's happening with Tinubu. What's the complaint about him? Oh, he did Muslim. We voted for him because of Muslim, but he's not doing what it is we want. So they want him out of office. Right? What exactly did they want? Tinubu is not your typical northern Muslim.
Ayizon, you see why some of us take a position on the approach and where how the thing should be pushed. You know, when you see what Governor Otom and Theophilus Dajuma, what they reiterated over time, they decided to use the word ethnic cleansing. Even when people spoke about Kaduna South, they reiterated ethnic cleansing. Now, see, nobody is claiming that, okay, there's no Christian genocide. Be very careful with that word. Now, the question is this: when you look at where all those genocide is happening, or they're happening, you understand, they are predominantly Christian area. They are predominantly where there are no Emirates. The same way, the same approach, this guy used to conquer the Hausas. The exact way they are using. What exactly they are doing in a lorry, the exact pattern. So when we are saying by the time you want to solve this type of security problem, you don't necessarily cause division. Yeah, I agree that 50% Nigeria we are Christians, right? Assuming, and we have 50% Muslim. If you have your Muslim brothers already against you, just because they feel annihilated already, you understand? They're already scared of labeling them along.
But Ola, let me ask you.
Hold on. The house that divides against itself, how can that house stand?
This guy. But let me ask you a question. This isn't about what you're saying is part of the reason why people in our government have inaction. Because you see a clear violation of law and order. You see a clear violation of human rights. You see a clear violation of dignity. What happened to Deborah Samuels? Okay, I'll just use that example. Can you explain to me, in a secular nation, why the perpetrators are not behind bars today? Right? This isn't about Christian or Muslim. No. This is about people taking the life of a young girl for whatever stupid reason. And they're still
Was
walking
this in a
around.
state that practiced Sharia?
Yes, it was in Sokoto. It was in Sokoto State.
So their perspective is she did blasphemy, which is punishable by pi, right?
Yes, exactly. This is the fundamental problem, right? Okay, you see, let me give you another example. If someone, like when we had the Danish cartoonist that made a drawing of the prophet, people in the north, in places like Kanu, decided to take it on themselves and start burning up Igbo businesses. No one went to jail. These are the things that we need to confront. And people are so they're chicken shit. They're terrified. They don't want to confront it. You can't have a nation where you don't have law and order. This is not about Christians. It's not about Muslims. You understand what I'm saying? If Nigeria had a code, wait a second. If Nigeria had a code for addressing this sort of issues, right? The Plateau Benue situation would not exacerbate to the point where we are now looking at a situation where people are identifying it as one thing or the other. If they had tackled this the way it was supposed to be tackled, right? It would never have gotten to this point where we're identifying that say it was Christian or Muslim. That would have never happened. Okay, so explain to me, why do those communities in Plateau or Benue not have trained anti-insurgency military officials that reside within those places to prevent another life from being lost? Why have the people that have taken over their homes not been removed? People that took over their homes and changed the names, why have they not been removed and given them back their homes?
You see, my problem with the current government is we always think of second term, because that's the problem I have with Tinubu currently. If you are not thinking of second term, we have more than enough time just to eliminate this criminal.
Exactly.
With the way it is, I've suggested these things several times. I know that many people said, oh, it's going to cause a problem and all those stories. I see. You can call people from Plateau, Benue, and Taraba. You talk to the community leaders, maybe Bale, maybe the traditional rulers. assemble some local people and arms ammunition to these guys. Let them fight for themselves. So the idea of, okay, if you allow them to fight for themselves, the thing will escalate. I don't buy into that. Harm these people.
I agree.
Know that you are monitoring these people closely. Let them deal brutally, because this guy you see, if they see fire for fire, they will run.
Yes.
You know what I've seen over time is like in Kwara State now, from what we read or we heard, I think the like of that governor of that Kwara State will be one of those people that or whosoever managed that issue of Ilorin is one of those people that I think should be marked for ICJ. You understand, to go and have a deal in Hague. I keep saying I've never missed what it is. The like of Brutai, even the cops of Buhari should even be taken to ICJ. They should. It doesn't matter whether Buhari is dead or not. We should have justice. So delaying this thing, I don't, I don't feel. That's why I don't really want this religious coloration. Now, because I'm basing my own based on what a governor and former chief of army staff and our former defense minister said, so Dajuma, that this is all about ethnic cleansing. So since that, and this man said this thing as far back as 2018, and someone still reiterated it last year, 2024. So if it's ethnic cleansing, it simply means that it's going to involve traditionalists, Christian majorly, because they are maybe Plateau 90% Christian, Benue 85% Christian, Taraba 75% Christian, based on the statistics I have. Equip these people. The people that are really carrying out these crimes in that region, they are Fulani militia. And the reason I said the like of Buhari, even we include the El-Rufai and Kosho have the deal with ICJ, simple. All of them were involved. Could it be why the Tinubu himself is being careful? Because many people have spoken about how they imported foreign militia. You understand? So the people you imported now, they are the one escalating this problem just because you want political power.
So, or do you think Tinubu is going to do something different in the second time?
Okay. It's not even about doing something different in the second time, because all these fight too might as well be they don't want him to get there the second time. You understand? So it's going to be a very disheartening and heart-wrecking if he doesn't get that second time, because all these fights they will always double up if we don't fight this thing to finish now. They don't want him to get there for the second time. That's all, whatever. And these people, they are not ready to stop at anything. So if Tinubu love himself, you can do what Jonathan did. If you are afraid of, okay, if I harm the local people, there may be a more proliferation of arms, whatever, which I believe is an excuse too. Then go for what Jonathan did. Bring those mercenaries back.
Yeah.
Let them defeat these people.
Yeah.
Our military is infiltrated. Gumi has two children there. They are big officers. All those emirs, they have the children there. So the best place. So it simply means that the military is compromised. Who are those people that wanted Tinubu out in the military? That plan coup. They are majorly people from the region. So this guy is just playing with fire. You don't have to play with fire. Decimate them now. And the best way to decimate is, to me, don't use the military for now. And which I'm not shying, I've never shied away from this. I don't want the regions that are romance killers. I don't want to share the same country with them. Can America and United Nations, can they come and help us? Just put this fast track this separation. We don't have to be one. Those regions, they are more in tune with Niger Republic than Nigeria. So we don't have to be. We don't have to be one. I don't want to live in a country with a terrorist. That's just my own opinion.
No, I mean, this thing. You're right. By the way, I agree with you in that if they're afraid of weapons proliferation in those communities, they can get specific military people from Taraba, indigenously from Taraba, from Plateau, from Benue, to train groups, arm them effectively. They will live in those communities. This thing will stop. It will stop. Give them real automatic weapons. This thing will stop in Plateau, in Benue, in Taraba, in Katsina, in Zamfara.
Wait, so
Real
what if
people.
the people that are doing the attacks claim they're also indigenous to the states? I mean, that's going to be an issue. You know that. What if they claim, hey,
Yeah,
we're indigenous too?
yeah, but in the case of Benue and Plateau, these states are predominantly Christian. So those people being claiming that they're part of those communities is not even remotely real.
So, but you
Where
have to
where where
find.
they where they can claim is maybe in Katsina or maybe in Zamfara.
So why are we
It's,
limiting the killing to Bedouin and Plateau? You see,
I'm not
when
limiting.
we
I was just
so
talking about Katsina and
no,
Zamfara as well.
I'm just because the narrative is tilting to that.
No, because those are the two states where introducing military or armed
Can
action
I
does not lead to a political escalation. If
can
you
I
put
can I
military in Casina, that could be seen as an Islamic
can I
kind of
okay, yeah,
attack.
now so if you go there, you attack Islam. You see, that's what I'm saying. Deborah was by in the northwest. That's why it's Christian genocide. Deborah was spied in the northwest. Now, Rehad Bonki wanted to have a crusade in Kano, and there was riot, and I think over 300 were spied. Or is it not 2,000 that were spied? Is that not a Christian genocide? Is that ethnic? That's Christian. You understand? There was a a cartoon that was drawn in Denmark. Denmark. Look at how silly it is. And churches and Christians were being pied in Bauchi. That's not Plateau. That's not Taraba. That's churches. That was not about land. Churches and Christians. Churches were burned and Christians were pied for a cartoon in Denmark, in Nigeria. That happened. Is that not a Christian targeted killing? Is that ethnic? Which land? Which land are they looking for in that one? Do you understand what I'm saying? Akaluka was said to have desecrated the Quran. They killed the guy, harassing everybody, burning churches. Is that ethnic in Kano? Is that ethnic? Let's be, even Muslims are coming out and telling you there's a Christian genocide. I listened to a Muslim guy that was saying, look, if Trump wants to come, let him come and help us. He said Christians are speaking. He said it's true. There's a Christian. It was used as
No,
accent.
Patoski.
Let
If you
me
see some
finish
of us
now.
that have
Let me
spoken
finish.
about, no, you will finish. I just want to call your attention to this. If you see some of us that have spoken about this, we are limiting this thing to Plateau, Benue, and Taraba now.
And that's what I'm
Kano,
saying. I say
that's
you
one we
don't.
sure. We are sure that's pure religious target. We know that. But we are talking of Benue because
So let's.
America is interested in all those regions.
No,
Benue.
America is not just interested in Benue and Taraba. Wait, let them come now. You will see. Boko Haram is in Bonu, Chibok. That community Chibok is mostly Christians. That school is mostly Christians that are there. Go and find out. I know someone from Chibok who was our neighbor in Cross River. She was one of the people championing. In short, she was at the center of championing bring back our girls. Her husband is a retired general. Was our neighbor in officers' quarters in Barrack those days. They are mostly Christians in that community in Bono of Chibok. Go and look it up. You understand? So even those Sokoto, Benin, KB, all those people have Christians. And the Christians, let them tell you their stories. Let them tell you their stories.
and you'll be shocked. In the case of Sokoto, Kasina, the Christians, there are not many there. There's so much noise. Not because people are not evangelizing those places. The Christian community, they are completely suppressed, totally suppressed. I know missionaries who go to Northwest now and who have done evangelism and proselyte Christians there. They have a lot of Fulani Christians there and everything. But let them tell you their experience. They are completely suppressed. That's why you say, oh, this state is completely. That's how a state can declare that is an Islamic state. In Nigeria, we have 12 states that are Islamic states. In this country, are there no Christians in that place? When you declare to be an Islamic state, what's the experience of those Christians? Being a Christian in a place like Sokoto is like being a Christian in Saudi Arabia. If you deal with Plateau and Benue, the Christian genocide is not gone. Look at Kaduna. The killings in Kaduna, is that not Christian genocide? With apart from the Zungo Kataf, which that one has only to do with market, moving of market and all that stuff, which this thing, and almost 2,000 people were killed in Zungo Kataf. No, about 600. Is that not Christian genocide? There's sporadic killing, random suppression. You cannot speak, you cannot talk, you cannot preach, you cannot worship freely.
Whatever it is, what's the way forward? Because that's what we are saying. Because we can talk of this Christian.
Let me suggest something. We are looking at stopping it and healing the wound. Somebody has lost his father, who has lost this, who has lost that, need to be healed. The first point is to acknowledge it. And that's what we are doing, not doing. That's where to start. You want to solve a problem, you must admit that the problem is there. That is why if you are not admitting it, you will only be dealing with Plateau and Benue. Then you have not addressed the Christian genocide, because there are Christians all over the north. The Christians in Yobe, the Christians in Bauchi, Christians in Borno, they are suppressed. You listen to Hassan here. How do you think a Christian living with that kind of person will survive? Right here. How do you think? And Hassan is one of the most civilized of them all. So the first place to solve a problem is to acknowledge that the problem is there. And then let us agree that, oh, that's true.
So are you saying, okay, let's look at it this way. Are you saying in a community like Taraba, Benue, and Plateau, where we are not even sure if this criminal will see no attack today, are we saying we should prolong?
If this criminal is what?
Hold on. All those criminals that are paying people. Now, are you saying we should still continue with this argument of, hey, I'm correct, you were wrong, or the government should be decisive that, okay, you don't even care. It can even be anybody. As far as we're concerned, it is human being that is being paid. Let us even deal brutally. Let's deal with these people brutally and first of all, exterminate them first of all. Then we are in the position of strength. Because what I'm saying that you
what
need
happens to
these
those
states.
that are being paid in Katsina, in
That's
Kano?
hold on. You see, the problem is this: when you want to solve problems, sometimes you can start from somewhere and you build upon it. Let these three states be, we're talking from the position of strength, not position of weakness. Harm them. By the time all those militia they come in and they record a huge casualty, then we can come to the round table. But at this now, some people are not harmed, and some armed terrorists, they are dealing with them, but we still want to sit down with semantics. That's not the way, because
I'm not
semantics.
saying we should not attack them now. I'm not saying
Okay.
we should not attack them.
Okay, hold on. If I say today, okay, I agree that okay, it's Christian genocide. Then what happens?
Then we
I
now say
I
where
cannot.
no, the point is that when we now say there is Christian genocide, we now say okay,
So
where are
how
the
long?
hold on
How
now,
long
hold
will
on,
that?
hold
How
on.
long will that take us?
Let me
How long will
just
that take
finish
us?
now. Then we say where are they happening? Where are they happening? There's Christian genocide and we want to stop it. Is it all over the country? Is it in the south? Is it in the west? Is it anywhere is happening? Then you go for them. You go for them.
See,
Look at where it's happening. What's the root cause? What's the root cause of the genocide? Is it ideological?
me,
Is it provocative preaching? Is it then you go for them?
to me, protection first. It is someone that is alive that we go to the round table that we explain the situation. The people that are supposed to address the situation now, they are in a position of weakness. They are vulnerable, and we just want to deal with okay. Let us accept. No,
The
all those
government is
things.
the one that is supposed to be addressing the situation now.
That's what we're saying. I see. Even with the
Is the government
citizens,
in a position of weakness compared
no,
to the
no,
bandit?
no. This government we are talking about, they failed us from different government up to now.
But they fail,
Now,
but it doesn't mean that they're in a position of weakness now.
no. See. We know that some people are harmed, some are not. Some are not harmed. The government is denying, and the people too, they are arguing about the right semantic.
The government is not denying
Now,
it now.
the only
That
thing we
there's
can talk
killing.
about as it is for now is to every life should be able to defend himself or herself as it is now.
That will amount to
What are we
abrogation of
doing? Because
responsibility now.
you said what?
That will amount to abrogation of responsibility now.
No, you seem like a see. Why can't we people? Why can't we people? Even if you are going to protest, if you are going to say, okay, government, okay, we hear you, we hear your story. At least harm these people. To harm the people to fight for themselves is faster than debating. Okay, we've been here now for almost 3 weeks now, debating. Oh, it is Christian genocide. It's not Christian genocide. We are still going to debate this until the end of the week. Probably we are going to debate this until the end of December. And as you speak, as you speak, they just fired a brigadier general yesterday evening.
Which brigadier is that?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Sarah.
They ambushed him.
Sarah. You understand? So the question is this:
Where did they find the brigadier?
that one is that of Boronu. You understand? What I'm even saying is this: the people in Benue, the people in Plateau, the people in Taraba. You understand? When we don't hear the sons of the land saying, "Defend yourself," the military is compromised. So how do we help these people to defend themselves? That's the utmost thing. Then, when the military start recording casualties and the thing is going, everybody we could first of all move away from this rehabilitation of terrorists, first of all, because that thing is very annoying. Even Satan himself will be jealous of Nigerian leaders, will be envious of Nigerian leaders. How can you say, how can you lock someone? Okay, maybe someone that stole a phone, you are locking him up maybe for like 3 years, suffering, and someone that is buying people, draping people, doing all those stuff, and you are saying you want to rehabilitate them. How does that make sense? The
Benway
best,
has been complaining so much. They even exited. They even said they don't want to be in the north anymore. They left the Northern Governors Forum. I saw the Northern Governors Forum, the map that doesn't even have Benway anymore. It's as if Benway is like, look, we don't even want to be part of the north anymore. Like, I think it's pretty bad up there. They don't even want to be called a northern state anymore.
yes, that's the way. That's one of the way to go. That's one of the way to go. Start dissociating yourself from all these things.
Taraba should join them if they have brain. Plateau, Taraba, and Kogi should join them.
The fastest solution now is to harm those guys, because the thing is this: They are insecure already. But if you give them weapon to fight for their life, they are ready to even fight better than our soldiers because this is existential now.
On one condition though, you make sure that you have trained personnel with them to supervise and guide
Is this
them and
uptown?
make sure that they're
Yes.
trained. You
Is this
Yes.
understand?
uptown that is speaking?
You can redeploy the
No,
police and the
no,
military
no,
personnel from that region.
Okay, so your voice just
yeah.
sounded like uptown now.
But wait, when you talk to these people online, no, it's kind of weird. They'll be like they almost like they want a war. Some of the people I've seen on the internet from that persuasion, it's like let them fight as if they want a war. Like that's what they want. You know what I'm
You
saying?
see,
I don't know if
you
you've
know why they
encountered this
want.
before.
You know why they want war. Let me give you an example. That's why I'm saying we need to address it. When we know where the problem is, then we'll know how to fix it. If there is a Christian genocide in the north, which is what developed down to this thing, is to say why is it like that? First and foremost is the those extremist preachers in the north. The northern governors can stop this thing if they want to stop it. Those extremist preachers, you curtail them, you close down those Islamic schools where they preach extremism. You arrest some of those teachers if they don't want to stop and put them in jail. Then look for those sponsoring those people. Those sponsoring those if you're one of those sponsoring those extremist teachers or sponsoring those things, you cut down their source of funding. If they discover that they are losing their wealth, their money, those ones will slow down too. Then you now go for the boys. Because when you go for the boys and those sponsoring them are still there, they will give them more money to fight now. But if you weaken their source and you then go for the boys, if you finish using their weapon and money is not coming for them to be able to buy more weapon, they will run away, and then you are able to deal with some of a number of them. But if you say, oh, let us equip these people, then you equip them. Those who have money sponsoring those people, they are still attacking your people. Then the war will continue.
See, Patoski, if you don't harm those people you are talking about now, they are vulnerable. Even if you like, still pick the sponsor for them, they are still vulnerable to some extent. You can do two things together. You don't make
Is
those
police
people.
compromise?
I'm driving at a point.
No, I just
Now,
want them to learn. Like
no, police.
the police is not compromised.
I don't want to ask a leading question. Let me just make my
Then
summary.
equip the police.
The thing is this. When that thing is like that, the local people, they know those people that are not part of them. Now, if you need to monitor them with federal might, like I said, it's a form of emergency thing. Deploy police and military that are indigenous to Benue, Plateau, and Taraba. Because what you will see, I'm not mentioning the northeast and northwestern state too. I'm doing that one intentionally because I know all those things. I saw people, because when you want to solve a problem, sometimes, as anybody that that are solution providers, that sometimes you model from the small part of it, then you start building on it until you get a full system. I don't want a situation we focus on the state, but where do we have this thing going on now? Where do we have people being chased away from the land and the name is being changed? Who are those people that are predominantly in those IDP? Who? All those internally displaced people. They are people from this region. Probably they are like occupying about 85% of them. So it is imperative that we focus on solving the problem around that place first of all, than concentrating on the later. We can now look into the remaining 15% from other parts of that country. People should be able to return to their land. When people return to their land, how do you want to achieve it? Empower these people, eliminate all those terrorists, whether they are from Nigeria, wherever they are from, if we are there from, meet them fire for fire. By the time you are now bringing people back to their land, after all, they have this sense of insecurity already. Only thing you want them to do is this. Even before anybody can buy you, you must fight for your life. So once they have that mentality, do that kind of program for the next 2-3 years. If the thing is so consistent like that, believe me, these guys, they will never come back again, even with their sponsor. So I don't want you to send the policeman from Yoruba land to Plateau, or a policeman from Sokoto to Plateau. Let the owners of the lands defend themselves. So you can, I suggested 3 days ago, you can bring the police from those indigenous places, and you assign a special commissioner of police that will be reporting directly to the presidency this time around, not to the Inspector General of Police. This should be the presidency project now. Not even for our military. It should be the presidency project. And the presidency should monitor that. You get people that will be there. Let these people work with trainer personnel, train more people, and then secure themselves.
So
They are not short of solution.
Just like somebody said that the president should not even be the minister of petroleum, that the presidency should be the minister of defense. You know, in Nigeria, the president used to be minister of petroleum. The president should be the minister of defense now.
Yeah.
So that, but they need to weaken Ola, so that with this thing does not continue. You see, if they had addressed this thing earlier, we won't have this problem today. I blame all this Babangida. Babangida is one of them. Only Abacha really fought insecurity. Only Abacha.
All of them are complicit, Baba.
The Sultan of Sokoto.
All of them are complicit. In 1978, when they wanted to bring Sharia into that thing, when the Obasanjo was kicking against it, Obasanjo mentioned the name of that place. He said, Ango Abdullahi or who again? I can't remember the name.
Ango Abdullahi,
he said politics. It's politics. So Obasanjo just gave up. If they've not allowed such kind of thing,
you mean 1998?
No, 1978. You know, 1978 was the first time they brought Sharia into our law. Where were
the political?
Yeah, and that thing was at the level of customary that time. It was customary. It was not the state law. But you see the criminality that the Abu Salam Abubakar perpetrated by putting Sharia up to the level of state law. That's where the problem started. It should never be the state law. And the thing is this, our leaders in the southern part of that country, we are really livered. We don't have warrior. You know, we don't have people like that have the like of mind of all those militants. All these our governors, our leaders in the south, they are fine boy governors. They love life than saving their people. And meanwhile, great leaders, they work for their people.
People like Wiki. Are you telling me if we have like 7 governors, southern governors like Wiki, that Sharia will go through that time? Let's be objective. Forget about whether you like him or not.
If we had Wiki, if we had Akeredolu.
Wiki Akeredolu.
I may be probably Peter Obi.
That Sharia will die.
I probably Peter Obi.
I'm probably Peter Obi. Yeah. I'm probably Peter Obi. That Sharia will die.
So we still need some stubborn leaders that they are ready to face this thing to the fullest.
Yes, now you're right.
So to me, it's not as if the presidency doesn't know. The president does not know that the best approach, at least in my own humble opinion today, is to organize local people in Plateau, Benue, and Taraba.
Actually, if you remember, during that time too, the Southwest governors are mostly Muslim. Were mostly Muslim during that Sharia time. You are talking of you are talking of Tinubu. You are talking of somebody like in Ogun State. In Oyo State, we had maybe Lamadechino or Ladoja. Then in Ondo State, you have Mimiko that time. Was it yeah, you had Mimiko that second term, no she. You had Mimiko in Ekiti State. Okay, that one is for a Muslim to become governor in that Ekiti to be difficult. But you had Mimiko, you had in Oyo State, you had a Muslim. In Ondo State, you had a Muslim. Lagos State,
But
you had a Muslim.
Southwestern
So
governors
it would be
that are Muslim don't
difficult.
subscribe to this Sharia ideology now.
You said?
Southwestern governors that are Muslim don't subscribe to that ideology.
But did they fight it when it was coming up and it was becoming a national debate? What was their position?
We are happy that Aregbesola is out of. See, a person like Aregbesola will have easily accepted Sharia and all this kind of
In
ideology.
Osun, not even accept, he would have introduced it by himself.
He was already
Wow.
creating problem in Osun State already. He was already creating problem with religion in Osun State.
With his short knicker and short trouser.
But guys, the thing about this is, if we can sit down here and all of us can agree that this is the action they need to take to protect those people in those states, then security experts that advise the president, the presidency, all these people, they must also know the same thing. Why are they not doing it?
The challenge is that you don't, when you take those actions, you don't know what the aftermath will be. As in, if you say you attack and begin to bomb or begin to, you don't know what the outcome will be. That's why I will say you do targeted assassination. You need to do. That's why we need Americans. That's why you need Mossad.
Intelligence.
Yeah. Those people, we need Mossad to cooperate, not even just intelligence, to carry out the operations. And we need some very serious-minded people in DMI. I know DMI has capacity for that, not DIA, DMI. I don't know whether DMI does. DIA
What does DMI stand for? What does DMI stand for again?
DMI is
Directorate of Military Intelligence.
Intelligence. And I will surprise you, DMI were the ones that went to carry Marudiko. DMI, there was a coup plotter in Oka's time that escaped to Central Africa. DMI carried that guy, put inside boot, and brought him to Nigeria. DMI is able to. I won't be surprised if DMI does not have hand in that Nnamdi Kanu this
abduction.
Yeah. DMI.
No, because this thing we talk about it and
You know,
it's like the solution.
You know, it was DMI that fight the lady.
Yeah.
Yes, DMI and that kill
See, the thing is this, Aizon. When I said we have leaders that are not ready to lay their life, these leaders sometimes they think beyond themselves. They think about their family. You understand? Was it not Erufai that was even carrying something, a very broad trade, that whenever you buy one Fulani that you've already I don't know the language you use, like you've already initiated some kind of transaction that if it take them 100 years, they are going to get back at you. You know, such kind of thing is a kind of fear that these people have. That's why America will tell you that, okay, American Marine will tell you that, okay, terrorists, you understand, they want to meet God. Is their own, it is their own duty to arrange between a meeting between terrorists and God. You understand? Any leader that does not have military mind, you don't have to be military officer so to play that you think you have a lot to lose, that will fight for your people, then stay away from contesting. Because if there's anything that all these Fulani leaders they have is they don't care. They dare the consequences. But our own, we are too really labored. I totally believe that. You know, all those kind of threats of that El-Rufai, if El-Rufai is paying for his crime in Southern Carolina today, and Gumi is behind the bar, let them riot from now to tomorrow in the Northwest. But
That one, you even those ones, you even take them out now. You just if they keep
you
them
don't even need to. You can
wow.
go and you can find a way to push them to international community where they can carry them like they carry boat.
They will be protesting
You know,
here. They will be killing people here if you keep them there.
that's what I'm saying. If they start,
So
see,
what
let
you
me tell
will
you one
do
thing.
is when they travel, that's when they will sleep and they will not wake up. Maybe they go
You understand?
they go to Dubai, they no sleep, they go sleep, they no go wake up. Then
Because as it is now, we don't know the proportion of our military that have these sympathizers of this. You know, just list some emirs that have the children in the military.
no, all those the fact that those emirs have them there does not mean they are compromised. But I know they used to, from the noise we used to hear, they used to have, but now the military is also tired. They have been weakened, they are feeling bad. Let me tell you, the feel I'm getting from the north, if you observe, Ola, those northerners before they were supporting these people, but now they are also tired.
No, I know
They
the
left them
Hausas.
out. They are
I know the
helpless.
Hausa ethnic nation. They are not in support. You
No, what I
understand?
mean is that even the Fulani, you know that Boko Haram before, the northerners were some northerners were
No,
supporting
no,
them.
Boko Haram are Kanuris. They are not
No,
Fulani.
if
They
what
are
I mean
Kan.
is that no, that's why I say you don't ethnicize. This Boko
We have
Haram
to.
ideology.
Do you
Hold
know
on.
why we have to? We have more
No,
than
wait first.
300.
Let me tell you
Oh,
why.
no. Oh, no, hold on. You
Okay, what
continue.
was the reason? You
We
know
have
why?
over 300. No, we have over 300 ethnic group. We can't
No,
Okay,
have.
that's why I say it's
Ola,
not
I see his
ethnic.
point. It's an ideology. He's talking about the ideology of what they were
Ideology,
championing.
it's an Islamic
Remember,
ideology.
yeah, they
When
asked Buhari
Jonathan,
to come and negotiate for them. Remember?
exactly, and Buhari is not Kanuri.
It's not Kanuri.
The point is that when they came, the Sultan of Sokoto, when Jonathan wanted to eliminate them, Sultan of Sokoto was saying that attack on Kiniko is attack on the north. Just because he wanted to use foreigners to come and bomb them. Just like America wants to bomb all these ethnic cleansing people now. They are already shouting. But that time, Jonathan wanted to use foreign mercenary to bomb those Boko Haram. Not everybody Boko Haram. You say any attack on that is an attack on the north. So how do you explain that? You have to address the ideology. Are you telling me those Boko Haram guys are northerners and you identify with them just because they wanted to bomb them? The same Rufai said that too. It's an attack on the north.
So the thing I'm
So
saying,
Jonathan left them. Let them continue to fight themselves.
the thing I'm saying is this. You understand? I understand the story of that ideology. I do not necessarily disagree with that.
So what I'm saying is that just go and be doing targeted.
I'm
Just do
saying.
targeted for all their leaders first.
Okay, I'm
Make
saying,
them
I'm
make them
saying
no wake up.
this terrorism we can think of. We can isolate the terror the group. Now, who are those people that dominate Boko Haram, Kanuri? Who are those people that dominate that of Fulani militia? They are Fulanis, right? Who are those people
The
that
question
dominate
is,
IPOP?
what's
Hold
the
on, no.
category of Fulani people?
I let you spoke now. Who are those people that dominate IPOP? Igbo people. You can see how each region have their own, right? So now, when OPC was becoming a problem for Southwest, who did you deal with? We dealt with OPC. We knew Yoruba didn't say it was not Yoruba problem that time. We didn't say we were not attacking this. You understand? Yoruba accepted. So by saying if you don't want to accept that these people, we don't want to see the ethnic group and the ethnic people are denying it and we are playing along with them, then I think that is where we are missing the point. Yes, the ideology. how do we decimate? How do we eliminate the ideology of this with Madame Fodio? We are talking of idea of going to 300 years now, or about 300 years idea now. That some people still believe today that they need to go to Benue, Plateau, and establish Emirates. You understand? If all these people from Benue allow them to establish the Emirate today, the killing, the pie may be reduced.
Yeah, but I think you have to, as enlightened, we have a responsibility to avoid the ethnic, because even though that might be true, once you do that, it's like a calling cry. 40 million Fullahs, 10 million Kanuri, they all have to they use their positions of power to protect whatever the heck is going on, and it's like a calling cry. They defend it. There's too many people. It's the same reason why you can't do the Muslim thing. Like, there's too many people who identify with Islam for you to just say it's an Islamic issue. You're never gonna make any progress. Even my good uncle that's a Muslim will still somehow try to defend. So you can't, whether it's true or not, you can't do that, or you won't
No,
make
but
progress.
you can tackle it on
My question is this: why didn't Yoruba protect OPC? Why
because
didn't?
Yorubas are civilized.
So, who was speaking now? Is that Chinedu?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You can smell what is called emotional intelligence right there. That's emotional intelligence. Human beings, it's easy for us to criticize things when they don't relate to us, right? What he's saying, right? Deal with the single issue. When you start saying because a Muslim commit a crime, you call all Muslim, you are expanding the problem. It become a bigger problem for you to deal with. If
Yeah,
a
but anyway,
Yoruba man,
nobody
let
said
me
that now.
explain. Let me say that.
Nobody said that.
No, hold
No.
on.
But that's what
Hold
is
on.
being
Let me.
said
No.
actually.
Some people have been saying that. That's where it become very tricky. So it's like you want. Let's say, for example, a Yoruba man stole something. Then you want to say, "Oh, Yoruba are thief." Even Yoruba that are not thief, that are innocent, then we have to come out to defend. No, Yoruba are not criminal. You just have one Yoruba person that did this thing. Why are you calling the whole Yoruba? So that's where it becomes very tricky. That's what he's literally saying. Me, I would really love. That's why when I was speaking on this issue, I said, call these people terrorists, criminal. There is no even negotiation. I don't believe in negotiation with them. Slaughter all of them. If you know where they are, bob them to hell. So this is how we should be dealing with criminality issue or terrorism issue. We should not be, because the moment even the Fulani we are calling, a lot of us, for example, you have a lot of good Fulani that are that obey the law, that are good citizens of the country. They not part of all this criminality. They are also innocent. That's where it becomes tricky. But people will always defend what is related to them in some ways. They
Yeah,
will
that's
always
that's
defend it.
anyway, that's
So,
understandable. But let me ask you a question. What do you think about the radicalization and jihadists in our space, and those doctrines that are being spread? I think Patu also mentioned that all those radicalized clerics that teach a violent form of Islam in the north. Like, what do you think about that?
To me, right? If there is anybody preaching, either Muslim, Christian, whoever, even preaching hatred, we should have laws against this kind of madness. Even preaching hatred against your fellow citizen, we should have laws that we make sure deal with these people. You know, by the time you use 1-2 people as deterrent, everybody will sit up. You will know how not to spread hate. For me, my understanding of Islam, there is no way where I've not really seen anybody that is telling me, hey, you know what? Kill the person because he's not Muslim. Kill the person because he's not this. Generally, I don't even believe in those shit. So I will respect Aizo because it's Aizo. I'm not going to respect Aizo because it's Ijo. So I can have an Ijo man who will disagree vehemently. Like, if you like, tell me I hate Ijo, but I don't hate Aizo. So I think that's where
we have a problem around it. Nigeria it's just that we are not a serious country somehow. We need to have laws that protect Nigeria. So you have any violent preaching, any hatred preaching, you go for it. Tell the person the person should go for it. Like, for example, the issue of Sharia, a lot of us were discussing now in the north. I will tell you this for free. There is no Sharia in the north. Sharia was mainly political. I will give you an example of Zamfara. Sani Yerima that brought Sharia to Zamfara State. He's a crook. Look for somebody that knows Zamfara. Yerima was there for 8 years. You don't even have a meaningful project to show for the people. You are proper. It's not even religion himself, but what they do, they use that to deceive the people because they look for what is popular among the people. They know religion is popular among the law, it's in the heart of the people. He was trying to use that to deceive the people, use it to collect money for foreign countries. There was nothing. He didn't do anything. You did, like I said with Zafara and that period. You didn't do anything. You didn't build new schools. You didn't build roads. There was nothing. I was so pissed. That's why I will tell you the Sharia, it was just very political. There is no Sharia anywhere in the world. Just for me, it's just political. Because even if you have Sharia, that is not even Sharia. Look at the Muslim country where you will say they even have Sharia. Things are working. People are enlightened. The country are developing. What is wrong with us? Go to Saudi, go to UAE, go to even Iran. We are criticizing. Go to Iran. Iran, they produce over 100,000 megawatts of electricity. We don't even have 10,000 megawatts. So it's just foolishness. Yeah, I'm not saying no people should not believe in God, but there are things that are more important that we're supposed to deal with. Like, if you get the statistic, how much Nigeria government has spent to fight terrorism in Nigeria, like the Boko Haram, in the past 15, 20 years. If you have used that money to build standard schools, so to develop the system where everybody will be busy, the economy is good, trust me, you will not have more people to be putting in Boko Haram and just killing people all over everywhere, causing insecurity. So we gotta look in ourselves, look in the mirror, and really look for a way to solve the economic problem, the education problem, and get youth out of the street. The number, as you know, even in Warri, there when I was still worried, there are areas you will go, you need 1,000 youth, you will get them. You can't get them to commit havoc. If you go to Kano, if you need 5,000 young youth, you will get them to commit havoc. Why? Because they are not doing anything. They just roam the street. I was just in Nigeria a month ago. That was one of the things that was scaring me. Even in Abuja in the evening, at night, you see young boys. They are just everywhere roaming the street. This is Nigeria. Somehow, I'm sorry. Somehow, I fear is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. I pray something bad should not happen, but the government again, they need to sit up and look at this issue and start looking for a way to curb the insecurity. Apart from using the military action, you have to use the economic action too, a form of creating job for the youth, a form of making sure getting people out of the street. You have the what's it called? Alimajiri. Get them out of the street. You know,
But do you have them in Kaduna? Do you have them in Abuja? Do you now have Almajiri in Abuja?
Almajiri, it's everywhere. It's also in Abuja now.
It's also in the southeast. It's also in the southeast.
Almajiri is southeast.
Yes. Yes.
Almajiri in the southeast.
And when I was in the southeast, every time I went to go eat, the way those kids would bother me, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, they bother you.
And the Almajiri in the southeast, are they Igbos?
They're not Igbo. They don't speak Igbo.
So that means only southwest, you don't have them.
They're in southwest too. But the thing is that the crisis we're facing in the north with all these youths, they eventually move south. I don't know if you remember when they were talking about
Exactly. It's moving
truckloads
south.
of these people, of all these people. They come down south. If you go to, I just came back from Nigeria last week. If you go to certain parts of Lagos, even on the island, you see them on the street everywhere. So what's
Eyes
happening
off.
now? Yeah.
Go ahead. Even
No,
in
I'll
the
say what.
even in the
Yeah,
south, like
it's
you see
everywhere.
the number of people now. You go to a community, if you move around, you see more of this stuff because there is a lot of movement because the north is kind of a bit saturated. They
There's
can come to
problem.
the
Oh.
south. We
Yes,
have
now
problem. Oh.
That's a bigger problem.
it's a
That's
big
a
issue.
bigger problem. Apart from this advantage, those regions in the south also have their own youths that are
Yes.
idle. And the danger of the youths in the south that are idle is that they are idle and they have high taste for good things. By virtue of what they see online, they have high taste for good things, and that's why a girl will take a man to hotel and buy the man. You know, the kind of things that we never heard of when we were young. That a girl could buy. Now man they buy woman those days. Now woman they buy man where. It has really changed. So we need to. The government is joking with nonsense. The government is joking with nonsense, and they think that they will survive. I don't know. Say this thing don't take away me go Nigeria. Actually, it's almost 10 years now. Yeah.
No, it's bad.
That
Oh.
one
It's
pass
bad.
ethnic cleansing. What will happen with past ethnic cleansing? Crime will increase.
Okay. Wait till come pass ethnic cleansing there. When we say it pass ethnic cleansing,
Let me
wait till
give
come.
you an example. This is the way they talk. I have a friend, my neighbor in Nigeria those days. The guy became a director of foreign exchange in Central Bank. He had hired a young boy. His wife is a university worker. I think a senior ASU staff in Funab. He had a driver because the university is far from the GRA. They live in the GRA. That's the place where they stay. Where they stay for Central Africa. He had a staff. He had a driver to be taking the wife to work and back because of the distance. The wife drives. Do you know this driver has a guy for money? That's why I say have a taste too. Then they pay this guy, but they know who and salary and everything. He has one when the guy say he no get. Do you know this guy connive with someone? They came on Christmas Eve, buy my friend, buy the wife, carry the only son, the only child that they have, surviving child, we come home from postgraduate school, and the house help. They tie those ones. They first of all buy those their papa and mama, set the house on fire, then carry those two, tie their hand, go drop them for inside water.
Jesus.
Luckily, that my friend's son, that one drowned. Luckily, the house help. Maybe they no tie and way, and that one sabi swim. Be like saying from a side. That was the one that survived, and now went to tell the police that he knew the people that came. If that one had not survived, it would have been a bit difficult to set to to trace the crime. They would have traced it because they were also now transferring money from their account and stuff like that. That's where they are stupid. Luckily, they now caught them. Do you know when they caught this guy? This guy was not even remorseful at all. He said yes. He said should be a lesson for those who have money that they should be helping people.
Yeah.
Police, when the press was interviewing this guy, he said, "This is a Yoruba boy." He said this should be a lesson for those big people that they should be helping young people. The man they said, "Is it owing you salary?" He said, "No." He said, "I asked him money, he didn't give me." They have taste for good things, and they are everywhere now.
No, it's bad in Lagos. Oh.
That's
So
how
even
that my friend, everything ended for him. Children gone, wife, everything.
In fact, now if you go to Lagos, there are certain places you go to eat. You find out that the people that work there, when you talk to them, because me, I always know that you're not Southwestern. So when you talk to them, they go, where are you from? Kaduna? Where are you from? Benue? Where are you from? A lot of places in the north. So what's
No,
happening
that will
now?
happen for Lagos. All those
Yeah,
ones
but
that
what,
people
yeah,
come
but
to
what's
Lagos to work.
what's
Calabar.
happening now? Yeah, everywhere. But what's happening now, Pato, is you see, even like the Almajiri is talking about, there's some lights you stop in. As soon as you stop, you see the mother sitting down there in the corner. Children, 5, 6 years old, will run, start cleaning your windows,
No,
asking
are
for.
you sure those ones are not internally displaced?
No, 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 no. Northerners, they can't even speak English in some cases.
That those northerners where they're displaced now,
But they've come to
instead
Lagos.
of
That's what I'm
spending
saying.
90
No,
cars.
they are not displaced. This is the way you look at it. So these people, right? They even see the South. You know how we see America.
Abroad.
That's the way they see the South because you come there, they can do little job, they make money. Even in Abuja, for example, you will see like a lot of them, 20 living in uncompleted buildings. So it's because the reason is that in the north they find out okay, some of them just roam the street doing nothing. They have opportunity. Maybe your friend will go to the south. And I say, come this way. Oh, you can be doing
Security,
you
yeah.
can make money. Boom. It's not like a big deal, right? That's what is going on. Mind you, with people in the south too, because you see that it's gonna be a cheap labor for you. You can get some of them to work for you because they can easily be satisfied with even 20,000 naira, which a Satana will not collect. So it's big. Oh, even I actually talking on Lagos. I say even in some little town community in the south, you see all the Okada men, almost all of them, they are from the north. So I don't know. Nigeria, they
Yeah,
kind of
we're not isolated. That's why I tell people that whatever is happening in Katsina or in Zamfara or in Kebbi is going to affect everybody in that country eventually. Because you can't just isolate that
Do you know
section
the
and think,
difference? Well, I see that one are poverty and they are economic migrants.
So
That's what
when
I'm
is
not
the last?
getting.
When was the last time people can say they've seen these people? You see all those foreign, is it Nigeria? All those Fulani that look like real Arab, that they will be begging for money, that they be singing for you. Those kids that will hold you until you, if you do not draw something, I real what I
Those
real
one
what
are those fair one. I don't think
when
those
was the
ones
last
are
time?
there again.
So the question is this: did they just vanish? Did they just vanish, or it was the step that Fashola took that sent
No,
them
no.
back?
It was Gaddafi. You know those people are
What did Gaddafi,
Tuaregs.
what did Gaddafi do? Because it was they were there
Those
during the Gaddafi
Tuaregs,
period. They were in Nigeria.
those Tuaregs, those people they were Tuaregs. But when Gaddafi now started building his army, they recruited their men. Those Gaddafi army was mostly Tuaregs. So when they recruited their men, those people started making money, buying cars. So you just cover that they disappeared
So
from
are
Nigeria.
you saying they returned to their country after
Yes, they
during
did
Gaddafi?
during Gaddafi's time. But the
They were
thing
still
that
there up to 2010. No,
no during Gaddafi, mostly they were
2011.
not. You know, like when we were younger, there are so many in Nigeria those times.
yeah,
But
there were a lot.
during Gaddafi's time, a lot of them joined Gaddafi military, and they were doing well. Yeah, be sure they were like not. I saw a documentary of them. They were doing well. But when Gaddafi now died, a lot of them took Gaddafi weapons because they were mostly the Gaddafi bodyguards and personal guards were mostly Tuaregs. They were not Libyans. I don't know, maybe for political reason and safety purpose. And they were actually, you would discover that the Tuaregs were actually taking Gaddafi to the desert, to the Sahel, when they caught him. Because their territory is the Sahel. They are the ones fighting the Mali, Niger, Tuaregs rebel. So now that Gaddafi had died, they had Gaddafi weapon. Instead of coming to beg, they just do kidnapping, attacks. they make money. So that's why, because when Gaddafi died, I expected to see them back in Nigeria, but they would rather, even if they come to Nigeria now, they would rather even just come and kidnap and go away and make money instead of coming to beg. In Nigeria, they have weapon now and they have the training to make the money because Gaddafi trained them. So that's the challenge. But what I'm saying is that what we have in the southwest is not necessarily a Alumanji system, because we don't have a system of Islamic system where people come out of their Quranic school and beg. Those in the south now are economic migrants, maybe displaced people. You expect some of those displaced people, they can't stay in that camp, IDP camp, because I learned that they are not even well catered for. And in IDP camp, how do they make money? They depend on maybe US aid or somebody coming to give them things. They would ask, instead of staying here, why not go to Lagos and go and beg? Your children can go to school, do some other things. So maybe one or two of them will just come, and when they see it, they'll go and cook. They'll be working in a restaurant. They'll be working. So you understand that as a result of those situations, if they restore peace in the middle belt, like you say, you saw Benue people cooking in restaurant. Those days, people that are used to cook in the restaurant in the south are Calabar and Igbo, not Benue. Benue people, they do their farming, they do everything. But when you start seeing Benue people cooking in Lagos, then you know, say, wahala dey. Maybe they've taken over their farm, they've taken over their cooking in kitchen is not a traditional Benue trade. Those ones are Calabar and Akwa Ibom and maybe some Igbos. So we need to, insecurity has changed. It has reconfigured so many things in Nigeria now.
But don't
So
you
I,
see a connection between what happened with Weekday and that soldier kind of taking orders and directives from a retired general, and what's the insecurity in the middle belt and the distribution of soldiers and who they're really taking authority for and what their prioritization is? Like, what are these soldiers prioritizing and what is the distribution of the soldiers? Do you not see a connection between what happened with Weekday and the middle belt insecurity? Because I
no,
kind of
no,
see one.
no. You know why? You see, that soldier, those soldiers that went there, I don't know. Those soldiers are his personal staff. Normally in Nigeria, if you're a retired general, you have personal staff assigned to you till you die. You have an orderly, there's an ADC, that orderly is your ADC. You have a driver who's a military guy. Then you are entitled to guard in your house. I don't know how many now, depending on your rank. That guy is a lieutenant general, as a vice admiral. So he might have like almost 6 guards in his house or 7 guards that report to his house every day. And that officer is the guard who was the guard commander for that day. That's what I know. That's what I suspect. I might not be correct. So that officer was his guard commander for that day. So when he probably started that project, he just okay, instead of bringing this guard to my house, send those guards to my site. Or when they resume in his house, we say, all of you go to this place and help me. That's all. You will have Batman. So whether war or no war, the man is entitled to that staff. All generals, all former presidents, once you get to general, certain rank of general, maybe major general, lieutenant general, general, you have personal staff until the wife die. The wife of that general, they will be guarding his house until his wife die. Idi Agbon had died quite a long time ago. They still used soldiers still guide his house. Soldiers they still guard his house up till now. Buhari wey kpai so, I'm sure soldier go still dey guard him house. They will still be guarding his wife. When the wife is gone, then they will stop. That's the way it is. There was one that converted them. But what I even don't like about that wicked stuff is the way people are now thinking that the boy was right. People don't understand anything. These soldiers, they used to go and harass people. Everybody that is saying Wike did this, Wike did that. Let us remove Wike and put Peter Obi in that position. And then Peter Obi wants to go as a governor in Anambra, wants to go and inspect a land that was illegally acquired. First and foremost, Peter Obi will not yab the officer. But if the officer ordinarily stop, if the officer didn't stop Wike will not yab him. Now, if the officer stop Peter Obi, how are we going to react? We'll say, look at, that's why we need Biafra. Because look at ordinary lieutenant. He's stopping governor, a whole governor. But now because it's Wike, people are not thinking again.
Yeah, but really, in military terms, you might call the person retired general, but they still have power.
No,
Military will
what I mean
always defend their own.
but it's against the law. That's what we are saying. For an officer to even stop a representative of government from doing their own job. There are different jobs.
When I was commenting on
this,
when I was commenting on the issue, to be honest, I blame both of them, both Wike and the military. The truth is, Nigeria, you know what is that they call "I pass my neighbor." Is the attitude of a typical Nigeria bully. I pass is just a general problem. So you have a country where laws don't work. Even the government officials, they don't obey laws. So people, even for example, let's assume it was a poor man that is the owner of that land. It was nobody, right? You go to court. I have a court order that says government don't touch this land. They will still go ahead and touch it. That is where the problem is. So now the military are now feeling like, I have the power too, so I will use my power. That is what you see going on. The governor, the minister is saying, I'm the head of FCT. I have authority over the land. To me, it's just a mess. It's a mess. People don't understand it until you buy a property, one person will just come. And that Abuja, if another minister come now, he will still collect some of those land. I tell you, no. What do they use the land to do? They give it to their friend, they give it to their family. It's just a mess. Sometimes Nigeria, I wonder the way this country is structured. It's scary.
Some of those land don't change out like almost 10 times.
Yes, now. Yes,
they are just trading land as if they are trading in stock. They are not developing them.
Look at, that's what they do. You see, it's not only in Lagos, in Abuja, in Lagos too. Even in some other states. Because the rich people, they will always want to have their way, do what they like. I was in Kaduna too, like the GRA, land are very, very expensive in Kaduna GRA. One person will just fetch one big land worth billions of naira. You need to also develop we don't just have laws. If they know, okay, is this person that holds the land, there are some people they will respect, but it's just a funny. We don't have, what I'm basically saying is, we don't have a laid down rules that everybody will follow. In Lagos now, you see, somebody will buy a land. He will get his document. He will go and get approval for a building. The government will still come and demolish it again. This person have approval from your office. So who is doing that? That will not happen in America because you have approval. So the court can defend you. The court cannot defend
but Lagos,
someone
they say the approval is illegal.
What do you mean approval is illegal? If you get approval from the right source, for example, it's from this office where approval are coming out, is somebody sitting on that office that's signing. Why would you say it's approval? It's illegal. So that is where it becomes, that's why people somehow they want to take laws into their hand. You know, if you know, for example, is a land is a waterway, you have it in the system. Why are you approving it? Why are you selling it? So it's just madness. It's just very, even sometimes to buy land for Nigeria, especially that Lagos and Abuja, will just look like you go spend one big money now, one person will come, they will come and collect your land. It's so annoying. we need to do better as people. That is why the military just feel like, you know what? I also have this power. Send my boy, tell them not to touch my land. Because nobody, they don't obey the law. Even when you push that matter to the president table now, trust me, they will put pressure on him. One or two persons will call him. President will look for a way, okay, let's just settle this. Okay, you go. Because they can even talk to the president. Because now you wonder the common man that cannot have access to the president, have access to the top people in the country. Wike even said, Obasanjo even Tiwa they call him for land. It might not be their whole life. It might be that somebody close to them, they will not call on his behalf. Oh, this is my friend. This is my son. This is my, hey, let that guy be. That is what is going on. So the common people Nigeria
It's
are
just so
just saying,
tight.
I pass my neighbor. In the attitude of Nigerians, it will kill that country. That's what is going on.
Wow. Wow. But to Bisha, the two of them, do I agree to the two of them are called people, but we need to let the military know their job. Their job no be to the go stand for land.
Patoski, this one you can't speak like masquerade again. What did they happen to your system?
Is that?
Your voice be like that of masquerade.
I think it's the system. Yeah.
I think my phone is just, I don't know. I charge it on and suddenly, I don't know, this phone, maybe I hope it's not going to spoil. Suddenly, it can't hot, the temperature went occasionally. Have you ever had that experience where your phone, the temperatures just go up?
No,
Very
things like this,
warm.
I don't use phone. I use computers. I only use phone for phone call. The only thing I use, I use phone for is to make phone call. Even my WhatsApp, every other thing I do it on my computer.
Okay, maybe I have too many operations going on now in the phone.
Yeah, so phone is not that. It depends on the capacity of your phone. Sometimes phone may not be.
Is that phone?
I don't know the type of phone you are using.
Maybe
Are
I
you
have too
using?
many.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I will even
maybe
change
you
to
have.
Android though. How can I be using iPhone and be having all this kind of experience? And it's expensive. I rather
Who said iPhone? Who said iPhone is better than like Android?
Android is
Where do
better.
the market?
This is my first iPhone I ever used, and this might be the last. I've never used iPhone before.
You think it's causing the problem?
I'm going to close all those applications now. I think the processor is overworking.
Except if the network is having even their iOS this thing now is not even dragging to its own voice.
No, I'm even worried about the temperature that is going on.
Oh,
I think it was Patoski that was talking about Wiki, what was going on, right? Okay. It's not because of this hatred people have for him, they were really going on. If Wiki is not careful, even Tinubu will sacrifice him, able to do anything, maybe put him in another ministry. Wiki has stepped on too many. Abuja is Nigeria. Men there, even Tinubu will listen to pressure on him that Tinubu let him go. Power drugs somehow. I like him doing some good work, but like my mic is having problem. Okay, B. Hey, B, is it better? Hey, B, is my mic better?
No, it's not better. It's dragging. You may want to. You may want to silence and come
I'm
back.
gonna go out and come.
Yeah. Mr. Triumph, I've been at you the cause for Allah for our phone.
I agree to everyone. Now, bless you. That's as you make the July say the something in the drunk. I can't laugh. I need to come and go. We can't say not me. So now, Mike, greetings, everyone. Bawoni, Ebola. I know you guys are enjoying that.
Who be your Ebon?
Ebon ni gbogbo yín o. Forget it.
Who be your Ebon?
Ebon ni gbogbo yín. I'm still a young man now. I'm still young. Yeah, I'm still young now.
Youngest old man, we know.
Triumph, greet you. Is my mic better now?
Is your mic better?
Yeah, your mic is better.
I'm sure it's Triumph there. I'm sure it's Triumph.
I'm not the one now. I know they
Not Triumph. I've been suspecting Triumph say he be DSS.
Nah, bad guy. Undercover. As I know they hit him, man. Now they attack my mic.
AD, Agbayani, sir. AD, Agbayani.
One thing there is that let us remove emotion in this subject between Winky and the Embry. Is not Embry, what is it called in the Naval Force? Let us, according to law, what is there is that we no one follow law, we follow back door. According to law, who appointed Winky? Make I ask you, Ewa. Now President Nabi. Now my Baba
the constitution of the federal Nigeria.
Yes, nah, that's it. That means na Baba na I appointed. In the under Baba, and Baba they above the retired naval officer. No be so. So as Winky is there, he's just as a governor of what's it called, Abuja now. So one thing just that I know that in Nigeria many people don't like him. Me, I'm always logic, even though they bring when my siblings bring problems, I treat it, I remove emotional, I look at it logical. So the logical way with me they look things now. So making I know say the naval officer. Let's say how will I put it? I was once a military guy too. We follow orders. But when a government officials start talking, I see my superiors that they take cover. Everybody they try to secure in post and in job. You understand that? So as for me, Winky, forget only area I don't like when they call the naval guy a fool. I disagree. But any other thing is on his ground. When you buy a land, I know say according to everybody is afraid now Lagos and Abuja. You look at things now. When they say your something is not good, that's why before paying anything land in Nigeria, you have to pay person, a lawyer, and everything to do the back check for you. If there is problem, the lawyer or the institution or that did everything for you is the one in charge. Is going to pay your money. That's the way we do here in Europe. What it does that when you back home they want to live like us, but they don't want to follow the laws. When these guys they all come here, they respect now. They follow even the military officer back home in Nigeria. When they come to Europe for courses, I see them even in Paris. They respect everything. They don't talk. They keep quiet. The moment they just take that plane into Nigeria, they don't talk to another thing. Semi-gods. Let me use it that word that way. Understand? So one thing is that they have to respect. And for me, they have to use somebody as an example. For me, that junior officer have to go. He has to go. I know many of you will not be happy with me. He has to go. They have to fire him. For you to put that
No,
the
the
normal
officers they're supposed to take out. You see, that's the problem. That's why they say poor man. At the end of the day, when big elephant fight, now poor man they suffer. The general he no wan suffer that one. Wike, you no wan suffer that one. Na the poor boy wey still dey learn on the job. The boy is just
You
a
know,
sub-lieutenant. I think the boy is a sub-lieutenant or so. That guy
is equivalent to
finished.
captain.
No, he's not
And
equivalent to captain. He's a lieutenant.
Wiki sets the guy up. Wiki
He's a
sets the general up. And go tell you, I'm a logical guy. He set the guy up. He went there with cameras and everything. He went there
who
in
did?
purpose. Normally, Wiki doesn't move around like that too. Sorry to say.
No,
He gave
cameramen normally follow him. But what I'm saying is that
he
you
did
don't
it in
say the
purpose.
boy, you don't sacrifice the boy. If the boy, let me give you an example. If that officer sent that boy to that place and that boy refused, that boy will be in guard room. You people won't even know. That boy will be in guard room. And they can even court martial him.
Okay, let me tell one little secret. As
Now
a
he has
military,
obeyed the officer. They say
he's not.
he was rude to
He's the one
Wiki.
that
He should
volunteered
go.
to. What? Let me
It
tell
should
one
not
thing.
be the one, it's the officer that should be
I know
punished.
now. According to your own, your own opinion, as an African guy, I'll tell you, as my own experience, so you can still tell when something is, what it does that, we say in French, we say lèche boat means you want to kiss your is it the appropriate word? You want to do eye service for your boss, even though there's no, they want to do eye service because they need approval letter for him to go to the other ranks. You understand? So that is what killed the guy today. I will
No,
tell you now.
No.
You cannot say he wants to show that he has power now. One thing is that
No. Let me tell you
provide.
the point. Let me give you an idea of how the military
Okay.
work. At least that's the community I grew up in. That
Mhm.
officer, and like I said earlier, was assigned to him. His general will say, go to my military orders are very clear. Go to
He's
my
a
place
captain.
in so
He's a
and
captain.
so.
He's a captain now. A
Go to my
captain. That is the law.
go to my
Once
house in so and so. Let me just land this point. Go to my house in so and so and stop anybody from gaining entrance to that house except to hear from me. Very clear. And that was what that boy tried to do. And if you look at that boy,
the guy is
the
even
boy,
stubborn. The way he talks, you will know already. He
the
wants to
boy
show
was very
power.
respectful.
No.
They
Sorry to
called the
say
boy a
no.
fool. The boy said, I'm not a fool, sir.
There is a
Everything.
way they talk now. Wiki is a
Hold on.
human
Let
being.
me if you go and watch it again, every statement where that
I
boy
watched
make,
it now.
every statement, every of that boy's response to Wiki, he was putting sir. I'm a man with integrity, sir. I'm an officer with
His two
integrity.
hands was
I
in his
have
pocket.
another sir.
His two hands was in his pocket. I can even picture it. Do you know what you call ego?
He did what?
Press on before follow. His two hands was in his pocket when he was
I'll go
talking.
and watch it again.
Go and watch it again, my guy.
His two hands was in his pocket. Okay, so
Yeah,
where's that?
I don't know. One
Take
thing is that
example.
I know. One thing is that when we are on uniforms, I still have my properties here with me. I still have my license. So I still have many things. They told me that if there is war in Europe, they will call me back. I'm aware of it. Anywhere I'm in the world, they will come and pick me.
Mr.
I will,
Chayof, Mr.
yes, hello.
Chayof, why are you
Yeah.
saying they should
How you
sack the guy? Nothing will happen to that guy,
just to
trust
prove
me. He's
they will
obeyed
start
him, his
within
senior
6 months
order.
to date. Don't worry. 6 months from now, he's sacked from the world. They have to make him as a
No,
scapegoat.
no,
The boy is
told
not
you
going
that?
to.
nothing will happen to
Nothing
him.
will
Don't
happen to
worry
that boy.
now. Don't worry now. Don't worry now. When it will happen, you guys will be. There is a way they
Nothing.
do things. Let's say, what it is that if when you are in position, they say
This is why
keep
I'm
on this
saying
talk.
Triumph is a DSS. How did you know what we don't know? Please tell us.
No,
And
I'm not a DSS Joe.
what's President Tinubu? Hold on now. What's President Tinubu going to eat this evening?
I don't. You're making fun of me. Oh no, Stola. I'm enjoying you. I'm enjoying you. See, he has to be a scapegoat one. There must be a scapegoat now. At least I heard though there was there was a problem between the retired general. Remember, Wike said something, no?
They say that means you will not be in post forever. You will never be in post forever. So now it's payback time. We can set the guy up already. So it is already on the air. That see what he even called some even ex-president. They called him for this. He follows the law. He follows the law. And when there is law, Baba is trying to make Nigeria better, but the corruption is everywhere. Just like a cancer, you have to cut some things awful. When breast, when sorry to use this statement, when the female mammogram, I hope I'm not speaking French. When the some part of the body is not good, you cut it off. That's it now. You understand? You cut it off.
So are you saying we should cut northeast and northwest out of Nigeria? Is that what
No. For one Nigeria, you guys know that one. I even there was a guy.
People
There
just
was a guy
hold
I
on,
was able to talk with.
hold on. People just keep saying one Nigeria. We got independence 1960, and we move forward like 8 years. Maybe we move forward 8 years, and so we drag us back 30 years backward. Probably Tinubu will position us again, and someone again will drag us back. So when we say one Nigeria, you understand? Look, we have this British enterprise. Nigeria is just that the British enterprise, not really a country. So why don't we tell ourselves the truth and let everybody see where we part way? If you want whatever you want in your country, go and do it in your country. You understand? So do you think? Okay, assuming that Gideon Oka succeeded in doing what he wanted to do in 1991. Today, do you think we will be having this type of problem we have today? It will be different problem entirely. It won't be Gumi dancing around without anybody touching him and be telling us how to settle with a bandit. You understand? When they are not even giving some type of relief, preparing some type of relief for the family of those people that that bandits eliminated, but they are more interested in rehabilitating and rewarding banditry. So we play too much in that country. Look, when kidnapping was going on and we were paying, the Nigerians, including the government, were paying heavily. You understand? You never knew that two were just strengthening these people. You are only strengthening them. You understand? So to me, if splitting that country will work for us the best, so that everybody can man his own territory, I think that might just be the best way for us to go. To be honest,
That's your own opinion, Mr. Ola. That's your own opinion. You understand? I respect your opinion. But as for me, I'm always one thing just that they say that Nigeria is a very big and diverse nation. We have is a very big country. The bigger we are, the stronger we are. That's why other African countries are.
Yeah, but we don't have the advantage of that the bigness we are talking about, because you have to have that advantage.
We
You have to have
the
that advantage before you appreciate it. We don't have it, but we have the disadvantages mostly.
I know now. I know. Let us be honest with ourselves now. Let us be honest. Understand? But one thing I used to tell people that I used to explain that just we are now in a birth pain. You understand? When the pregnant woman is giving birth now, is in a birth pain. Now, so once everything's happening, Nigeria will be the envy of the world. I know what I'm saying.
In short, I just need to go and watch that thing again. Oga, that boy behaved in the most professional and the most respectful way. There was no time his hand was in his pocket. He was even using his hand to gesticulate. I don't know I don't know the video where you watch you. And he respected Wike all through. No single moment did that boy. The only time he raised his voice was when somebody spoke from the crowd and said, "You are lying." And the boy said, "No. How can you tell me I'm lying? I'm an officer with integrity. I'm not lying." That's all. He behaved
Oh,
the most
the
professional way.
officer was he was very
He
professional.
has to go. Forget that one. Law is
He's
law.
not
He has
going
to
anywhere,
go.
I'm telling you.
Let us see now. Let us see. Let us see. He has to go.
I can put my
Yes.
money on this. I'm telling you, I know the military culture too. Leave that one. Oh. The boy know in short, they will protect him for national security reason. Because if a junior officer, upon taking orders from other officer, even though it's wrong order, feel vulnerable, then that means that other officers will not be able to command their staff again. And you don't want that kind of thing in the army, where officers will give order
Okay,
and
let me crack
people
a
will
joke.
disobey.
Let me crack a joke. Do you think that guy
Triumph.
will have listened to
Hey,
Ribadu?
Triumph, how you doing? Long time.
If Ribadu was there and Ribadu asked him to leave, do you think he would have left?
He would have listened. He would have listened.
No, no,
Ribado is our guy.
no.
He's boss of bosses now.
He knows
So
What
that's
is
what
he?
I'm saying. If Ribadu has asked him to
He
leave,
said
okay.
let's say now. He will obey.
He will obey.
I mean, why
So
Ribadu is not military. It's not in the military, right?
Ribadu is the national security advisor.
It's where
The
Yeah.
chief
we
of
could call
defense
it the
staff is
military
reporting to
now.
him.
Yeah, everybody he's the head of the security now.
Yeah, you know the difference is this. That boy, there's no way they will sacrifice that boy. Ribadu will be the one protecting that boy because there's
Are
a
you
bigger
sure?
risk.
Are you sure? Do you know one thing that I like Nigeria? We are just saying, but everything has been done already.
What
But I
is
want to
it?
use somebody as a scapegoat. I'm sorry to say,
It's not
it
going
has
to
to
happen to
happen.
this boy.
One thing just that one thing, how will I put it? Normally, I came. I don't want to divert this topic we are talking about. Do you remember the guy that you were insulting 2 days ago?
You've diverted now. I said let us split Nigeria. Let's just draw the new map for Nigeria here now. And just
Please don't laugh. Joe. I mean, at least.
let's just have our own conference and referendum here and just enforce it.
No, I
You want to
disagree.
redraw the map?
I disagree.
Yeah,
I disagree.
let's decide.
It's gonna be difficult.
Let's divide Nigeria and present to United Nations.
The one,
No,
the
no, I
one,
disagree.
the one I find funny today was a guy while I was writing divide Nigeria across religious line. I was laughing in my mind. I'm like, are you
was
crazy?
crazy worry that one.
So when you say you will go pull Yoruba into two, you will go tell Muslim go one side, Christian go one side.
No, what's it called?
That's hilarious, though. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's crazy. These people don't understand how complicated Nigeria is. Nigeria is gonna be difficult to divide though, because if we should divide, agitation will continue. Already, I'm seeing it.
We one thing there is that Nigeria, what we need today is leveraging. Understand? Leveraging. You can see today when I was listening to news about NNPC is busy. One thing there is that when people are complaining, the rich are getting richer in Nigeria. They don't use diversion. They're just diverting. I don't know how they do it, but I say them they have people from mostly these foreigners that come and help us. That the ones that are giving them those negative ideas, how to do stuff, how to cause problems. One thing is that, but I've seen something. I remember 2 years ago. Remember the minister of resources when he said that he cannot do too much. That there are some people that murder him, that have power. Understand? He has to step aside. He doesn't want anything problem to affect him and himself. Understand? But once he does that, I don't want. There's a way to these things. We know how will I put it? Baba in the post, he knows what is going on. Like now, place I know I had so many things, but I cannot say it out. But one thing here, I will tell you guys, I would like. I don't want to see Nigeria separate. I don't want Nigeria to separate. How will I put it? Nigeria will be. I'm in love with my country. I know what I'm seeing here in Europe. If in Nigeria,
How we like to know? See, AB, all this Kirigi war you are talking about, we fuck Kirigi war now. Waiting they do you, sir. We fuck Kirigi war.
It's going to be difficult for Nigeria
we told
to
you
break
that
out.
that Kirigi war was for Ekiti just to break away from this Ibadan warrior that we are harassing us. That time, you understand? We gather together, we deal with them. Although the thing is, we could not even say a particular side won that war. But then, if you look at it politically, the Ibadan warrior they lost because they wanted to dominate Ekiti politically, and Ekiti wanted to rule themselves on their own, because that is exactly what we're saying. So Ekiti resisted that lordship from Ibadan warrior. So
How long was that war, Ola?
the thing too, I can't even remember. It's like more than
There was a Yoruba war that they fought for almost 100 years. I forgot the
no, not that one. This Kiriji
other one.
war, you know why they call this one Kiriji war? Kiriji war is just because of the Kano. You understand?
Okay. What
We
about
had access to
this
Kano.
war? The Ife and Modakeke war. That one was also wrong. Yoruba, they look very calm, but when you go history of Yoruba war, you wonder how they fought on this war. Yoruba are peaceful people, but when you hear of their war, hey, they were brutal.
Yoruba no dey peaceful like that. Oh.
No, Yoruba is naturally peaceful. It's,
Nigeria.
Kiriji war lasted for 16 years. No, Yoruba
wow.
was not peaceful like that. What make Yoruba look peaceful just because that education that they brought.
Yeah, okay. I think you have a point.
So
when you hear Yoruba wars,
they are well organized within themselves.
Because up to 1983, just because of an election like this, you understand, the entire Ondo State was packed up. You understand? The entire Ondo State. No region was more violent than Yoruba land, especially Ondo State during the Second Republic. You understand? Even when you see go to the First Republic too, you understand, Yoruba in terms of that political thing. When they pull the thug outside, now fight to finish you. The era of Yoruba we have today, we are fun seeking, we love life, we've invested so much, just to travel, to carry babes, to do all those stuff. That's what the Yoruba we have now. But those ones up to Second Republic, then be warrior. Even when you see our lawyers, even when the like of Femi Falana, Gadifa Wemi, and people from Southwest, when they were facing the military, when they were incarcerated, those people could stand. But you see the one we have these days, man, now money they just they look for. They can justify anything.
They're not good job.
You understand? Because the normal Yoruba under Obafemi Awolowo and co, all to that thing, they will not entertain all this rubbish that some people, when you just mention Ruga like that, we mention Ruga during the time of Obafemi Awolowo. All Yoruba that supported that Ruga that spoke, honestly, they will have known where they are today, because once you speak against something that region does not like this, oh my goodness. You will need to send someone to that region to go and learn how to do violence. Yoruba were dangerous in that.
Hey, Triumph, can you hear me, Mr. Triumph?
How are you? How are you doing? I can hear you.
How
are you doing? I'm doing great, and you? Are you? Nice to hear your voice again. Nice to see you. We're just busy. Don't forget you. I'm a busy man.
I know. No worries.
December.
We'll talk later. I was going to say a lot. Yoruba is peaceful. Maybe Ekiti is the trouble, is the problem. Okay, but generally.
Can you hear that?
Daddy, you don't get what I'm saying. See, let me tell you one thing. You see, Yoruba are peaceful. You can say that. But I understand things are all about context. Let me tell you one thing. All these things that are happening in Benue, with due respect and not to mock anybody, I'm just trying to say, I don't know. I'm not just trying to offend anyone. What I'm saying is this: in the 60s, in the 80s, if there was any incursion into Yoruba land, honestly, the federal government will not be able to curtail it. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Yoruba will mash you everything for everything. You will even see what Fayose did when all this your state governor, they were trying to be fine boys, because thinking they will become president. You see, it was Ekiti that you just mentioned that first of all passed anti-open grazing law. And what did they do? He just bought Colasis and Shakabula. He said, look, anywhere you see the cattle, finish them, pay all of them, all those stuff. What happened? They disappeared. They disappeared. Just the body language.
Where did this hold on? Where did this perception of Yorubas are cowards comes from then?
You know those people that are saying that now. Do I need to tell you? You know, when I was even using Adekunle Faji as an example, you see the like of Simba, they were saying, he just by himself. See, Yoruba is never a coward. No, any Yoruba man that appear like a coward, we need to check the DNA. See, the thing is, you said, okay, you wanted to take Aguiyi Ironsi. That man said, Oga, I say, you guys, you have to take me out before you take my commander-in-chief. And the guy laid his life. That is Yoruba for you. Yoruba is, which Yoruba is coward? The Alafin Oyo that you some go and all those Alafin Oyo and all those Balogun Ode something from Ode Stilo, all those stuff. Did they appear like a coward to you? You understand?
Why did Yoruba allow Kano State to be taken over by this non? They did not create the San take over Kano State. You have to fight against that. You have to come together and fight against that. That's the plan. Is not want to take over your state in Kano State. You have to fight against that. Come together.
Where are they taking over in Yoruba land? No, let me tell you one thing. No, let me tell you something. Even when some people were still playing politics, you will see some people in that Yoruba land that will not play. I just give you an example of what Fayose did. If Fayose was the governor of Ekiti State during that the time they were forming Amotekun, probably Amotekun would have even been more brutal than they are today. They would have been more effective and more efficient. But still, we had Akeredolu of blessed memory. He pushed that thing down the throat of people like this electrician in Oyo State. You understand? They still from that Amotekun. They immediately from that Amotekun.
I don't think. Sorry, I don't think Fayose will do a better job than Aketi. Aketi is very tough. He doesn't.
No. What I'm saying is this. Fayose and Aketi together will have been better than Fayemi. Fayemi was killing it. Fayemi was playing some kind of politics. You know.
Yeah.
So the thing is, just imagine two of them, men. You understand? You know, you can give it to Aketi. You know, Ondo State and Ekiti. Now, you know, they were that is stubborn. You know, when you want to talk about the stubborn part of Yoruba, you understand? If you need to recruit soldiers and those people that are ready to put their life on the line, just go to Ondo State and Ondo State that comprises Ekiti and the current Ondo. They will do everything because their own is go. They understand go. Until they achieve that goal, they are not coming back. If you tell them that, okay, let us stop and slow down, they will ask you why. They will just push you aside. They will continue until they get that you understand? Tell me in the history of any Yoruba incursion to Ondo State and Ekiti. Just tell me. So, to me, Yoruba, generally, we are not cowards. People should just stop. There are evidences. I'm not the one saying it. There are ample of evidences everywhere. We're not cowards. Someone started Biafra war and ran away, and people from there they are not telling me that Ondo State Yoruba are cowards when Adekunle Fajuyi stood even for his commander-in-chief, and someone led the people into unnecessary.
Ola, can you hear me?
The British Empire work with Nigerian government.
Ola, can you hear me?
See, guy. When it comes to,
is it because we're not quick to use violence compared to other tribes or ethnic groups?
No. When I say we are not violent, like you see, even when we want to go violent, it's not just because we want to go violent. We are resisting. We are defending ourselves. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, you are coming to pie me now. Ekitima will not wait for you to pie him. He will not be crying to the government. You understand? He will rather pie you as you are trying to pine him and start explaining later. He
Hey,
won't wait for you.
Mr. Man, it seems you are declaring Ekiti as a warrior of the Yoruba. So, is that true?
Where?
I think they are.
Where? No. What I'm saying is this.
I need
We
one
have
man
on
to
your
come
power.
and
No.
tackle you.
They are actually.
No. We have on your warrior. We have about the warrior. No doubt about that. That's not even what I'm saying. But I'm just talking to the history, and I'm talking to someone that was trying to mock Ekiti here. So I'm not telling you that if Ekiti is a Yoruba land, and Adekunle Fajuyi could not yield to what Theophilus Danjuma and co were trying to do to Agbin Irosi that time. You understand? Then Yorubas are not coward. That's what I'm saying. You understand? Ojukuran away. Adekunle Fajuyi stay. You understand? So how do you match the two together?
Ola, sorry to interject. Look at Yoruba culture about Alaafin of Oyo, that all the kingmakers will tell him go and die, and he has to take poison and die. That is how strong and how that culture is deeply rooted.
No,
You are right.
Yoruba get that culture now.
Huh?
So many cultures.
Yeah, no.
You have to tell us that example. He's telling what is well documented for Yoruba. Tell us another one. It's okay.
Yeah.
But
So
at least we have documented evidence for ourselves.
as Ola rightly puts it, don't joke with the people of Ondo and Ekiti. Those people, apart from they are stubborn, they also have juju omuacho. When you talk about Togri, you talk about Ibadan. They like to be a Tog or whatever. When you talk about Ogun State, you just fight with mouth, okay, and diplomacy. And when you talk about
Okay, Remy. Thank you for telling us that. So that's where the Yoruba cowards are. That's where they live, huh?
Oh no! Look at where are you from?
From Ogun State.
Yeah,
no, Ogun State are not coward, though. Ogun State are not coward, though.
I'm also from Ogun State. We use diplomacy a lot. I'm telling you, not that we are coward. That is another way of fighting as well. Okay, it's not too violent.
You are coward too. You are coward.
Man,
Tell me one warrior. Tell me one warrior that came out of Ogun State.
What about
apart from Lishabi?
This guy? Oh my God, I forgot his name.
Help
me, please, Daddy. Now that's very famous in America. I'm not
sure.
Sodeke. Yes, thank you. Lishabi.
Àwọn ṣe jagunjagun.
What are they now?
No, Patoski. Joke apart. Yoruba are not cowards. If you want to start those history today, we can give you fully. They are not cowards. Even
you don't
all
need to lecture Patoski Ola. Patoski is even more Yoruba than you to me. Only that when we go to the core of who we are, sometimes you will, but in time you don't need to say anything to Patoski. To me, I just see him as another.
Patoski understand Yoruba proverb more than you. Don't joke.
I'm not competing with him now. I'm trying to say that
he's a Yoruba person. Forget about the story of
Ọdẹ làwọn Sódẹ́kẹ́ yẹn. Tó bá fi wọ́n wé àwọn jagunjagun bíi Kúrúnmí. Àwọn bí ọdẹ ń lọ.
Wait. No. Àwọn wo wá ní jagunjagun nílẹ̀ Yorùbá?
Àwọn Kúrúnmí, àwọn ọdẹ ń lọ, àwọn Èkìtì ní. Èkìtì àti
No. See. Wọ́n ní ọdẹ tí ò bá ní oògùn kà lọ́wọ́. No, this ni ọdẹ tí ò bá lóògùn kà lọ́wọ́, ìyẹn ò kì í ṣọdẹ gidi. See, that's Yoruba will tell you. So any jagunjagun ó gbúdọ̀ lóògùn kà lọ́wọ́, ọdẹ gbúdọ̀ lóògùn kà lọ́wọ́. So we can tell you that when you are an hunter, you are as good as a warrior too. So don't even go there. If they are talking of those people who get that negative.
You don't have juju at all. Ola ni juju. Ola is gbogbo nse. To me, I see Ola as somebody that knows that use every gbogbo nse, including Christianity, Islam, and traditional something. Because
No, I see as
that kind of person now. I see as that kind of person. That is my own. I might be wrong, but I see that if you are pushed to the wall,
can't do better picture me so that the battery
I will not run away. Why should I run away?
You'll be running.
But I just see that if you are pushed to the wall, you can do anything to protect yourself. And to me, I think if you use juju to protect yourself, that is normal.
Ẹ̀rẹ̀mí ò mọ history Sódẹ́kẹ́ ní Yorùbá nípè ní warrior. Did you know how he found Abeokuta? He was running from war now.
Yes.
Osafogun ló fi lọ dá Abeokuta lé, ó sá lọ sábẹ́ Olúmọ.
Sorry, Sabia.
But Yoruba will say Mojamosa la American See, Yoruba will say Mojamosa la American Gilogun.
But actually, Ola, I think an average Yoruba man is not violent, to be frank. For him to be violent with you, it's like you have already pushed him to the wall. Actually, an average man would like to settle difference with you amicably first. But if you are not,
Remy, that's my point. That's why they call us cowards, because we rather resolve the issue than fight.
It's because of political something that some of these guys from
our situation around violence that we are reactive.
The reason why they are saying that is because they want to go away, but at the same time, they thought if they want to go, Yoruba too also want to go away from Nigeria. But we can't go away. We are okay. We cannot just say, okay, because you want to go, we should follow you.
If people go away today, the other part will not be able to survive. Everybody will
yes, so even if they go away, they are the one that cannot even go away from Nigeria. If you look at it very well.
No, if people go away, other parts can work together. I think
yes, which other part? They will never go away. They are the one
so I will tell you, the way I see Nigeria, I feel if the North go, South go, then there will be more division. Because South, for example, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the South, they can't live together. It no go work. Because you see a lot of them already. For example, you see a lot of
Igbo they want to divide the South now.
Yeah, you see a lot of the Igbo will tell you.
The South and the Southwest can
yeah, they can even work together. So you will see the Igbo because they want to also approach, say, oh, they are the owner of South. There is nothing. It's a problem already, even without the division. That is on ground. You don't hear any tribe doing that. So it's going to be a problem.
The bridge divide the tribe land. I watched a video of Igbo in the South. I think the bridge divided that the bridge there for a reason. The British came to the southeast and unlike the Igbos. I believe the black people were caused by the British Empire. They came and gave weapons. That's what I believe.
I hardly hear you. So if you see the way they say it, I see somebody is writing it on the comments. South now for us, it's a problem already, and South will not have that.
The question is this: you start wondering how are they different from all these Fulani?
God bless you. No,
I think South problem will be Edo State, because the other part of the South, they are not totally comfortable with Edo people, and if you see Benin people, they are more comfortable with Yoruba people. And the other part of South, they are not really comfortable with Edo State, and it's going to be a big problem.
No. Why do you think?
I don't think so. They are comfortable.
I'm telling you the truth. They are not totally comfortable with Edo people.
Now we be Edo State. Will they tell you what they happen for them? Let me
give
you
an example.
Let me give you a good example. You see Delta. Anywhere Edo go, Delta go.
Delta, yeah.
That bended mindset.
It's still there. Yeah, it's still there.
You sure we know they too see ourselves. You sure when I see my, even I get one Robo friend where they call me, say, you know, see what they do for our side. You know, by our side, she meant Bended State. All those people
what do you think
about their house, they
Anioma State that guy is trying to lump up.
You know, go walk.
I don't know how that will work.
That's another land grab.
You see, let me tell you this. You see, both Fulani and Igbo, they are very, very territorial in Nigeria. This is the truth. Some of them might deny it and they know. That is why you will see.
They are passionate. They are the same.
That is why you will see.
But they're also funny. They're also funny. I watched a video of Igbos in the past. It doesn't build not the Igbo, but in the past they said they're Igbo. So who playing fools here? They're playing politics.
No. See, Charles. I know that you don't want to accept that fact that Fulani and Igbo they have this expansionist mentality. But look at it. Okay, when you read the history of the Fulanis, you understand they wanted to. They even the first of Joseph, they chased them away from where they were. Right? They were even approaching Ibadan because if Ibadan allowed them to, they would have moved ahead to probably to Ekiti, to Ijesha, then to Ekiti. You understand? It was Ibadan warrior that stopped them from that expansion. You understand? But they still managed to conquer Ilori. Now, look at what Igbo people are doing now. You understand? The South people, they know they are not Igbo land. They are not. But you keep forcing it on them. You keep putting the ideology that, yes, you have the land up to that extent. That's expansionist mentality. Just like some people are saying, okay, their father estate is up to Lagos.
But Allah, I watched a video of in the past. Those people look evil. They're just evil in the past. This they done the evil. Who paying
They are
food?
not Igbo now. How can you
But
say
they dress like
Calabar?
evil. They dress
How
like
can
evil.
you?
I watched the video
What do
there.
you? What do
Dress
you?
like evil.
How does Igbo? How does
Charles,
Igbo
let me
do
tell you
it?
something. Do you know why it was even difficult for Biafra to win? It was just because South were not supporting you. Go and read about Adakaboro. You understand? The South people, you understand, Adakaboro really helped the federal troop within that terrain. You understand? It trains some federal troop on how to swim, on how to and how to walk and manipulate themselves within that terrain. You understand? So it was even striking its own deal with the federal government directly at the portion they were going to take. So it was not for Biafra. Go
But
and
the
read the
argument,
history book very well.
Ola,
The
the
South.
argument the Biafra we have against that is to tell you that the next man to Ojuku is from Calabar, Colonel Effiong. But that's not the argument. The point is that even when the South during the war, a large number of them Cross River Akwa Ibom and some Cross River Akwa Ibom were supporting the Biafra. The Biafrans were not treating them well. They were going into their villages. Biafran soldiers were going into the villages of people in Cross River. They rape their women, take their food. So at a point, those people now started thinking, see these people with the fight on their side, they are treating us like this. We never even get the country. Then they dominate us like this. That was how Cross River indirectly pulled out. And that was how federal government was able to conquer Ogoja. So now, federal government was now able to fight Biafra on two sides, from Benue through Cross River, from rivers, and from Onitsha. You can see, so they were able to really couch them, and that was the end of the war, because they were just fighting with their neighbors too, and trying to expand. If you say you are looking for Biafra, what were you doing in Benin? What were you doing in Ore? Is Ore Biafra land? That's the issue.
I don't mean all South Igbo, but I'm saying there's some language in the South that's similar to Igbo. And hear them, the dance is similar to Igbo. I know what I'm saying.
Those people, the people can tell you where they come from. They say they are not. The South people are saying
No,
they are not
Igbo. South people are not Igbo. So
I'm from
what you
South now. I'm not Igbo now.
what you find, right? What you find, right? So, for example, you
Atoski,
see some Igbo.
you are Igbo, according to them.
Where the problem is, you see some Igbo living in rivers. There you hear rivers Igbo. Some Igbo living in Delta. That is the problem. Even in Edo, they'll call you say Edo Igbo, Delta Igbo, this Igbo. Why are you claiming places like that? So it's so funny. The truth is, South people are not Igbo. They are not.
So wait,
They are not.
so you saying Ikwe people not Igbo? So the masquerade they have is not.
There might be some Ikwere that
okay.
Igbo. I don't know. I will let them speak for themselves. But a lot of them are telling you they are not Igbos.
Why
do you want to force them? Why do you want to force them to be Igbo if they are
What
telling
about
you?
the Igala and Benue that can speak?
Igala are not Igbo. Igala are not
They
Igbo.
can speak Yoruba. Their language is some Yoruba,
Yeah.
Yoruba language.
Now, Ijaw people are arguably the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria. So, are you saying that? So you want to annex Ijaw people and call them
South and call them Igbo?
The premises of you fighting for Biafra is faulty from the beginning.
Let's see where the problem is, right? If you go check Ishekiri history, Ishekiri are Yorubas. I have never heard anybody from the Yoruba say Ishekiri are our people. We must you don't need to fight. So if Shekiri know their history, if tomorrow they decide to say, you know what, we want to be part of Yoruba nation, that is good for them, but don't force them. If Shekiri decide to say, Yoruba don't come to us, we are not Yoruba anymore, leave them alone. So you can't force people to be, they are telling you no. Sasa people are not able, it will never happen. Even the way they're doing it, they're making it worse. That if you watch Sasa people now, they are so hungry when you try to speed that narrative. They are not having it. So the fear now is, even if Sasa will join with you to form a country, they will feel like if you can treat us like this disrespectfully, how are we going to be if we have a country with you? So it's not going to happen. Sasa and Adibo will never form a country. It's not going to happen. I don't see it any day. It's not going to happen.
When you even say South, which South are you talking about? Are you
South
talking
is
about
six
Edo?
states now. It's
Are you
six
talking
states:
about Edo
Edo,
and Delta?
Delta, Rivers,
Are you saying Edo and
Bayelsa,
Delta are Igbos? Are you telling me Cross River and Akwa Ibom are Igbos?
Abi. Yeah. So
See?
yeah. If you don't want anybody to join your nation, do it
I think
respectfully.
it's
Communicate
because
with
of
them.
the proximity to the sea, to the ocean. That is why they are
That is the
going
reason.
there.
And the oil,
That is
and the
it.
oil, and
And
the
the
oil.
oil, that's it. If you don't
Yeah,
have oil and
nothing
you don't have
more.
the ocean, it's nothing. They will not tell you they are part of
But
it.
no, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter now. There are countries who don't have access to the sea.
I don't know why
Ethiopia.
South, they have access to the sea now.
they don't have.
Southeast now.
No,
Southeast.
Southeast does not have.
sea is very important to if you want to form a
It's
But
very
country,
important
especially
to
no,
now.
my brother. You see, that's why
Very
you need
important.
the ocean.
that's why you need good relationship with your neighbors.
Exactly.
If you have currently Ethiopia does not have, because Djibouti and Eritrea has blocked everywhere. Though
Yeah, even Uganda.
they are fighting now, but you just need good relationship with your neighbors and you are still able to trade. Niger does not have access to the sea now. Their uraniums are going through Benin and coming through Nigeria. They are still selling their uranium through the sea. They have to come through us or come through Benin, and that's not a problem. So you don't need that.
No,
You are even
it's like
closer
Yoruba
to
now.
you are even closer to the sea than all this
It's like
Niger that
Yoruba
you're
trying
talking
to
about.
say Igbo land are part of them because they are high in the gas deposit. The gas is serving this thing. So
You know.
But hold on. But the creative have a masquerade that seems to animal masquerade. Why is it similar? Answer that question to me. Why is it similar? You can have a masquerade, same masquerade also an animal. Why is it similar?
That is the dumb argument too, right?
Chairman,
So it's
forget
just like,
masquerade.
hold on. It's just like when Unadi Kanu will say, oh, in Sasa people they tie to rapper. Yeah, Igbo tie to rapper. That's just dumb argument.
No,
masquerade.
I think the British didn't
He's
divide
talking of
Igbo.
masquerade.
I think the British want to divide Igbo, and that's
Let
what they did.
masquerade go
That's
and
what I
vote
believe.
in referendum now. Let masquerade go vote for referendum.
So the other thing, it's not that South is a small population. South, Southwest, Southeast, the population is relative. You are talking of 6 states. It's not small population, even bigger than the Southeast, as a matter of fact. In terms of landmass, even in terms of population, I don't know the
Yes,
one.
now we are more than Southeast
But
now.
South is 6 states. So you disrespect 6 states, millions of people. That you're gonna have problem you will never be able to handle.
But here's a good example. Do you know that the British divide you know some people in the kind of borders Nigeria also Yoruba, but we divided them. That's what I'm saying. The British did that for a reason.
What's
The
that?
British Empire.
What divide us?
The British Empire divided the tribe.
The British didn't divide us. We already
Yes,
knew.
like
No, let me explain to you.
that
They
part of
didn't divide
Benny, that
us.
part of supposed to
The
be Yoruba
Yorubas
land.
are already Yoruba before the British came. So we knew they didn't. The British didn't say you people are Yoruba people. You people are,
No, I mean
the Yoruba people knew themselves.
No, I mean Benny. That country Benny. That country be part of Yoruba land, but they divided called to Benny Nigeria. That country part of Yoruba. That's the
But
British
that's
did.
not even an issue now. We are not even
Benin.
Benin
Is it
Republic.
not from Nigeria?
Yes.
Is it
That's
Benin?
not an issue. We don't even care about those ones.
But
Let them go.
that's not something air.
Let me give you one thing that you will surprise you. the Ambazonia were in Nigeria. It is because
Yeah,
of
they
the way
went away.
the Southeastern were treating them that they opted to go and stay in Cameroon. Who will leave
And they are
Nigeria and
regretting
choose
today.
Cameroon?
They're regretting today.
Who will leave Nigeria and choose Cameroon? Because the way the Igbos were really treating
Now,
them.
I've heard that news, so I've heard that history. I don't even
Yes,
know
now.
it was true.
No, it was true. It was true.
I'm telling you, eyes on and this thing. I know
A
of
lot,
soldiers.
but there are Yoruba Igbos too, right? There are.
Yoruba will marry Igbo.
But look
Only
at Mike. Mike
the
is
Igbos
Yoruba
that grew
Igbo.
up in Lagos. They are Yoruba
Mike is
Igbo.
Yoruba Igbo. How?
The
You
Igbo
say
that
Mike?
grew up in Lagos are Yoruba Igbos.
Yeah, Mike on the platform is Yoruba Igbo, right?
Where's
Okay,
Michael?
so
There's no Michael now.
Mike now, Mike. Normal Mike now.
Oh, so is it Yoruba Igbo? And oh my goodness, and he talks about Igbo people that way. I think I think the problem we have with our brethren from that southeast is just the type of indoctrination. You know, the problem is this: the elders, they have to be very careful of the type of taste they are passing down, because they are making themselves vulnerable. Like Fulani now, the ideology passed down from Madam Fodio, they are making themselves vulnerable, because by the time other region will wake up, oh my goodness, they are not going to find it funny. So Charles, you may not want to accept the same ideology of Fulani is what is driving Igbo. You understand? Just, there's what they call Ogbe follow in Ifa. You understand? The thing is this: your own, you don't want to stay on your own, but you want to annex others, because tomorrow you will say Lagos is no man's land. You want to claim Lagos. If Ibadan expand very well, you have a good proportion of Igbo population there. You want to claim Ibadan is no man's land. Before you know, if they don't contain that kind of narration, understand? You start claiming that you find the history of our Ibadan. You understand? It's not Yoruba language, that it happened to come from Igbo. So the thing is this: stay within your own territory. Everybody will respect you. Yoruba is not claiming. Have we ever seen Yoruba claiming Edo? You understand? Even though they want to go. Have you seen Yoruba claiming part of a Kogi state or part of Kwara state that are not part of this? All they just said is this: okay, Yoruba speaking part of Igbo and of Kwara that have history with Yoruba, and they are willing to join Yoruba, not us imposing on them. If Kwara State don't want to join, people from Kwara State don't want to join us directly, they can please excuse themselves for now, and later if they are ready they can come. But we are not imposing. But the one you are doing now is the forceful takeover. It's what you are doing. When you draw your map and you are including South, it's a forceful takeover that you South guys, whether you like it or not, you are part of us. That is exactly what you are doing. Yeah, including the mineral rich side of Benue. Yeah, they're including Benue. You don't do that.
So
The
are you
people
saying
you have
that
to
Igbo
say,
don't have subgroups? Are you guys saying that? They don't have subgroups?
we don't have what?
Subgroup is.
No, I don't even understand. How do I even explain this? Okay, for example, now, even though we have issue with Benin, in Yoruba nation map, we are not putting Benin as part of Odua or Yoruba nation. Even we have a very strong tie. We have strong history. So if people of Benin want to be Yoruba, probably they will have to do their own referendum and agree that they want to join. But by the time we start adding Benin to ourselves, that's like a forceful takeover. We are using forceful expansion. So if it was the time of Allah failure, maybe it would have used its military power just to invade and say, okay, you are part of us. But we are totally we're in another world entirely. So people that don't want to join you, you don't force them, whether through pronouncement or whether through by act of forceful coercion. You understand? They just have to. They just have to see themselves as part of you. If Asari Dokumbo and all those people there, if they are not seeing themselves as part of you, you are setting yourself up for a serious a serious internal conflict, if not
I think Southeast, they just want that Port Harcourt badly.
no, they want that resources. That's the problem.
They want
Resources
that
is what
Port
they want. They
Harcourt
want that oil. They
badly.
want all those stuff. That one is you are not looking for. You are not looking for Biafra. You are looking for oil. You are looking for that. Simple.
Whereas
And
the
now
people living there
you
are
have the
saying
largest deposit of natural gas within Biafra. So what else do you need? Go with your, at least in Biafra land, you are out of about 210 trillion cubic whatever we have in Nigeria. About 200 is already in Igbo land. That should be enough for you.
Yeah, Imo, they have, I think they have the largest gas deposit in Nigeria.
they even
Imo
have
State.
oil.
About
They even
200.
have
It's
some
enough for
places
you.
who have oil in the east too.
So it's enough for you. That can turn you to Dubai very fast within
Because it's a small
30
place, Seth.
years.
You can develop that place very fast. It's small. That's
Exactly.
what
So
I even look at their governors. I tell them, "Ah, you have a small landmass, you have all that money. Can't you just develop it? How much? Look at what will
develop
it
it.
cost to
I'll be taking
build.
visa to come and join ourselves in Igbo land.
Look at all the. How much will it cost to build a road
Why
network
are you
that
laughing?
will
I'm
connect?
serious. Develop.
No, Ola.
The way you
How
put
much
it,
will
now,
it
the way you
cost?
put that made me to laugh now.
Ola, how much will
Let's
it
go
cost
to
them to build a road network that will connect that small space? You can imagine having like 5 governors in Oyo State and all of them having money. Won't they be able to? That place is just a little bit bigger than Oyo State. If you have 5
No,
governors
they are
coming
about
on
the
your state
size. They
and
are
you
about
give
the
them all
size of
that
Oyo
money,
State.
they would network the place now. Look at what that guy in Enugu.
In fact,
The problem in Nigeria today is
Look at
greed.
what that guy
Greed.
in Enugu is doing.
He's doing
with
nothing.
some
All
natural
of
gas,
them.
you can develop the best country in Africa. So if you want to go and encourage you, stay within your Biafra and push for it. Honestly, you'll be shocked how the remaining 5 geopolitical region will support you. Although I don't want
Of
to
course
join with
now.
I don't want to join with Hausa Fulani the north. That's
Oh,
fine.
Monsieur.
Of course,
One
I don't want.
Nigeria, Fiele. Now nobody's going
Even
nowhere.
even Kwara self, I'm skeptical about them. So that we have to
Why are you
divide.
skeptical about it? There are so many Yoruba speaking people there now.
I'm
Of
skeptical about
state.
them.
We have to de-radicalize
Because
Ilorin.
they
That's
they
Ilorin.
bring their Islamic
No, they
ideology.
are predominantly Yoruba now.
Their Islamic ideology.
I think Yoruba is it not the dominant tribe in Kwara?
They are the dominant tribe in Kwara.
My
But they are
brother, AY,
radicalized. That's what we are saying.
much as they are Yoruba,
I know in
there must be
Kogi they are
rule.
minority.
I think
Yeah.
Ola did not trust them. That's what he's trying to say.
There must be rule of
Okay.
engagement. So
We eliminate them.
first of all, you raise religion, extremists.
You remove Sharia.
Out of
No, Ola, if you go to Ilorin, there are so many big churches. You cannot even
Leave
know
that
this
one.
is a
Leave that
Muslim
one.
or
Leave that one. You have Sharia
this man,
court in
you are
Ilorin.
not getting it.
You have
don't
Sharia
That means
court.
that Fulani man, that the emir that is Fulani that is there, he has to vacate that place. We don't want when we are going Yoruba nation. We don't have emir in Yoruba nation. We have Opas, Abale.
Of
So we
course,
don't
they have
want
to
emir.
he has to go back to where he belongs.
And we have to
If
de-radicalize them.
We have to agree on that.
What about the Yoruba in Kogi as well? Also,
And I have not seen non-Yoruba as governor of Kwara. They've always been Yoruba from 1999, especially.
but they always some kind of
there's
Muslim
one.
name.
I've forgotten his name. There's one of them. Is it Oniyagi? Which I'll look for the name.
Oniyogi is a Yoruba man.
No. I'll give you one. There's one Northern Kwara guy.
Which year was that? Is it the correct one, Abraman?
Current one is Robin Loring. I think
Mm.
Northern Kwara, they have not become governor before.
No, I don't think so.
I think they have not.
I don't think they have the numbers.
They have number. I
Yeah.
don't know. They need to join. There's no part of Kwara that can become governor alone.
Patoski, I want to ask a quick question. I'm looking at Delta State with all the money. Dark places are washed with money. No development. What is going on there? For more than
Share the
1999.
money.
This
the
thing
money.
is surprised me. You know, I met Okoa when I was in Shanghai. Just come and
Mm.
see these people spending dollar at the bar. Oh my God.
It's dollar they spend now. It's dollar they spend.
That's still supposed to be like small Dubai.
Let me tell you, these people, they are amassing
don't
wealth for
understand.
political
Like
power.
Richard
They
was
all of
saying.
them are keeping money for political power. All those Malami that came, all those things. You know the money those people stole. If you do
That
not
one
get that
cannot
money
be
away from
called
them,
governor. Just
Even
that
now
money,
they are stealing. It's just normal thing. Even now they are stealing.
exactly.
See, chief of staff to the president. Now you say you don't want to be governor of Lagos State.
no,
They are
forget it.
preparing.
Forget it cannot. It cannot.
Omo, don't say that to.
No, he cannot.
Why?
Except
What's your
maybe,
reason?
you know, the reason why he cannot is because they already give him the most juiciest position, chief of staff to the president. What else do you want? There are so many people lined up now. For you to become a governor of Lagos, you must also be
Okay, AB,
that guy is
you're
not
asking question. You're asking question whether we will have Muslim and Christian in the Yoruba nation. Let me tell you one thing: there's not going to be any states. There will be no state religion. There'll be no state. We can even do it in such a way that if you don't want us to dedicate Sunday for worship, no problem. We can all agree. We can make Sunday a day of work. So if that's what we cause argument, even May 25, if that one we cause argument, we can even take away.
No, Yoruba nation, no wala. You can
November 25.
Yoruba nation. If I worship myself, go plenty.
Yeah, so
Most
that
are they not 3 in 1 already? Most Yoruba are they not 3 in 1? What are you
you understand? Jesus was not born on 25, so we can take Christmas out of our. If that one will define creating a headache. What I want is this.
It's not going to be religious problem in Yoruba land.
You see why I'm being careful with Ilorin is this. Ilorin and Kwara is this. You see, you have soft Yoruba people like Remy. They are too diplomatic. He's our brother. There are people, and those people will be bringing out those emirate ideas.
I'm not measuring Peace Daddy that always speak. Look at the way he's speaking with Mr. Triumph before, like
we don't want. So we any religion fanaticism is going to be we are intolerant to that. So we won't accept that.
But you should also understand that most people from Kwara,
if
they move to like most people from Kwara, if they move to like Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Lagos State, even they are Muslim, they don't lord it over there. They just continue to.
Even Emir of Iwo, we have to review.
That one is just chasing clouds, okay? That one of Iwo is just chasing clouds. Nothing about. I don't know why they're making an Oba set.
We have to remove Emir of Iwo and put Oba of Iwo, Oluwo of Iwo, the real Oba there. So he can go. Emir of Iwo can go back to Sokoto.
The only state I like in South is use their money wisely, although they also eat the money. But you can say this is the most planned city. It's Akwa Ibom.
Bam, that's 100%. Yeah.
It's clean. It's beautiful.
No, even right from Akpabio was a good governor, despite the looted money. Akpabio did good work. I don't know what he's doing as in the Senate. Yeah, Akpabio was not a bad governor.
He's a Senate president now. What do you want him to do there?
Senate president, like what does he? That guy should live there. I don't. He behave like Ikidagati that I've never been to
No,
in
we
the
just
office
take
before.
I think he just took it lightly, not so serious like you guys always want people
Nature is serious, man. We need to
Ah,
be serious.
but he's doing his best. What do you
Mm.
expect him to do? I think they let them come up with
No.
the extend amended
AB,
me, I
AB.
like his
You
way,
you,
very
you
serious.
heard you heard what Lagos State Governor said during the Southwest stakeholder meeting conference or whatever. He already told you that forget about those things. That's the first time you will see a governor not missing a word, was so explicit. Said Lagos is Yoruba land. Don't even all
Lagos
those
is
ideas of
Yoruba
Lagos
land
state
now.
nonsense.
Who is
Understand?
arguing Lagos?
You
Actually,
know,
Lagos
you
is
know,
no mass land was from the premise of you have every ethnic nationality tribe in Nigeria all over Nigeria in Lagos. It's not based on the who is the owner of the land, to be honest. It was the mixture of everybody.
exactly.
One thing I would really love to watch in Lagos is post-Tinubu era. I want to see how it's gonna play out in Lagos. It's gonna be
Who is going to emerge? The new leader that will emerge.
No, they will have
The new
another
leader
one.
that will emerge.
I
Very
don't
smart.
think they will have a leader. They will not.
They will have another one.
It's
They will
just
have
like they will not. It's just like you
they
saw what
will. They
happened.
will. They
Oh,
will have
let me tell
another
you
one.
why. In
Hey,
history, right?
guys, quick
Look
question.
at
Can you?
Lagos. Look at Oyo. Look at Ivo
Forget
Edo.
your
So it's
Jare, there's nothing, no leader,
Oyo.
nothing there.
Adedibo was in charge. Oh, what are you talking about?
No,
Adedibo
that
was
was
in charge.
Adedubu was in charge, but it's not progressed for development of the state. It's just for just to eat money. But Tinubu, although maybe
Mm.
he also eats money, but it was for the growth and development of Lagos State. And they follow their
But Lagos
agenda.
got a lot of money now. So who do you
Apart
think
from
is going?
money, they have a good program, they have a good
Okay,
plan.
let me ask you a
Some of
quick question right here. If you are arguing that there's gonna be a leader, who do you think is gonna replace Tinubu in Lagos that people will listen?
Lagos have been known to be a set of very cosmopolitan city with highly educated people. They will choose a leader, even as we are talking now. Do you know that Tinubu himself is not the leader? Listen. Do you know that Tinubu himself is not the leader in Lagos State? It's not number one. It is one Olusi, which you will never even know at all. Very quiet man, elderly man. Everybody listening to him is number one. So sometimes what you are looking at, listen, I'm talking to you as a Yoruba person. When you see Yoruba people, like Olaina is talking blah 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 da, da, da. When we come together, it might not be the real leader. The real leader will be silent. You don't know. But the other that
Baba,
is how
nothing
we
you go
operate.
tell me for Lagos. Tinubu is the leader of Lagos.
I'm telling you,
What
it's not the
the
leader.
only game? Let me tell you this.
It's
The
not
only
the
game.
leader.
Hold on. The only game I see Tinubu play in Lagos, he knows how to respect the leaders. So that gives him energy. That is the politics of Tony Aneni too. If you know Tony Aneni, when you hear Tony Aneni, Tony
No, they
Aneni
are different.
respect leaders. That's why they are successful as political leaders.
Yeah,
So
the Lagos
let me tell
State, continue. The Lagos
let me
State
tell you.
politics, yeah, continue. The Lagos
So
State politics is different. The way you are looking at it is totally different. They have a group of people, and although Tinubu is popular among them, but they have a lot of silent leaders that they are the ones that is instructing one of them. Tinubu, this is what we want. This is how you should do it. We are front. You are the one that will be in the front. The other just somebody is.
You are right. I'm agreeing with you.
Atoski is
But you
snoring or who is
see,
snoring?
somebody is snoring. So if you see what
Exactly.
happened with the speakership of the House, you will know Tinubu is still in charge. Tinubu knows how to work with those guys. He respects them, so they respect him. But trust me, Tinubu is still the leader of Lagos. But there are other leaders Tinubu respect, like work with them. You know, even the Oba of Lagos, for example, you see the moment Tinubu align, he will align. He will tell you, no, that is what you want. Because they've had that discussion already. Tinubu respect, he will consult them, have discussion with them. By the time Tinubu come out, everybody will align. That's the game he's playing. It's not that he's overpowering
I
everybody.
think the way you are putting it, you are putting that he has the sole power. It's
No,
not
no,
that.
no, 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 no. I kept saying that now. You know, it's not so political leaders, right, that have been successful. When I watch them,
Do you know that this Olu,
mm,
I know him very well. He used to be an executive director at the First City Monument Bank in PI. I used to go to him. Okay. In fact, I didn't even know that they are going to pick him at all to come and become a governor. Okay.
Yeah.
But because he was working with this billionaire I forgot the owner of that bank. So there's some people in Lagos you don't even know, like people like Eleganza or Lukoya and the rest.
Yeah,
They have
Gaza.
a lot of say, but
Yeah,
they
they
are
bring up
silent.
money too.
Yeah, they are silent, but you don't
Yep.
know them. So what
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that after
Ewan, let me tell you
Tinubu,
something.
okay,
Remy
go
is
ahead.
right. Remy is
Okay.
right.
Okay.
I'm telling you, all, with my own information I've gotten on it, they've planned their own for the next 50 years. They know who is going to be in the position in Yoruba's land. There's not like other ethnic groups of Nigeria. Yoruba is far ahead of everybody. Forget
It's
what
not
you.
Yoruba. Say Lagos, not all
Even though in
Yoruba.
Lagos, it's not Baba is the one in charge. There are some people. Baba is just like a four-figure front runner. There are people and you don't even hear about it. They're the one that controls everything mostly.
I agree. I agree. But Tinubu is a leader in Lagos. That's what I'm saying. There are other people he's working with that he respects, that have say in who is who in Lagos. If you see Abode case, right, what Tinubu came to announce, Tinubu said it's not my fault. No, the people said they don't want him. What do you want me to do? That was Abode case. Now Tinubu said no, it's not me. It's the people, not me. So I want to really watch what will happen. I want to see that leader that will represent Tinubu in Lagos. The man don't try for Lagos, so anyhow.
No,
It's
one thing is there. I see this comment section is funny today. Someone said, "I believe get Lagos." Okay, how do
Is
we
that
count? What part of Lagos? Someone said that now Benin get Lagos. So what people don't know is this.
Actually, Ola, the reason why I like Tinubu is that let's assume we have Tinubu in 6 states of Nigeria. Six states in each region, and they continue to do what they are doing in Lagos. Like for example, Delta now. Let's say this their leader, that guy that went to prison. If he has the development growth for that state, at least it gives a lot of people opportunity to go to this super state to go and realize their Nigerian dream. Not everybody just go to Port Harcourt and Lagos and Nigerian dream is over. Where else can you realize your Nigerian dream? Only Port Harcourt and Lagos. The rest is nothing.
No, Lagos always they have some level of advantage in Nigeria though. You can't rule that out. That
So
also
what I'm
helps
trying
them.
to say, we have that kind of one in the north central, in south, in so many of them, you understand? At least people cannot, like if you look at America today, you look at their east coast and west coast, people troop in there for opportunity. Nobody, most of them stay in the central are predominantly farmers. So when you go to all these coastal city, there's a lot of opportunity there. People will not realize what the coastal highway will bring to Nigeria. In the next 10 years, we'll see what will happen. Because there's so many vast land untapped, undeveloped, and people just cram themselves somewhere. But when they start developing this kind of area in terms of industry,
so they make me laugh. You say train Boko Haram boss in Lagos ever since they do that refinery, you will be amazed. I beg you. Where we leave this kind of story? You know, you brought that.
You think it's just so easy to even if Nigeria go to war today, it's also not easy to go and attack Nigeria. So sometimes
let me tell people something. You see all those rubbish that all those leaders were doing in the north. They won't bring it to Lagos because part of what those guys are doing is all about economy. You understand? Do you know? Attempt on Lagos. You understand? They will crush all those guys because the means of economy again you want to destroy. So one Itajaban same way, you understand? So that someone will come and because Dangote refinery, like seriously, let's just stop that joke. that Dangote refinery you are talking about, it's about 6 to 7 times of Victoria Island, and the water there alone, according to the this man, I'm trying to remember the name. You understand? The water alone there can serve the entire southwest, if not more, because they said Dangote, instead of getting water directly from lagoon, he decided to do borehole, similar to the type of borehole they use to supply water in UK. I didn't up to that time. I never even knew that UK is using a borehole system. You understand? So is it about 4 billion cubic of water? I can't even remember. I was listening to that interview. That Dangote refinery you see there is a city. In fact, that thing is one of the best things to have happened to Nigeria since independence, since 1914. You understand? So you think they will joke with that? You understand? If those people, if they are doing their madness where they are,
Sorry, Ola.
no ever
I
think.
just have a breaking news. House of Commotion, PDP. They said they have expelled Wiki, Fayoshe, and Anyan from their convention in Ibadan. They expelled them from PDP. Fayoshe, Wiki, and their general secretary before Anyan. I think these people serve now. What for them?
I know if they expel Wiki, it's not it's not totally a bad thing. It's not totally bad.
It's not a bad thing.
The convention, they are not supposed to go ahead with that convention.
But the question is this: can they win Wiki when it comes to that legal battle? Because do they really have the real ground?
Wiki don't show PDP Pepe. Honestly, since 1999, PDP they produce big wings. I've never seen a single man have so much power in a political party. In
because after the 2015 election, the article used PDP. 2015.
I know. It was the one.
It was the one. He sponsored a lot of people, spend River State money very well. None of them can spend money like that.
But if you
can run away, okay, it's not
if
fair.
and
when is the time for the southern part of the country to produce the presidency? You use your Ojoro betrayal and everything to scheme you out. You think you will be happy? It will make sure that it decimate that party.
Wiki himself is playing politics. If Atiku was making the vice president, you think Wiki will be talking about South?
Why did Atiku not choose him? Why did Atiku did a terrible mistake? So very terrible.
I was saying that, right? Atiku just behave like a kindergarten politician.
Yeah, senseless. I would just
I would have choose Wiki after election. I will cut his wig.
You should go and relax. You will never be. You should go and relax. You will never be.
But to be honest, Atiku and Wiki, they would have defeated APC.
They would
have defeated APC. Atiku made a bloody mistake, to be honest. Because with the way I was calculating it then, they would have been able to defeat APC.
I think it's because of what they did to him. They are afraid to pick him. And they thought
they said is Atiku, some of his close ally, they don't want Wiki. So they were the ones pushing. But if I were Wiki, I would choose, and if I were Atiku, I would choose Wiki. After the election, if he want to do nonsense, I will cut his wigs. You are the president, man. Come on. If you want to replace him.
Atiku will never know peace. He's still waiting for them with their ADC.
Make it go rest. They
will scatter their ADC. They will scatter them like nobody. It's supposed to go on at 80. What dress do you want? You have been contesting since 1992.
I think Nigeria should adjust their constitution. When you are above 70, you don't have business with Nigeria president. Don't go and contest. I think they need to have the greedy people now. They're not going to look at that way because Nigeria is a lot of work.
They should also amend that if you don't have HND or bachelor degree, don't near it. Don't come.
If you don't have, at least if you don't have, you should have a first degree. As a matter of fact,
How can you come with a diploma for God's sake?
Even as of rep said, even governor said, if you
Yeah,
don't have
government
first degree, you should not have
if you
business
have a
with those
diploma at what
positions.
higher national diploma equivalent or bachelor degree, you should not.
Yeah.
These are-
Except you really prove that, for example, you've run big businesses, you have
No,
results
no.
like
Let me
No,
ask
you
no,
must
that
you.
can
also have
serve
that
you will.
Let me
educational
ask you. Let me
qualification.
ask you,
Mm.
Remy. All of us we there, we don't go school for Nigeria. We
Ah,
go.
Patoski Eku Daji.
Are they
That
here
is on
since?
your word, father.
No, are they here? No. Say that. The point is that.
We don't you where don't go, you don't go worldwide on slaughter, you know.
No,
We
be
are
me
even
self.
expecting
Let me come.
Guinness book.
I was checking my phone. I mean, Solateko. I was trying to read.
Maybe it's Prince Daddy.
Patoski,
I was reading that
should
Bonu.
we play
I
it
was
for
trying
you?
to. Eh?
Should we play it for you?
That's not me now.
There
You
is
were,
I
Prince
say I was
Daddy.
trying to read that
I'm not the
Bonu.
one who.
That one where you say
I
Bonu.
was the one that I was the one that muted you now. Prince Daddy was
Okay, I
not
was
even
I
on
was
mode.
oohing. I was not mooing. I was doing moon. I was singing under my breath. I was trying to
Like
read.
it's a caterpillar. Okay,
No, I was reading under my breath. I didn't know. I didn't know I was up. I thought I was under my breath. I was trying to read that Bonu killing that you mentioned. So I went.
I just know that snoring we sell. In fact, we can sell like 30 million copies today. You know, if you
No. I'm not. I didn't snore. Sir. I didn't know. Sir, I was reading. I was
You
when
know,
you said the.
sometimes you will sleep and you don't know.
No, I didn't. I was reading. It's a different thing. You know
Are
when
you
you
the
sleep, you
person
don't know.
sleeping?
I was reading that Bonu. I was I was not even lying down at that time.
Oh no.
I was reading that Bonu killing.
you don't know. You know what me and my wife used to do when someone argued that okay, I do not snore when I sleep. No problem. When you sleep next time, they will carry phone. I will
They
record you.
record you.
I will
I
keep
think it's
for you.
better because I know what I'm saying. I was doing.
Maybe your who look like snoring to us.
I'm still making it now.
But it's different from the one we hear. It's not like
No,
this.
because I'm actively making it for you to know now.
It's not like that to me.
You know why I stopped. Let me tell you why I stopped contributing. When Ola said that he spied one officer in Borno, so I went to look for the news. So I started reading it. That was those people that they went to Sambisa, fringe of Sambisa. They were coming from patrol. So they now set ambush for them. They were soldiers and civilian JTFs. Eventually, I think they lost 4 men, but at least they still tried to repel this thing. Unfortunately, our brigade commander was one of those that was by himself. I think
Oh,
25
the army has
brigade.
come out and denied it. Oh, they said no.
This one was issued by Army Public Relations Officer.
Brigade.
One acting Army Public Relations Officer, Lieutenant
I
Colonel.
best send this to Niger man back, because he has come with.
Abba, leave to Nigeria. Now the chairman be that. Leave to Nigeria.
Wait, that bushman where they talk there? Is that Remy?
Send him back. Send him.
Is that Remy that is talking there?
Two Niger is a fellow Yoruba man. I can't
Remy
say
is already crying now. He's already
No,
crying.
You will distract everything now. You will see
Tunaja is a nationalist. It's not a Yoruba man.
It's a nationalist, but it's a fellow Yoruba man. So I cannot.
He denied both Edo and Delta State.
No, Tunaja is a nationalist. That's why he does not want
He's
to
a
talk
nationalist
about
from
his
South
state.
South or from. We don't even know.
No, it's a Yoruba man.
No, the guy is a nationalist.
Remy
He's
and
a
Triumph.
Do you know his Yoruba name? His Yoruba name is Ayodele.
That's a good one.
Remy and AY. Wait, I want to talk. When they talk just now, say somebody must be graduate. That's why I say all of us here, most of us have gone to university. Tell me one thing they teach us in that school that prepares us to become governor. Let's be objective. We all of us don't go. Tell me one thing they teach us in that school where we go. Some of us even go do masters. That prepare you to be a good governor? Nothing now. So trying to say
But
you must
at
be graduate,
least
you are just
in
removing,
the
you are
in
just
the global
disenfranchising some
village,
people.
in the global village that we are
So
now, don't you
all
think
those guys that
let me
studied
explain.
business administration, all those humanity courses, they were well trained.
Don't you
They are well
think
trained.
although
Me, I do biz admin now. I do all what is there? Nothing they teach you, they prepare you.
So you didn't learn anything about leadership.
What do you guys mean? What do you mean? Sorry, I disagree with
Wait
all
till
of
then they
you.
teach them there. All those
No,
lecturers where we
hold
say they just they chase other people's
hold on.
children. Wait till they teach
Let me
them.
say let me say this, right? So it's the same thing when people say, the owner of Facebook is a school dropper. Oh, Bill Gates is a school dropper. The environment is different. So if a child is born in America, in United Kingdom, even without formal education, the system will actually educate you. But for a child born in Africa, especially in the remote area, is different. So you have to go to classroom to learn some things. The issue with education is you are thinking you are not learning. Trust me, you are learning something. If you go through that, go to the forward of classroom, you are actually learning. You might think you are, what did I just graduated 4 years? What did I? No, you learned something. Trust me. It's still different. It gives you some level of enlightenment, some level of understanding of some things. That's why I was saying that, but except somebody in lieu of, say, you after high school, you were able to develop company. I think the other time Femi Otedola was saying he never got formal education. I don't know how true. But the thing is, somebody like that, you cannot say Femi Otedola cannot manage Nigeria because he has successful in managing big companies. So he does not need to be in classroom safe because he has that opportunity to learn in terms of travel, in terms of businesses. So you can give a pass to people like that because of their experience, where they are coming from. But in general, I think we should have at least minimum of bachelor's degree. I think that would help. I'm in for that. That would help. So were you?
I totally support you because look at it. When you are saying someone should just have a school cert, and you start asking yourself, even that school cert, I don't think they are even emphasizing on a secondary, a particular number of credits. Ask those people, why were they not successful even in their secondary school exam? So if someone was not charlatan, and you now want to manage a bigger, you could not even manage your own life, and you now want to manage the country. See, you see how politics is running, and that's why I still blame some of us that we don't show interest in politics. That is why you will see secondary school F9 parallel that want to become local government chairperson. It's the job that a PhD holder should be looking for. But we have this kind of ego in Nigeria that until we become the president, that's the only time we can we can lead. So until we change that orientation, where every councillorship position at the world level will be contested by those people that are highly educated, that they don't leave those opportunities to those people that see those opportunities as just another opportunity because they could not get job. Someone that could not get job now, suddenly, it's not good for councillorship position. What will be the contribution? But someone that finished first degree, second degree, and you even got PhD, you can't say that kind of person is unserious. It's because even for you to pass through first degree and you move to master degree, that is telling the story that this guy is consistent, is persistent, all those stuff. You see the consistency. So you want serious-minded person like that to occupy the political position in the country. So that's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Because
let me also say this, right? So I remember one of my brother, the first time he came to America, he was surprised, right? When you go into the American system, you see people are very ignorant. So he was like, how do they survive? But the people are not that smart. They sound ignorant, a lot of them, and that is actually true. But the reason why you see the sources you see, they put in their best in civil service, their best are in top offices, making policies. But in Nigeria, it's different. It's different. Our worst, they are in civil service. So our best don't go there because you don't create that room for them. For that place, it's not that attractive to them. But like what you said now, if somebody graduate from high school with F9 throughout in your WAEC, it shows you are a very unserious student. There is no way to paint it. It can't be. You are a very unserious or unintelligent student, maybe intelligent, but you are not serious. But that's not an excuse, So we should have some level of standard, that will make people go, because critical thinking is important. You should be able to think out of the box. You should have ability to solve problem, So that's the problem. Part of the problem we are having in Nigeria, because you put these people in offices because they are there, they will not even allow a different opinion, like a more superior opinion, to supersede what they are thinking in their head. Because if you know what you are doing, if you see a superior opinion, you are able to identify and say, oh, well, I think that's a good idea. Okay, let's implement, let's do this. So you have to have people that can think along the line, of prosperity.
What
If
you tell
you
me
look
that
at
is
Nigeria,
everybody
for
that goes to
example,
school that can
you
think?
should be looking at the future of the country, 50 years, 100 years, So we should take it along that line. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But Ewa, let me ask you this question. You guys want to tell me that the most successful people in the world today, they did not even go to school, oh. They don't have any all this your degrees, oh.
Again,
Our
You,
people,
you, you, are, you are you are talking of outliers.
yeah.
Stop talking of outliers. You
no, one
understand?
thing that
No, see, let me
all
tell
the
you one
people that
thing.
can see that are ruling Nigeria, all of them, they almost 70% of them, they have degrees, oh, in the Senate. They have degrees, oh. They have, but they're not performing. We know that for sure.
No, see, what you are not getting is this. What you are not getting is this. You may have degree, hmm, and you may be in the wrong profession. And in that profession, you may not have opportunity to learn. If you are a policy maker, even though if you have master degree but you don't know anything about policy, for example, you may be a wrong match. You understand? So what we are saying is this: don't give the political position to jobless people that see politics as the only way. Now, what you are saying is, okay, you have someone with master degree, he has worked maybe for, let me give an example, maybe MTN or a B bank. He has managed a team there or started a business. He has contributed to policy formation and all those stuff. He's coming to be your local government chairman. It's different from someone that went to school, you have your bachelor degree for 5 years, 10 years, you did not get a job. But a policy now came to you, you understand, to go into politics. That's totally different. Anyhow you see it, you understand, a bachelor degree holder or HND holder, they are likely to think better than a secondary school failure. You understand? Because during their program, they mix up with their co-students, they've seen a lot of things. So all those experiences that you just ignore, you understand, it's part of their life. Even during the NYC, all those people, they miss it, how to interact with people. So those things shape their life. So it's different from a failure that stay in one remote area in Ekiti State for good 20 years, had no job, and the opportunity just came for him to become the local government chairman. What does that person know about the resource management and allocation? What does he know about their financial situation? So those are the things we are talking about. What we have in Nigeria is this: we have the worst in the political space, while the best of us are running away from the political space. That's what we are saying. You see where you are. Okay, I can tell you where I am now. You see someone going for work counselor, you say, I'm a lawyer, I've spent this, so, I've contributed to this policy. Just counselor. By the time you now see them now going to say, okay, I'm going for the mayor of the city, you start hearing something like this kind of thing, a master degree in a public policy, and all those stuff, because they normally prepare themselves for that position. All those things they learn, they have opportunity now to now test it. So they have opportunity to test whatever they've learned. That's what we're saying. So don't give that position, because I can say, oh, someone will tell you, Microsoft, Gates did not feel he was a dropout. Oh my goodness, you need to ask yourself, from which school? When people just say dropout sometimes, you will think that, okay, these people, they just attended their one useless school. These guys, they attended school that gave them opportunity to think, to think solidly, and they look at the product, maybe part of what they learned, that, okay, this thing that I'm developing, if I don't drop out now and go to the market to sell, someone may get there before me. That's what the like of a Bill Gates did. When he was developing his products, he realized that if he had waited for the next 3-4 years to finish, someone will be in the market before him, and he just drop out and face it cruelly. So when you hear dropouts, try to question them. What type of dropouts? You understand? Can we call it a day?
I guess
Okay.
let me just add something quickly. About education, I think you're talking about education, whether the quality of education, the people that are coming out of our universities and these systems. I guess for me, Bill Gates, if I look at Bill Gates and all the people that claim to be dropouts, most of them, the dropouts, the universities they were dropouts from were quite good universities. You can argue that sometimes when you are able to, let's say, attend Harvard or some, MIT or something, you are a dropout from MIT. You're not ordinary, because to get admission to those universities are not easy. You're not an ordinary person. The fact that you've even gotten admission to such institutions indicates that you have a high level of intellect to an extent. That is also an indicator. And then the most important actually is the fact, if you also have the necessary connections and resources around you, you can have access to all these things, but if you don't have the necessary combination of surrounding government and all kinds of stuff, you're not going to have a Bill Gates. Do you know how many Bill Gates that would have arisen in Nigeria if we had similar elements around?
Exactly.
So those are the to see somebody like, let's say, someone like Dangote to emerge, it's an indication of the system. If you don't have a lot of Dangotes emerging, then it says something about the system we are running. Because the system that produces people like Bill Gates is the American system as it is right now, and it allows minds like that to emerge and actually transform the world. And as from what I can see in Nigeria so far, the only areas they allowed us to, at least we have been able to make an impact, is music, and to an extent, maybe even this in movies, in terms of culture on the continent, not necessarily the world, actually, mostly on the continent. So we have to start nurturing. If you ask me, Nigeria has to be able to nurture minds, great minds, value great minds that think outside the box, that think of new things that have not been thought of before. And our culture is so paranoid and so designed to push against anything outside the box, that it's very, very hard for that to emerge. This is why even young people cannot even oppose leadership. The old ones are the ones ruling the younger ones, and the younger ones can't seem to push back, because they forget that when those old people took over power, like people like Babangida and all that, they were all very, very young people when they were doing it. So, but why is it that they are not emerging now? We are ruled by 70-something, 80-something year old people, and people that are going to run for office again are going to be similar age. So the culture so far has not, it's just one aspect of the indicator of what is happening in Nigeria. It's just, that's why you're not getting brilliant minds. And you can see graduates in Nigeria, they don't know that much. I was, this week alone, I dealt with 2 graduates that were struggling to even install a simple software. Whether it was to install a simple software on a partition and a hard drive. So you begin to wonder, how did you manage to graduate in computing if you didn't know how to install software on a different hard drive and you've had experience for years? And I just think that Nigerians, the way they think mostly is about just money. There are very, very few originals out there that are just obsessed with knowledge and want to grow their knowledge in what they do. Most people are just working for money. And if you are doing that, the moment you get the money, you're not going to, you don't care about the knowledge. You don't care about.
So, Forefather,
Yeah,
let
go
me
ahead.
add to what you just said, right? Not only money, even in universities, we are working for certificate. Most people. So the thinking is not the knowledge, is it? Oh, I want to have a bachelor degree. So anyhow, let me have the certificate. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. So even that stuff you said now about installing this thing, software, it is exposure to. You have university in Nigeria, even in computer science, they don't even have a laptop till they finish their program. So how do you expect it? So they don't have exposure. So there are Nigerians that are progressive. I will tell you, my brother's son in JSS1, he know everything about computer. He will tell you what he needs. If you want me to buy something for him now, he knows software. That one is even little one. He know a lot. So sometimes it's exposure too. The people,
I get that aspect of
poor.
exposure, but I don't think exposure explains it only, because my first encounter with computer when I was younger was around the 90s in Lagos, if I'm not mistaken. And I even did some small computing course in Ikeja there. Then went to the UK. Within years, I knew exactly if I wanted to install something on the computer, where to install it, and all kinds of different things you can easily know. But I'm not even, then I wasn't even a graduate. And this guy is a graduate in computing. And when you are doing computer at university, let's make no mistake, you have access to machines all the time in Nigeria now. Most young people have laptops in Nigeria. And the fact that he didn't know that he needed to install it on a different partition, I was like, come on, man. You can't just treat knowledge as if, knowledge is just there for you to make money. And once you make money, you stop learning. And it's hard to, sometimes it's hard not to, to be frustrated, but at the same time, maybe it's just about the culture that they're living in. What are they going to do? They just worry about only money. They don't care about seeking knowledge for what it is. So
even as a nation, we worry about only hunger, only money. That's what we are not thinking now. So do we worry, the senators, for example, they worry how they will buy the biggest cars next year, how they buy brand new cars. So it's a general problem. We worry about material things so much that we don't think of how to create problem, how to solve problems. One of my professors is made that the we say, in Africa, we are consumers. We don't know how to produce nothing. We are just consumers. so that's how he's gonna say it.
So AY,
it's a
don't
problem.
you think that is the hallmark of black people? Even in abroad, it's all about this materialistic lifestyle.
Yeah, you are right.
Say, like, from Nigeria, we moved to like Canada, Australia. Another 1 year, they bought a house or whatever, something, and they start to showcase. Look at me, leave Nigeria under 1 year. I bought my house, I got my car. Without telling them these are on credit or something like this. So the hallmark of black
explained to
people is
people. You are right. You are very, very right. Right. You see them even come online. You see people say, "Do you know who I am?" That's why I kept saying, Nigeria are past my neighbor attitude. We kill Nigeria. That is why we don't even know how to collaborate. Like in abroad now, for example, you can have 2-3 people coming together, forming a company, try to, develop something, but we can't collaborate. All we do is you buy big car, my car big past your own. Oh, you buy a house.
Let me give you.
AY. Sorry, hold on, Remy. Sorry, Remy. Let me just say something quickly. You have been talking now for a while. Let me Mr. Remy. You know, I miss Remy
You
with
have
your annoying,
so
behavior. But let's leave that for now. I will
Nigeria
come back for
started
the security issues that people have been arguing with me for years now. And now Trump wants to attack Nigeria. You guys, you see the trouble we are causing. So now, regarding
I want to
this
say
thing.
that if we have not spoken about his security, is not going to go. At
Oh, look
least
at
let
that.
me.
I will leave that one. I will leave that one for now. So where are
Why?
we again? What were we talking about? Are you just
Why?
making love
Why?
like
But you have to say talk. You have to talk it to. Speak your mind, though. I
Yeah,
know.
okay. I wanted to let AY know that the things that are emerging, I already knew this was happening because of the nature of sub-Saharan African country, Black American culture, and all the things that was going on. We know about the Tulsa massacre and all those different things. But you have to ask yourself, African Americans, they have a purchasing power of almost 2 trillion, but yet their billionaires seem to be restricted in the areas that they can cover. And I've always wondered that doesn't make sense. Is it because something is wrong with us? But what is beginning to emerge these days is that we are being controlled. If you see, this is why you guys need to be listening to Candice Owen. You need to be listening to some of the things she's revealing. She's talking about how Kanye West was trying to reveal all this and we are not paying attention. That our billionaires, they are being told what to do. Even our leaders, when they go to Western countries. I was watching a video where even a lady, a Western woman that wrote a report, was saying how they threaten our leaders, telling them what to do, and they will do it.
Yeah.
This is not by accident. This is threats, actual threats. Incentive. Either they bribe you or they threaten you. That's what's happening. People are revealing all these things now. I wish you guys are taking time to be
No,
something like watching Western people when they do their own research and write about these
Father,
things.
you are right. That is why usually when I see just like when Dagote, during Dagote refinery saga, I was so mad at people that want the refinery to go down. Like, are you crazy? We have that problem. We have that problem, to be honest. I think our mindset needs to change for us to move forward as people. It's a big problem.
Dangote had deviated from the code.
Mm.
He wasn't supposed to do what he did. And
Mm.
it's a sign that their grip on our leaders have begun to loosen slowly. And
Mm.
if you look at even in America now, they're having a lot of problems now. People are even accusing Trump of having some homosexual relationship with Bill Clinton. That's one of part of the stuff that the whole thing is being to unravel. What the blackmail culture, the threat culture, all kinds of stuff that is going on behind the scenes is beginning to emerge
you
now.
are stepping, Nigeria, Trump has told the Attorney General to start a new investigation again. So they will cover it one way or the other.
They will try.
So, you know what I like about this global village that we are living now, and the advent of internet, social media, and the rest. There's no hiding place for anybody. So everybody already know that anybody that is coming to your country to tell you that they want to help you, that person is lying to you. It's just about interest, pure and simple. What can I get from you if I help you? If I'm not going to get nothing, why should I help you? You can as well buy yourself to the last penny. I don't care. But if there is something
They know
I
most
can
people know that now. They know most people know that, but they just go with the people
they don't
that
know.
welcome them.
Most people don't know.
There's always
Most
everybody in any nation that will welcome them. That's the problem. You always
because
have a group in the country that will welcome them.
majority of our people are not exposed to that level. They don't know. They just thought that they would just come and kill all those blah 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 blah, and then Nigeria will be fine. What next after that? You think they just come and help you that way?
That is a mistake now. Like as if they are going to tell Trump where to bomb or where not to bomb. Who is going to tell him? Do we have a
Let's
where
go and bomb Delta and bomb River.
only bomb
let me chime
Zamfara
in
and
real
don't bomb
quickly.
beyond
Sorry,
that.
guys. To Niger,
To Niger.
you know, 1 second, please. To Niger, you said it before many times that our leaders talking about Buhari and those guys being when it came to leadership, they were young, right?
Yeah.
But keep in mind, they never went through a process of being elected. Seizing the power of a nation and installing yourself, to me, is not true process of leadership. Now, if you want to look on average, the people that went through the process, a good example is what Tinubu right now. Buhari real example was when he actually became the civilian president. So you people look at America, and even in the West, actually, it's all the people usually over 50 years old, 60 that become their leaders. Not just some young person jumping up and becoming a freaking president. It takes time. It
We are
takes a
talking about
process to
70
become one.
something year old, not 50-year-old. We are talking about 70 something year old is what we are electing. 70 and ailing
No,
ones
no,
too.
I totally
Not just
agree
70
with
years,
you.
people that are
That
sick.
is it. For you to rule a complex country, you will need that education, that experience, because it's not easy. For you to, anybody that's going to rule in Nigeria, that person will have been at least
Transformative leaders are not old.
close to
More often,
60
the
years old.
transformative. Hold on, hold
Listen.
on. The
No,
transformative leaders
let
are
me
not
finish
old.
this. Let me finish this. Because what I see about Nigeria is that Nigeria want to see what you have done before in governance. It's not private sector. They want you to be like a governor or a senator or something like that, so that we can know what have you done in public sector. And for you to get to that level, I'm telling you, in Nigeria, you get close to 60 years old before you can think about becoming a president of that country. If not because this guy, Obasanjo, just unpick Yar'Adua and Jonathan, do you think they will ever get there? Do you think they can get there by their own free will? It's just an unpick and install them by force. So for you to become a president of that country,
Yeah,
at least
that is true,
close
right?
to
So, Tuna, give us an example of your transformative leaders you're talking about.
From Mao Zedong, Lin Kuan Yew, George Washington, even Churchill, just name them. This in Lenin, this in Stalin, just name them. They are often relatively young leaders, 50 years, 50 something years, 40 something years, like that. Castro, all of them. If you, how many these transformative leaders are old?
Okay, I
They are not
believe in
old.
exception to the rules. Okay, but I believe in exception to the rules to Nigeria. Okay, but at the
What
same
is the
time,
exception?
No, Prince Daddy, that's even a fallacy.
But
Who
those
told
ones, they give
you?
the virus of the gun now.
Let,
It's
let me,
not.
there's no such thing as transformative leaders are not told. Where did you get it? There's
Oh,
no
now you have been,
there's no
now
any
you have
age.
pretended that they don't exist.
No, there
Wow.
is now. Who is saying
Wow.
there is
Now
no
it's pretending that they don't
transformative
exist
leaders?
now. Wow.
There are
No, there is no age. I don't know. I
transformative
don't know
leaders.
where you learn your own leadership that you are attaching it
Well, give me the old one. Give me the
Yeah,
77-year-old man that transformed the nation.
but you're not
Give me,
gonna
name
see
them.
old man. You are getting weak already.
You argue with somebody.
So
Then give me
you are
the
more.
transformative leader
People
that
are
is 70
more.
something, 80 something
You
years
need
old.
that younger mind to be able to change a country very fast.
Often it's always like that, and often they tend to be former military. Unfortunately, this is the history that I see around the world. It's really strange that some of all these major leaders tend to be former military or people that have encountered a lot of conflict. Those are the kind
That
of
was
people that go on to transform
custom.
nations.
That was the custom during their time, and we're talking about present day world because that time is all about revolutionaries or something like that. So you see most of them coming through the use of gun or whatever. So that was their own time. But nowadays we are talking about now. The reason why Tinubu was able to prevail,
There have not been any transformative leader now.
let me quickly finish. Was able to prevail economically is because he has the experience. He's well learned as a chartered accountant. He knows what he can do to quickly turn around something. Now, let's say it's Buhari. Do you think if Edu is talking all these reform terms, do you think he understand? He does not understand. Even do you think you'll be understand? He does not understand all of these things because they are not learned in that way. That's what we are. In fact, I'm thinking after Tinubu, I hope the Hausa they are going to give us, or Fulani will be somebody that is well learned, knows about economy, knows about how to find his way. I have not found the
We have
person.
to have educated younger leaders. That is a start.
Forget it, younger leaders. It's not going to be easy for a
Educated and
country.
younger
That is what
leaders.
we need. That's
You
what we
need a combination of both. Ideally, former military, educated, former military, and younger.
Why should you be
You
a
have that
former
combination.
military? Forget
Because
former
see,
military.
hold on. I don't know why you are busy arguing with history. History suggests that those type of people are the ones that transform nations. I didn't make it up. Just look at the list. It's ridiculous.
Give us a name. We are talking about Nigeria.
All the names I just mentioned are former military too.
Give us a name in Nigeria, a former military that has turned things around in Nigeria.
Who is a transformative leader we have in Nigeria? Have we ever
No,
had
you tell me
transformative
now.
leaders?
You are the one.
If Nigeria had a transformative leader, Nigeria would not be here today.
So why are you not
We've
talking
never
about
had it. I'm talking about history suggests that if you want a transformative leader, they tend to have these
okay,
traits.
what about in Africa to Nigeria?
In Africa, Black Africa, no. North Africa, maybe.
Who?
Black
Give us a
Africa.
name.
We okay. You can say maybe people like what's their name? The ones that fought colonialism in South Africa and Zimbabwe. You can argue that okay, they had what they
Are
call
you
it?
talking
What's his
about
name?
Robert Mugabe,
Robert Mugabe. They had him. They had someone like
Nelson
Robert Mugabe.
Mandela.
Yes,
the,
and
the,
even
the
in
hand?
the case of go ahead.
The hand does not justify whatever you
I blame who gave to Nigeria access to some leadership courses. This is the problem now. You understand? You just
I didn't know the leadership courses.
What do you
they,
mean?
Look
they
at them.
just give you two hours lecture now. You are now
AI, it's AI that giving the access.
I didn't go
Like
any
AI.
leadership courses.
or maybe you dare me. Or maybe you dare me.
What is wrong with you?
See, there's no
Can you
such
tell me?
thing as age limit for any transformative or whatever you want to call that leader. You understand? It is when the opportunity presents itself and you're able to get there. So you may be a transformative person, and it may be in your 90s that we have chance to get to that position where you can influence people.
Yeah, but they don't
When
seem
you are
to
talking
be that
about
way. That's a problem.
hold on.
Okay.
Tinubu, for example, is a transformative leader.
Transformative.
Yes.
Oh, I see. That's what at the back of their mind. That's why they are not happy that I'm saying this.
I disagree.
They are thinking of Tinubu.
Tinubu is not transformative.
Tinubu is a transformative leader.
Tell me what transformative leaders do.
Transformative leaders. My goodness.
8 years, and we shall see whether it's
transformative. So what has he transformed now? What has Tinubu transformed?
That any other leader hasn't done in Nigeria. Tell me. I don't know what. See, a transformative leader, when they show up, they tend to be relatively abrupt, controversial. They make changes that would have taken 10 years to make. They will make it in 6 months.
Yeah.
Those are transformative leaders.
That's a lie.
Okay, keep distracted.
Some level of aggressiveness.
They are free. They tend to be very, very fast. And they tend to they have a message that people will buy onto. The people have to follow them too. It's not like they just come across everybody.
That's why you are wrong. Most times they don't buy the idea. It is after some time that they force them during those times to buy to bought those ideas.
Somebody has to follow the orders. That's what I mean. They have to have people that believe.
I know you are talking about maybe Sheikh Gumi of Singapore, Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong is not really the one.
Almost every nation has them. Any nation that is doing well, they have them.
Listen, Mao said Chairman Mao was not even the transformative leader of China. It's the Zhao Xiaoping that turned everything around in that country.
No. Mao Zedong was the one. It's the critical one that made the difference.
It's not Mao Zedong. So you don't know. So sometimes
it's not Mao Zedong. Come on, even Chinese will disagree with you. What is wrong with you?
It's not Mao Zedong.
Mao Zedong was the one that won the war with the nationalists in Taiwan. Mao Zedong was the one. He was the one that got this in China and nuclear. What are we talking about?
Professor Tunaija, what are the characteristics of transformative leaders? What are the characteristics?
The characteristics of a transformative leader are leaders. They depend on the country. If the country is a strategic nation, they will put their country in their rightful place as a strategic nation. Like in the case of China, where they have a large population, they're a large country, a large civilization. They went on to become nuclear. The same thing with Russia.
Leave all those grammar. Let's even start from possession. It doesn't have to do with
say what they do.
No, it's not academic. Let's just see.
They don't have characteristics.
Look at,
okay, if you look at South Korea, you can see the same thing there too.
Let me talk now. Let me talk. See, there's a conceptual element of this transformative leader. You understand? You look at, okay, where are we now? You understand? Is there where we should be? Then where must we be? Then how do we get there?
That's leadership.
Just all, I don't know. Maybe
generally, that's what I'm saying. Every leader is transformative.
No.
Not even close. Every leader is transformative. You are saying to control yourself.
Why I say every leader is transformative. We live in a dynamic world that requires consistent change.
Buhari was never transformative.
Buhari is not a leader now.
Okay,
Every
better.
leader should be transformative because we live in a dynamic world, and leaders are those who respond to that environment in a proactive manner by planning and
Okay,
making changes. So if any
okay.
leader cannot make changes, not a leader now. So that's why I say there's no characteristics of transformative leader. What
See, let me
characteristics
tell
of
you.
leaders?
Let me tell you what drives a transformative leader is a bold. You know, there's this what called bold vision. The
Which
vision
leader
that
don't
even
get bold vision?
when everybody hates you, what some people are shying away from, you just put it. You don't care. You don't care whether you lose your reputation, but you just believe in that vision. You are able to carry some people along at least to execute it. It's a
That's what the
transformative.
leader should do now.
I think you could argue if you want to look at it from a
Hold
lower
on,
point of
no,
view.
hold
You have
on. Let
started
me
with
give
your
an
hold on again.
example.
No?
Let me
Go
give an
ahead.
example. Now, issue of a fuel subsidy now is an example. Even you criticize him from now to tomorrow, he's standing there. All the former leaders, they avoided it just because they wanted to be popular. You understand? Buhari dodges. This guy wanted to do it, but you wanted pressure, dodge it. Yaradua, in fact, that one even reduced fuel pump. You understand? He even reduced that. You understand? So people that fall within that category of transformative leader in that country, you understand? Maybe you pick Awolowo, you pick Obasanjo, then you pick Tinubu. You understand? To some extent, there are some things. There are some things that Jonathan did.
You see, let me say this. Let me say something. The only transformative leader we've had never actually ruled Nigeria, which was Abiola. He transformed the system in such a way that he forced Nigeria into democracy that lasted the longest period of time. That is what they call transformation. In the context of this thing, the fact that you are saying Tinubu removed the fuel subsidy, it wasn't him. The person that, if you want to call a second transformative leader, given his situation in the democratic dispensation, you could say even someone like Buhari did something because he enabled Dangote to emerge, and Dangote refinery now may, for once,
just hold it there. Hold it there. Or I will remove it. Hold it there. Or I will. What did you just say? That Tinubu enabled that Buhari enabled Dangote. It was the handbook from Jonathan.
It was during. Hold on.
It was Jonathan.
Why do you just like to talk over people? When they started building it in Lagos during the Jonathan period, that was when they were doing in the River State or Delta or something, and they were negotiating a lot. But when the actual building started, it was Buhari was in office from the beginning to the end when he started. So we have to give him credit for that.
That's not true. That's not true. I don't see. Let me tell you one thing. There was a
go and check the year. Go and check the year when construction started.
Okay, let's leave Dangote.
No, we are not even leaving Dangote. We need to give credit. We need to give credit appropriately. We need
if anything, Tinubu went and removed the stake of that Nigeria.
Hold on. Let me
went
and reduced it.
Let me
tell you the story.
System. So let's agree. We agree with you on the oil. Buhari was not the one. We agree with you. But let's even give you another one. Buhari was one that transformed our transportation system in rail. You cannot.
Yeah, he did quite a lot in terms of infrastructure. Most people admit that one. He did a lot of infrastructure construction. So you're not going to compare it with most other nations, but in the context of Nigeria, he did some things that most Nigerian leaders.
The problem I have is this. You give credit to the wrong person. Let me tell you one thing. Don't forget about someone that draw the policy and push for the policy, because you are only talking about someone that arrived just to compete and take the glory. And don't forget that government is a continuum. The question is this: who envisioned?
Who arrived and took the glory? Did Buhari take the glory or foresaw the whole construction of the refinery?
No. That thing annoy me whenever you give that glory to Buhari instead of Jonathan.
8 years of construction and you won't give him credit for it. What is it? Come on, man. 8 years of construction.
Wait. Don't bomb about fortune. You understand?
You are making arguments that don't hold. Now, come on, let's be reasonable. You can't tell me that people that just spoke for 1 year compared to Tinubu that just came into office when the refinery had been completed. The person that was there for 8 years, you are saying you should not acknowledge that person as the main person. Come on.
This is a private. This is a private venture, and someone enabled.
No
So
matter
the
how
thing is
private
this.
it is, if it's strategic to the nation, it's not private. I don't know
Ola,
how you guys, like
do,
capitalists, you know this.
do you want to learn anything from your own opinion? Do you want to
I'm
learn
teaching
anything
you
from your own opinion?
something, even if, let me, just in case you are in confusion of a capitalist system, even if it is private, as long as that thing is strategic to the nation, it's national. Don't like when you have Google now, your mind is Google is private. No, Google is American. Make no mistake. That's how capitalism works. When you are that big and you are strategic, you are a national project. That is why Dangote alone could do more value-added manufacturing exports than any other institution in Nigeria. How do you think that is
You are,
happening? Do you think
you are not listening. That's the problem I have with you. You are not listening. That's the problem I have with you.
Okay,
that's a
Let me tell
capitalist
you one thing.
system?
Let's go back to electricity. Let's go back to electricity. Let's go back to electricity. Now, it is common in Nigeria that when you try to privatize a public enterprise, the following government will reverse it. That's what happened to Kaduna Refinery, Port Harcourt Refinery, and Warri Refinery. But so when they wanted to give this electricity, Genco, the disco to private people, when learning from that experience, you know what Jonathan did? They put some kind of clause there that the penalty that the federal government will pay if they reverse that thing will be so massive. When the like of Fashola tried to reverse that thing, Fashola just came and said, no, that thing is very difficult. I say, thumb up, Jonathan. Even though that thing is so disadvantage. This lesson, who gave that this guy to who gave like Dangote to be the lessons to be refinery? It was Jonathan. You understand? Who built the roadmap to railway? It was when the Prince Adeshida, Shijuade was the MD of the NRC, Nigerian Railway Corporation. He was the one that built the roadmap of the current railway we have. He was the one. Yeah, it was during that time of Obasanjo that they started negotiating with China how they were going to access a facility from China. So when Jonathan came, he delayed that thing. So he delayed it. So it was Jonathan that revived the plan. So it was the plan that Jonathan revived because the counterpart funding that the Yadra did not release. Jonathan released some of those money. They managed to build
I don't know why you are bending over backward trying to give it to Jonathan. Yes, maybe Jonathan started it.
Which is Jonathan. It's the person that executed the policy.
Hold on. It's not automatic just because Jonathan started it.
Even the second Niger bridge, Jonathan started
Buhari needs to even support it at all. Buhari could have just said, that is this, and I will see it. Nigeria should be manufacturing petroleum. Stop all that nonsense.
You are not paying attention. Jonathan did a lot of things that made the reversal very hard.
No. Because come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. See, at the core of it, Buhari supported it. It's not like he was like trying to stop it in any way. If anything, Tinubu looked like he was trying to sabotage it. But Buhari was the opposite. Buhari was doing everything to make sure that thing succeeded because he saw it as part of his legacy. And in terms of train lines, road projects. Yeah, he almost tried to sabotage it. Look at some of the things that was going on. So from that point of view, I don't understand why this is even controversial. This is but if you want to give credit, okay, yeah, you can give some credit to Jonathan that he at least started it, and it wasn't even in Lagos at that time. But by the time Buhari came in, that's when the construction started. 8 solid years on continuous growth, and this is a building of such a large institution. He is the one that oversaw it, and he did that in a very, very difficult period. When Nigeria income was lowest, when what they call it COVID-19 occurred, so many disruptions, and he still managed to get that accomplishment done, train lines done, and all those things. So, if you are talking about in this democratic dispensation, the most the best leader in terms of what he left for his successor. I think Buhari left the best for his successor.
Honestly, if we were to do 2-year course in my faculty, honestly, you will be there for the next 10 years. You won't pass out of my course.
You guys are your
it will fail because
no, there's no bias.
I'm not the one to fail you.
Somebody spend 8 years on something, and you give the credit to the one that spent 1 year, and the one that tried to sabotage it.
You will fail him because you are biased.
Now, wow.
No, that's not it. The question is this. You see, one thing is this. have you ever wondered why I give that of a telecommunication to Buhari, to IBB?
Okay,
Because
I think
without
that was
Buhari,
I thought that was this in Obasanjo.
hold on now.
What
No,
credit will you
without
give to
Buhari
Buhari?
deregulating, hold on now. Without Buhari deregulating telecommunication and the broadcasting, we won't be having all this Davido and co that we are having today. We won't be having maybe all those NTA and station and all those
What are you
things.
talking about? I thought that was under Obasanjo. We already had all
Hold
this.
on. Obasanjo played his own part, but the main guy was IBB. The main guy that first of all took that thing. Okay, do you know how difficult it is to do those things under or to privatize under this government? Otherwise, why didn't Obasanjo solve our power problem? He was still pushing it into the federal government only to do. You understand?
I agree to an extent. Obasanjo meant well, but he wasn't fully equipped to do what he needed to do. So hence he fell short. That's why we need young, educated people, ideally of military background, that knows the military very well, and they trust him. He can go there, change things. This is seriously in the country, and when you are young,
why are you fixated on military background? Can you give us an example? I don't understand military background.
Because although it doesn't have to be military, to be fair, the reason why I say that, because if you look at what they call it, Pakistan right now, Emir Khan, that was a cricketer and all that stuff, he is a civilian. He comes from a civilian mentality way of doing things, and because of that, he went at loggerheads with the military establishment, and because of now, I think Pakistan has been set back because of that disagreement. Even if both of them tend to be nationalists themselves, but they are at loggerheads. It shouldn't be like that. If he had a military background, he probably wouldn't have been like that.
So
you see what I mean?
I do agree with you on that. Yeah.
History suggests it's not about me. Go and disagree with history. That's what I see in history. It keeps happening. It keeps happening over and over again.
No. Look at, for example, if you are talking about transformative leadership, you can also see the time of Margaret Thatcher and in UK, where they have a kind of economic turnaround, growth and everything. When you talk about America, you talk about Ronald Reagan. He did a wonderful job. This guy, they don't have. I don't think Thatcher is a military officer or whatever. And even Mao Zedong you are talking about, it's not a soldier. It's never, and it's not the real turnaround leader.
He was a soldier. If I'm not mistaken.
No, Mao was not a soldier.
It's a Deng Xiaoping that really turned around that country. I lived there for so many years. It's him. It's not Mao Zedong.
Even Jinping, this Jinping has done more than Mao Zedong. Even
before that, before Xi Jinping, they have Hu Jintao.
What do you mean Mao is not part of it? Where did you get that Mao was not part of it? Mao is part of the military. What are you talking about? Why did you guys just make up stuff just now, say Mao is not part of the military? Why did you just make that up?
Because you know, and then
Mao was involved in the military. Why did you just make stuff up?
The military. It's no.
I hope you don't think that it's Mao or Latunde we are talking about. I hope you don't think that it's Mao or Latunde. We are talking about Mao Zedong. I hope you know the one we are talking about. He was part of the military. How is that confusing? Go and check it online.
To Nigeria, you know you are a professor of ChatGPT. Type it in your ChatGPT.
It's something that before, when I was checking this stuff, I thought it was just a coincidence. When I started checking it, most of them have
let us go to your university now. I'm saying let us go to your library and your university.
I didn't. It's not the university. I just checked. So when I start he's seeing the same pattern, then it forces me to say, okay, what is going on here? Let me check more again. When I check more, it keeps even in the West, like George Washington and all. They just keep emerging like that.
But sometimes you know the veracity of information. Today, if you go on your ChatGPT now, the most educated people in Nigeria today now says Grog, that is serious blow to one guy yesterday that was asking that the richest people in Nigeria, you understand, he was thinking he was going to show Igbo. By the time that thing just I forwarded this to Patoski now.
Grok is the terrorist of AI. Grok is the terrorist of AI.
No, the question is this. No, if you told several lies online sometimes, those things they are biased. So they start taking your lies and start trying to factor it and start taking it for fact. So it's not everything that ChatGPT will give you that is true sometimes.
Of
That's what I'm
course,
saying.
they make mistake. ChatGPT can mislead you if you are not careful. So you better
Yeah,
have
but
your
that's what you'll be using. That's what you'll be using for us
yeah,
now.
but I don't use it for you. You see, I use my common sense first. You see, if you, I'm one of those people that believe that if you rely on ChatGPT and
Where did
AI,
you learn? Where did you learn about transformative leadership? Where did you learn it?
transformative leadership is just a term that I coined. It's not. It doesn't have to be. It's like somebody that comes and
No, you didn't
transforms a
coin. You
nation.
didn't coin it. You didn't coin it.
No,
It's
I use
actually,
it
it's
myself.
actually,
I don't use it as a title for a book. I don't know,
it's
man.
actually part of. It's actually part of leadership.
You know what? You probably need to. This respect me then, because that one I didn't get it from anywhere. I just look at okay, these people are
You want to
transforming.
say you want to claim that that word is original to you and not say
No, it's not original to me. I use it organically as a way of describing this type of leaders. I don't go and say because I learned it from a course. You don't
but
understand.
you don't really know what transformative leadership means now, do you?
I know what it means in terms of they transform nations strategically. They transform nations, the national culture. They change the entire face of a nation, the fate of the nation. Like if a nation is facing an existential crisis, they often come and change it. That's what they do.
That's your understanding. That's your understanding definition. But like try to give you academic definition.
That's actually depending for a layman now, for the layman to understand more.
I think it means many things to many people, but for me, a transformative leader is a leader that comes and transform the fate of a nation in terms of when the nation is facing a strategic threat, existential crisis, and serious economic serious economic doldrums. This leader tends to come in and change the entire culture of a nation and maybe even ideology of a nation.
Okay, at least
Baba, may I come in, please? Because I've been listening for about 1 hour and I couldn't stand a lot of things being said on the platform, particularly by two Niger. First, you are misrepresenting history and the facts of history. When you talk about Lee in Singapore, you talk about Washington, you talk about Churchill, don't forget those people spent lots of years in power. Lee, for instance, in Singapore, ruled for 31 years.
No, that's true. I agree with you on that. They tend to spend long in office too. That's true.
And
I don't disagree with that.
For China, yes, Mao could be said to be a soldier. He was a revolutionary. And he formatted, he actually led the revolution. Are they soldiers? It's like when you tell me now that the Cuban leader, the late Cuban leader, was a soldier or anything. He didn't enlist, but like Mugabe to war uniform. He did not enlist, but he led the revolution for his country. 3, it was Deng that actually transformed China. He ruled after Mao. That guy who chewed tobacco and spit up and down everywhere. It was Deng, actually, that transformed
that
China.
is why
Opened the
Nigerians
doors
learn
of China
you learn the wrong
economically.
lesson from history. That's the problem. You can't. That is wrong. The person that laid the foundation. This is the same conversation we're having talking about Buhari just
Listen,
now.
let me give you the history.
Mao Zedong laid the foundation that Zheng was able
He was a communist leader. It was, and you can remember the trial of those, how did they call it? Those, including Mao Zedong's wife, that they killed after Mao passed for sabotaging the country.
Do you know that they killed Mao Zedong's wife?
Yeah, of course, that's what I'm saying. So listen carefully.
You know that?
It was Deng that transformed the communism to socialism and opened the doors.
Baba, actually, bullet fire. Do you know that they killed Mao Zedong's wife?
I've been waiting, hearing 1 hour now. I can't really.
We don't hit them.
We don't go check the Google again.
Bullet of
when I was telling him that
how does him losing his wife make a difference whether he's a great leader for
if he was a leader, a good leader, there's no basis for that now.
Oh my God! See
the result of that trial. The cocoa of that trial was because they were the people that misled Mao, because the revolution was going, or it was going down south. Yeah, go review
or your studies on all these things. And for maybe Buhari, you people are eulogizing. Well, I don't know. Well, I
I'm
wouldn't
not
deny him
eulogizing him. I'm just saying
no,
what he
let me
did.
finish.
That's
I
it.
would not deny him the fact of what he did in railways, what he did with Niger Bridge. Well, it all came at a cost. Whatever debt we are paying now, those were where we actually acquired those debts. So side by side, it depends on where we want to lean. He did well, but put us into debt.
The debt is not the problem.
But that
Okay, fine.
how are
If you
you
say
gonna
so,
build
I
without
will
debt?
not
because the
argue that.
institutions
I
are
will
of
not
a
argue that
value.
point with you. But I just want to
Baba,
put it that it came at a cost.
ẹ má
Baba,
lọ ti Buhari ni o, Buhari
it's
try o.
not somebody like you that should be saying this now. If they can even collect debt and work for the country, I would be happy. The problem, these people getting the debt,
No,
stealing the
I said
money.
it depends on where you are looking at it from. You understand?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
okay. Mm,
I
I
think
get
okay.
your point now.
Let me
So
add
to
this.
Nigeria, they here. Oh, be careful what you
I don't know why
postulate.
you are.
Oh.
I don't know why you are bothered. The only reason why he's bothered is that I'm hurting it.
You don't whine me tire 1 hour.
It is hurting. It is hurting Tinubu. That's why you don't like it.
No. I won't deny my support because I know where Tinubu is going. With
You
even all the
actually
hiccup.
don't. You don't. If you knew, you'll be
I
crying
know.
right now.
I know where he's going. You want us to analyze. I don't want to bore anybody.
Let's see. First of all, Mao Zedong is the most consequential leader in China in the last 100 years.
No, sir,
Go and ask the Chinese, go and ask anybody, will tell you. See, because
for
you know
the
why?
agricultural revolution, he managed to feed his people. Fine. I consider to
It's
Mao.
not food.
But this modern economy, this era was Deng Xiaoping.
Yes, of course. You see, why do we learn the wrong lesson? You insist on learning the wrong lesson. Let me let you understand why Mao Zedong is considered the most transformative leader. You see, Remy, you started now. You started with your wala. I'm not disrupting. I'm just telling you the truth. All these fight people are biting me. When I was talking about, he won't let me finish. I was talking.
Let me say something before you. Actually, to be frank with you, Chairman Mao was a revolutionary. It's not the one that transformed that country. It is Deng Xiaoping. And Deng Xiaoping is the one that transformed the country, that opened up the country to the outside world. And after Deng Xiaoping, they still have another leader. And after that one, from 1999, year 2000, they have the greatest president of the modern China, who is Hu Jintao. The person that is ruling them now is also taking them back. It's not a good leader for them now. To be frank, they are also suffering.
Why?
So,
Okay, let me say something. Why is it that whenever we talk about nation, the first thing many of our analysts talk about is food? Why do we always talk about food first? Are you that hungry in life that it's only food you talk about?
Food today now.
You talk because hold on, let me finish that. It looks like you're hungry. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
To Nigeria, have you heard the word that says is soldier matches on its stomach?
I've had the word, but the soldiers can also match half stomach, not full stomach all the time.
They'll be disseminated, of course.
Yes, okay, we say that now. See, my point is that China was facing an existential threat from Soviet Union, from America, from everybody threatening their empire. That's their kingdom or whatever you call China. So when Mao Zedong came in, he realized it just as Lenin and Stalin realized it for the Soviet Union. He realized that if they don't do what is necessary, they are all going to be enslaved by the Americans or the Russians or the Soviet, whoever. So they went ahead and said, we're going to go nuclear. These are people that were almost completely destroyed by the... Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? You see how he's scared? Because his stomach is the most important. His life is not important. If you take his life, it's okay. As long as his belly is full, that is important. So now let me finish what I'm saying. Mao Zedong decided that, you know what, we have to survive this world. Otherwise, we are going to be slaves to the Soviets or the Americans. So they went straight nuclear. These are people that were almost destroyed by the Japanese during the Second World War period. and they went ahead and sought
Did
nuclear
you say
technology.
almost destroyed?
Let me yeah, they were almost destroyed. Japan
You
invaded
don't
them
know
now.
nothing. You don't know jack.
Can you let me finish? Japan
I will
invaded them.
debunk you a lot today.
Can you let me finish now? Japan invaded them, almost destroyed the entire China. What the Japanese did to them was horrible. And then when they went nuclear, after they went nuclear, after being threatened and embargo, they were even doing trade by barter. These are the Americans blocked them. They completely blockaded them that they had to rely on trade by barter to survive. They had farming. They were living on rations, and they still went for their nuclear technology. And once they tested it in 1965, when the Zheng started doing what he did, it was around the 70s. By that time, the foundation had already been laid that America cannot touch them anymore. Then America decided, you know what, since we can't beat them, let's join them. Let's use China to block the Soviet Union. That is how you have the China that you have today, because America needed them to checkmate the Soviet Union, and it worked. Because the Soviet Union in the end is the one that choked, because without that strategy, Soviet Union and China would have cooperated, and they probably would have been controlling the world today. But
well,
I think
naturally,
you turn everything upside down tonight. Actually, what happened to China was that they have an internal strife, a kind of civil war, because the leaders that are ruling them that time, they were not ruling them very well. Mao Zedong, be a revolutionary, and with conjunction with this, some people that volunteered to support his cause, they started having a civil war. At that particular time, they also have the Second World War that was going on, and Japan was able to infiltrate them in the northeast of the country. China is a big country, as big as America. So they infiltrated them in the northeast, and they only could get 2 provinces or 1 province there. And then they were able to take some part of Nanjing and Shanghai. It's not that the whole country was under Japanese occupation. That was a lie. And at the end of the day, they were fighting 2 wars at the same time.
At one point, they controlled almost two-thirds of China.
They were fighting 2 wars at the same time. They were fighting to take away the oligarchs that have been ruling the country for a long time. At the end of the day, those ones, they traveled away and take a lot of China resources as in gold and money, and they move south. And that is why we all know the country as Taiwan today. So when they finished that, so they now face the Japanese, and they were able to also defeat the Japanese at the end of the day. So all those blah blah blah, they're afraid of America. That's not the issue. When they after the Second World War,
What do you mean that's not the issue?
They need to rebuild their own country, and because they have a revolutionary as a leader who believe in socialism, so they need to follow their own path. And that's why they closed up the country. It's not because they are afraid of America or America use them against Russia. No, it's not that way.
Let me just share something with you. Let me share something with you. That just to show you how America operates. Let me show you how America operates. Hold on now. Let me tell you something so you know how America operates. You've been talking now. It's 2 ways. Okay, I've given you way before. You give me way this time. No. You give me way this time. Come on, give me way. Okay. So let me say something to you so you understand that American strategy is always the same. And I think after the Japanese invaded them, it doesn't matter who ruled China, they would have transformed China. Either it was a nationalist or the communists, they would have transformed China, because what they've experienced, they never wanted to experience that again. And American strategy would always have remained the same. They would have wanted to contain the Soviet Union. So it doesn't matter who ruled China, just like they enabled Japan to develop, China would still have developed anyway, because they needed China to counter Soviet Union. Because it's a necessary strategy.
Remy and Tunaja, hold on. Where did you all get this fake history that you are giving?
No, it's not. It's real history, not fake history. It's real history.
I want to utter
Hold on, Remy. You will continue. You are pretending like you are an authority. You are pretending like you are authority. I give a lot of misleading information. What are you talking about?
In 1 minute.
I'm not an authority. I just went and read the facts.
The Macedon you are talking about, the revolutionaries, when he was there, America does not have any inroad into China. It is after his death that this Zhao Xiaoping became their leader. That is when they started having relationship with America. That Mao Zedong closed that country totally for 20 something years.
Yes, he did. That is true. But he transformed the fate of the nation. America was threatening to nuke China. You don't even know. You don't even know. Did you know that they were living by trade by barter? Did you know that the Chinese people were living from hand to mouth?
They don't like it. So, but that's what he did as a socialist. So that's what he did. He forced everybody to the farm, and he closed the country up. just like what North Korea
During
was
that
doing.
time, America works with all kinds of regimes. But during that time, when you are socialist, it means you're on the side of the Soviet Union. That's why they hated socialists. This is not because America is inherently against socialism. After all, many European countries are socialist, especially East European countries.
What decade are you dealing with? Because when you are giving history, you have to put decade. Otherwise, whatever you are
late
saying
40s, late 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. If you say you are socialist, you are basically saying you are in support of the Soviet Union. That's what it meant to them. It didn't. But right now, if you emerge as if a socialist leader, like even the Mamdani shows up in America, they are not going to be panicked because they know the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. You see what I mean? So that is what was happening then. So they didn't like any regime that said they were socialist. But I still think, even if not even I think, it's a fact that they even work with a communist regime. That tells you that the ideology is not number one. The strategic interest is number one for Americans. They work with the Chinese that are communist. Work with them to block the Soviet Union, or at least frustrate the Soviet Union enough. So you have to read this fact. That's why critical thinking is important. Look at what is going on. That these people, the way they behave, is not totally ideological. Even if at that time,
I need reference. I need materials to reference for all this.
You don't need reference. Even Remy said that they work with a communist regime.
Wait now. You know I'm not as good as you when it comes to all this history. You understand? You may be giving me. You may be re-engineering my mind to understand fake history. So, and I don't want to understand. I don't want to.
Wow.
Look,
ask Remy now. Remy is telling you right here that America works with a communist regime. It's not me now.
I'm telling you that I'm not as knowledgeable as you.
Oh my God, Remy, I disagree with even what you said.
Something like that. You are the one. You are the
So I thought you said Zheng came and worked with America. He's the one that transformed this. How did you think he transformed China? It's by signing that deal with the Americans. And when he worked with the Americans, he transformed China too.
I'm not as vast as you when it comes to all this history of countries. The only little knowledge I have was just by the version of global strategy course, right? That's where I have just my own little knowledge. When you talk of global strategy, you have to understand the global politics, the global macroeconomic environment, and trade, all those stuff. So, but the one you are telling me now may be different from what I've never heard of. That's why I'm interested.
Oh my God! You know what? I'm beginning to. You know what you said before. I will start calling myself an authority now because I think I'm a little bit too humble. I think Remy is going to cry for that one.
Okay, you're an authority, but fake one. Just put fake when you write authority.
No. All I did was just read history. It's so simple, really. And not lie to yourself about what you are looking at. Just open your eye and see what these people are doing. Don't listen to what they tell you.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me hold on. Let me tell you one thing. There are history. There is history. You see, you can read a random document on the internet. Whatever I'm giving to you, you understand? If I told you that I read about a particular thing, it will be a research by well-renowned, you understand, authority in the field. Because now, for example, when I came here now, you understand, I used to believe before that, okay, China, they were nowhere to be found before that. India, they were totally zero, they knew nothing. All those things happen to be Western media narratives. But when I pick real academic journals and with empirical facts, it even we have some kind of empirical evidences that these guys, they were there even before the Western civilization. The Chinese people, they were there.
Of course,
they were technologically superior to the West.
Yeah, that's where the world got the gunpowder from. Now that's where they got the technology.
So, but when you listen to the Western media, you understand it will be as if maybe they did China favor. They didn't talk how they destroy China. They would never talk about that. But they will talk about how they were so benevolent, all those stuff. So that's why I'm asking you. But because this document I'm talking about, if you go for any random document on internet, you are likely to see the document that support the Western narratives. Understand?
Of course, now the West.
So that's why I'm asking. So I'm not just asking for the sake of. I don't want to.
Okay, what are you precisely asking then?
I you see, because I'm enjoying your story, and I want you to just give me some kind of references. Let me update my own knowledge base too. You understand?
Okay.
So that's what I'm
I
asking.
can give you a
So
history of China, of a detailed history, because when you're watching this one, this is a YouTube video of people that talked about the days of Mao Zedong, how they got their nuclear technology. I can provide that, and you can then check whatever you've seen there. That's why you shouldn't just believe anything you just watch on anything. Cross
no,
reference
I agree.
what you have on the internet and
Because
everywhere else.
the only reason I believe the story about the Chinese, how they were technologically superior, is just because these are coming from even the West, America to be specific. It was coming
Yeah.
from American library. And who did this? They are white people. You understand?
Yeah.
If an American now can be saying, okay, the Chinese were technologically superior, and they were talking about the civilization, then I have everything to believe them, because this is the academic setting. This is the research, not the one that the Chinese is thinking.
Just picture this now. Just picture this. You see, imagine if you are led by leaders that are willing to, like the way the Japanese be, where if they make a mistake, they can commit harakiri. If you are led by such leaders, if they tell you to do something, do you think you are not going to obey it? You will obey it, because these guys don't play. The kind of leadership they have are not they are
Let
not
me ask you a
leaders.
question. I want to know. Let me ask you a question. How do the Chinese elect their president?
They go
Select,
through what
not even
they
select. How do they
yeah.
select their president? Not elect, select.
They go through their communist party structures. That's how they do it. I think they start from their local or regional levels, and because you start from those local regional levels, then you ascend higher. If you perform in your area, they might appoint you into a national institution, and if you keep performing, you rise up in the party. But I think at the tippy top, they are kind of elite party top leader. It's even like Senate or kind of something like a body like that. Then I think they call it PRC or something like that. So they select
Okay,
leaders from there.
what I'm asking now, do they elect or select? Let's start from
I
that.
think
Do
it's
they
more
elect?
of a selection. You can call it election because
No,
some
you
people have
are
to
wrong
vote,
again. You are wrong.
but
You don't
it's
know
not
it.
democratic vote. It's not a
It's a
democratic vote.
democratic vote. You don't know it. You don't know. That is not the way
Depend on how you. Okay,
they
what do you call democratic vote? Is it the whole country that votes? It's not the whole country that votes. So it's not the same as democratic vote as we know it.
what they do is that they have 2 or 3 parties, but there is one that is the dominant. They call it People's Party of China, and then from your local, maybe from your town or city, then they choose the leader there.
Okay,
So
Remy,
those
if you land,
leaders
I'd like to come in.
they voted for.
Remy,
So those leaders they voted for from
let me ask something. To Niger, do you know they have 2 parties before? Do you know they have like 2 or 3 parties before? No, to
I
Niger
didn't.
had one.
No,
Do you
no,
know so they get
no. I didn't know they have multiple
before
communist
so
parties.
you don't know. So you don't know the system
so
very well.
listen to somebody we know.
Okay, let me chime
No. I
in.
didn't. I didn't know that they. I thought they had only one major party. Are they not all communists?
I thought they only
Okay,
had one
guys,
party.
give me a couple of minutes, please. If Baba's still there, thank you, Baba, for coming in to enlighten us.
Okay, I just come back. I was having a phone call. Yes.
Now, you said thank you for coming in to debunk to Nigeria's ranting. But
No
anyway,
mind to Niger. Now maybe Nemesis.
yeah.
You see, they just made up something. China is not a multi-party system. I don't know why they just keep making up stuff.
Niger, waiting now.
They just keep making stuff up.
It's a Chinese socialist party now. The only one.
No, it doesn't exist. It's CCP.
That's it. That's the interpretation.
Chinese Communist Party. Where do you? You guys just make stuff up. Why do you just make stuff up?
And listen,
hold on, please.
China was not a
I
republic
just
before Mao Zedong came with the revolution.
Please.
It was a dynasty by Chiang Kai-shek, all those dynasty there.
Chiang Kai-shek.
I know they sabi pronounce
That's
all
not
these
the nationalists.
And it was basically, apart from maybe the international political intrigues, it was hunger. actually that brought about this thing, because their
And by
population
the
was
way,
blossoming.
Chairman Mao, with his radical policy, ended up killing about 60 million Chinese people.
Exactly.
I think
That
Tonight you
was
need
one
to
of the
keep
reasons
that.
why they instituted that tribunal that tried the wife and others. I've forgotten what they called them. Either 5 witches or 7. I forgot. There's a cliche about those people where Mao Zedong led this thing, because
And that is Tonight just transformational leader. But just allow me
Is
to
he
land.
not?
I
Is
just
he
like to
not?
talk. Let me tell you. See, um, by the way, I like to say, just like I think Baba was alluding to earlier, you can only determine a transformational leader in hindsight, not in progress,
true,
so to speak,
true.
or
Not as a
when the
rule, as
person
a
is about to
leave.
take part. Exactly. Afterwards. So, and by the way, you're talking about transformational leader, right? And you're talking about bodybuilding bridges and stuff like that. To me, that behooves me. There's nothing transformational about that. You
Now,
know,
Patoski shocked me past you because now Patoski I
and,
was
and,
even expecting
you
to
know,
even know.
say a transformational leader, by the way, would be a good example would be JFK, right? No, by
Oh
his
my
own
God.
leadership,
I
right?
think you made
Man.
no.
Oh my God. I can't believe
Ola,
you
let me
just said
correct you
that,
there.
man. Jesus
Let me
Christ.
correct you there. I
Oh my
didn't
God.
say
Let
I
me land
didn't
my
say
I
point.
can't
bodybuilding.
Let
believe
me land my
what
point,
this you
guys.
guys say.
I'm going to run. So, JFK, by his leadership, prompted the American space program, so to speak, to get a man landed on the moon. If you want to dismiss it or not, that is fine. That'd be a
Wow.
very good one.
That's
Building dam
transformational.
roads, hold on. Building dam roads and dam and bridges. It takes zero innovation of.
I think you didn't hear what you didn't hear. No. You didn't hear what we were saying. I said that Buhari was the one that transformed our rail transportation in
Okay, forget about
Nigeria.
that. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do any
And if you
damn
say
thing.
that's not
Okay,
Of course, he didn't
so
do anything. He
because
just
he didn't do
because
oversaw
anything.
because
the
Our
construction
rail,
of the
the
largest
world.
refinery
Hold
in
on, tonight.
in
our
The
Africa.
rail,
world transformational
our
leader
rail was
is
going. Our rail was
forget
going.
about that.
Hold
You,
on.
you make it feel like
Our rail was going in
Buhari
one
brought a
direction,
new technology
Buhari,
or a new
and
idea to developing.
others
Stop
are
it, please.
using other
Hold
That's
on,
different
hold
ridiculous.
on.
strategies.
Stop.
Buhari in his time
Let me land my
invested.
point
Can
tonight.
you,
Let me land my point before you talk.
your
Talking.
point?
Let me just
Okay,
land my
land
point.
your point now. Let's see
Okay.
whether you ever land.
See, the idea. I mean, I thought the idea of a transformational leader is something quite unique, right? I mean, it's not all leaders occupy that space.
No.
There has to be something almost revolutionary that changes the trajectory of a country of a people. That's what I'll call transformational leaders. Um, but sometimes
Then Mao
leaders
is
are
then that means Mao is a transformational leader. Then that
in
means
a
Mao is
negative
a
way. In a
transformational
negative
leader
way, yeah. Well, not in a positive
in
light.
a way that
Okay.
does not suit you because the communist
Okay.
Abi,
Well,
in a
your
way that does
idea
not
of
suit you,
killing 60 million people
in a way
is
that does not suit
a
you.
walk around the park. That is fine. But sometimes
So
leaders. Okay.
how many people did
So let me line. So
how many
sometimes
people
leaders
no how
are.
many people did JFK policy kill? How many people did JFK policy kill in Vietnam? I beg.
No,
We
Well,
just there killing because they say
sometimes,
President.
guys, let me line, please. Sometimes leaders are a beneficiary of the environment or the state in which they find themselves. Okay, they find themselves. I'm saying that, for example, like Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was a very good leader, no doubt about it. It's almost incontrovertible on both sides. But nonetheless, the economic boom that occurred during Bill Clinton's time really had nothing
He was
directly
the
to
only
do with
president
Bill
that ever
Clinton.
balanced the budgets anyway.
Correct.
Do people
The country was doing
some
very well.
economics actually said that that was not important. You don't need to balance the budget. Diverse economy. But the greatest legacy of GFK was the Peace Corps. If all of you remember, those young
That's a
university
great program
graduates
also.
sent to
That's a
all
great,
over the world and helping.
right.
Yeah, the Peace
That's a
Corps
great
was
program
his
also.
greatest
Wow.
legacy.
So
You see something that surprised me.
hold on, guys. With these people, let me land my point, guys. You gotta be patient.
This guy,
So
when are you landing your point? You've been talking for how long now?
Means that
seriously,
What kind of landing
seriously,
stuff is this now? Are
seriously,
you an
tonight,
expert or
are you the
something?
one to talk?
What
Are you
kind
the one
of
to talk?
editing air traffic control you have?
No,
You've been trying to land forever.
let me land tonight, guys. See, and I like when you come on this platform because you always come with your loose analysis and
Where
and
And
Hold on.
it
See,
has wrong
you know, you see a
match.
pattern in things. You know, you see. I like you see a pattern in leaders that have military background. Therefore, you drew a conclusion that one has to be of a military background to be a good leader. That's the way you think tonight, Jack. It's
I never
amazing. That's
said
the way
that. I
you
never
didn't have to
said you
say it.
have
You
to
didn't
be.
have to
I said
listen because you're not
history
talking to dummies.
suggests.
Listen, you did. I know you did say that, but you drew that conclusion. It was quite obvious for us to draw that conclusion for ourselves. But also, okay, let me just
Okay.
wrap it up. China. I was going to ask you, how did China start its nuclear program? Okay, you make it sound like it was organic that the Chinese just came up by their nuclear program and developed their
Wow,
nuclear
I
program.
already know the story, so there's no need to. Okay, educate them
Okay.
if you want to share.
Praise daddy. Let me talk my own now. At least two Nigeria, I talk more than everybody. See, the thing
Oh
is,
God.
the thing is this. I gave an example that Tinubu is a transformative leader, but I know that AY and this thing you argue about it. You see, I've cautioned you sometimes that when I say this thing, sometimes I got it from somewhere. You know, my idea about Tinubu, when you go to Princeton University and go and look at this thing about leadership there, you understand? That they did some kind of case study on Tinubu, you understand? So you can't, if academic environment that teaches you what transformative leadership means. So I don't think someone that is using a ChatGPT or Udemy can just be that, you understand? So go to Princeton University and go and Google it up, you understand, and read that, then come back to me that Tinubu is not a transformative leader. See, all the criteria for you to pass that criteria as the governor of Lagos State, he passed that criteria because number one, it meant collapsing infrastructure, all those refuse and sanitization problem, very low internally generated revenue, weak transport system, chaotic tax collection, almost no planning or digital system. So when this guy got to that place, you understand, he did tax reform, creation of the Lagos Internal Revenue Service, automatic revenue system, and blocking leakages. Then he didn't stop on that money. He went on institutional reform. You understand? Of course, I've mentioned Lagos Internal Revenue Services, last man, lawman, Lamata, kick against the discipline, Ministry of Justice reform, public-private partnership. You understand? So when these people, when they justify everything, Tinubu fall within what you call transformative leadership. You understand? That of your Buhari, I will find an evidence I'll be saying to it because Batosi said, see,
I
let me tell
don't
you
know
one thing.
what you see. If you want to measure height among dwarfs, you are
Uh,
welcome
You,
to.
you can't know more
But
than those people that will teach you. See, let me tell
let,
you one thing. Even if you want to know
let
more
me
than those people
finish
that teach
now.
you,
You've been talking. Let me say
okay.
my PC. If you can't keep measuring heights among dwarfs, yes, among dwarfs, if somebody comes and a young man of 13, 14, he will be taller than all of them. So, but for you to be saying Tinubu is a transformative leader, if you
I'm
want
not
to
the
say
one
okay,
saying it. Those people
okay,
that have authority to
whoever
say it,
is
I'm
saying
not the
it,
one.
I think they are mistaken, and I don't know why they keep doing that. Because Lagos,
You
see,
see why
hold
I
on,
said it will take you 20
let me
years to
finish what
graduate
I'm
from my
saying
faculty
now.
now.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Because I was in Lagos in the 90s and I saw Lagos. Lagos was developed, and I went to Lagos again in 2016. The development I see in Lagos was not transformative the way you guys make it sound as if like, oh, Lagos was completely transformed. Ikeja was even uglier with all these cell towers all over the place, and that area, that Allen Avenue area. Come on, man, let's not do this. Yes, there were some areas you can say, okay, yeah, they look like there are some improvement, like Oshodi, all those critical areas. But yeah, there is a bit of improvement. That's what you should expect after 10, 15, 16 years of being out of this in Nigeria. It wasn't fundamentally different. Yes, the tax collection may have become more efficient, but it wasn't fundamentally different. There was still power cuts. There were still all the normal stuff that I was associated with Lagos still present. So we can move on from that. As a matter of fact, I was disappointed that this in Ikeja, because Ikeja was a little bit more organic and more cultural. When you landed at the Ikeja bus stop, you will be hearing Fela music blaring, and you will be enjoying it. Like, oh, this is at the heart of Lagos. You are enjoying the Fela songs. All that was gone when I got there, and it wasn't like the junction was even any nicer. Really, it wasn't that much nicer. And if you are telling yourself the truth, that is the truth. So, but let's move on from that. If you want to say Tinubu's transformation in the context of Lagos, maybe you could, maybe in tax collection, you can say that is a transformational thing in tax collection, like the way he did the tax bill. Now you can say that is a transformation. But when we're talking about strategically transformational leaders of a nation, we're talking about leaders that really reshape the nation, where the GDP goes from a certain level to astronomical level, the productivity of that nation completely changes, the culture of the nation changes. Those are the kind of leaders we are talking about here, and they tend to be relatively younger. They tend to be
you are talking
That
at
is not
national level. I
transformation.
used to
That may be a good leader, but there's nothing freaking transformational about that. You know, having a good GDP and the economy is doing well. No, tonight, that may be a sign of a good leader, but not transformational in any shape, way. I mean, come on.
See, let me tell you what passes transformative leadership is this. You understand? Whatever you do outlive you. Outlive does not mean when you die. You understand? Outlive you, even your regime. You understand? Look at what Tinubu did in Lagos. All his successors, they've continued with everything the man did. Nobody is stopping. Nobody is changing his policy. So for a person to stay with your policy and not to change your policy, then they believe in you, because your followers today, we have to believe in you. So they put those in other tests. I'm giving you the topic. That's the paper there. The paper title is Civic Transformation in Lagos State, 1999 to 2012. Take time and read. And now look at how they rate it. So it's a
I don't just read paper and look at the true world. You don't just read paper and look at the world you are living in. Look at Lagos.
No. See, let me tell you one thing. University is an institution, and you have a lot of people with authority there. You are just a random person that you are just googling on this thing, and you are giving your own opinion. Go and argue.
No, I'm not just giving my. I'm giving you my.